Bound to the Gargoyle by Celeste King.
Berna would rather live a life on the run than be one of Mortiz's lab rats.
She is determined to put an end to him, so others don't have to endure what she did.
But every daring quest always seems to run into a snag.
Or in this case, a gargoyle.
Xero oddly feels compelled to help this human. There's just something about her.
And there's just something about him that goes against everything she's ever heard about gargoyles.
Want to get your hands on the good stuff YouTube is too prudish to show?
Head on over to worldsofprotheka.com and take advantage of code YouTube30 and score a discount on all digital content.
You know, the spicy stuff, the unabridged, unedited stuff.
Don't forget to like and subscribe below, so we can continue to bring you full, free audiobooks straight to your listening ears.
You're listening to Celeste King's Bound to the Gargoyle.
Chapter 1. Berna. I crouch low and trace my fingers on the cold ground, feeling for any sign of Mortiz. The earth is damp beneath my fingertips, and the faint scent of decay lingers in the air. It's a stark reminder of the destruction I hunt. My eyes soon flick toward the horizon, where the trees twist like claws against the blood-red sky. The other women stand around me, their faces hard, determined. 6 of them, each scarred by Mortiz's experiments, bonded by our shared suffering. They speak in hushed tones. Their voices are steady but laced with a quiet fury. "We find his assistance," Lyra says, her voice tight. "We burn everything he's built." I nod, my jaw clenched. I have no time for speeches, no time for anything except vengeance. "We split up," I say, my voice sharp and unwavering. "I'll take the direct route. Mortiz is mine." The others exchange glances but don't argue. They know better. They've seen the fire in my eyes, the fury that drives me. They know I won't stop. Can't stop. I rise abruptly, and my muscles coil tight like a spring ready to snap. The dark energy within me pulses, a constant reminder of what Mortiz did to me. To us. I push it down, not trusting it fully, but knowing I might need it soon. "Ren, take the east path," I command, pointing to a barely visible trail snaking through the twisted trees. "Mira and Sora, you're on the west. Lyra, Kira and Asher circle around to the north. If you find anything—" "We know," Ren interrupts, her scarred face set in grim determination. "We'll signal." I nod, appreciating their resolve. These women are my sisters in pain and purpose. Yet I can't let myself feel too much for them. Attachment is a luxury I can't afford. "Be on the lookout," I say. "Mortiz's traps are everywhere. Trust nothing." I watch as my sisters in arms disappear into the twisted forest. The heaviness of our shared mission hangs heavy in the air, but I push it aside. Alone is how I work best. Alone means no one else gets caught in the crossfire of my vendetta. As their footsteps fade, the silence of the forest creeps in. It's oppressive, almost suffocating. I clench my fists and feel the rough calluses on my palms, a testament to years of survival and training. My nails dig into my skin, and I welcome the sharp pain. It grounds me and keeps me focused. I take a moment to center myself. The wind whispers through the gnarled branches and carries the metallic tang of blood. It's familiar, almost comforting in its horror. I've lived with this scent for so long that it's become a part of me. Suddenly, the memories come rushing back, crashing over me like a tidal wave. The pain, the screams, the sickening smell of chemicals and fear. Mortiz's face swims before my eyes, his mismatched gaze, one eye sharp and cruel, the other milky and unseeing, boring into me. I hear the echo of his laughter and see the glint of metal instruments in the dim light of his lab. "You're special, Berna," his voice whispers in my mind. "You'll be my greatest creation." I shake my head violently, trying to dislodge the memory. My hand instinctively goes to my left forearm, tracing the raised scar there, It's one of many. But this one was the first. The phantom pain of the crystal's insertion makes me wince. I remember the searing agony as Mortiz embedded it into my flesh, the way my screams echoed off the cold stone walls. The dark magic that now courses through my veins, his gift to me, pulses in response to the memory. "Screw you, Mortiz," I spit out. "I'm nobody's creation but my own." I force myself to breathe deeply, pushing the memories back into the dark corners of my mind where they belong. I must focus on the present, on the hunt, on my goal. There's no room for weakness now, not when I'm so close to ending this nightmare once and for all. "I'm coming for you, Mortiz," I whisper to the blood-red sky. I start moving purposefully forward. My steps are silent on the forest floor. Years of tracking and hunting have made me one with the shadows. Each movement is calculated, efficient. Every sense in my body is on high alert as I scan for the slightest hint of danger. I'm not just a survivor anymore. I'm a predator, and Mortiz is my prey. As I move deeper into the forest, the darkness seems to thicken. The air grows heavy, charged with an energy that makes my skin crawl. It's familiar, the taint of dark magic, Mortiz's magic. I pause and close my eyes, reaching out with my senses. The dark energy within me responds, pulsing in time with the magic in the air. It's a beacon that guides me straight to my target. "I'm onto you," I mutter, a grim smile tugging at my lips. I pick up my pace and move swiftly through the underbrush. The forest seems to bend around me, shadows stretching and twisting in impossible ways. Mortiz's influence is strong here, but I won't let it deter me. As I navigate through the twisted landscape, I can't help but think of the others. Lyra, Ren, Mira, Sora, Kira, Asher, all of them scarred, all of them driven by the same burning need for vengeance. Part of me wishes I could have kept them close, protected them. But I know better. In this world, in this fight, we're all alone. I turn on my heel, each step more purposeful than the last. I am more determined than ever. Mortiz will soon pay, and I will be the one to make him suffer for his horrible deeds. As I continue to move through the dense forest, the ghost of my past once again brushes against my consciousness. I remember the night I escaped from Mortiz's clutches. The laboratory, a twisted playground for his madness, was alight with the glow of strange crystals. Their power was pulsing through the air like a living thing. I had been strapped to a cold metal table, the icy bite of the surface seeping into my bones. Mortiz loomed over me, his one good eye alight with sickening delight as he prepared to delve deeper into his vile experiments. But I had refused to be a mere victim anymore. The dark energy he had so carelessly injected into my veins had surged to the surface, fueled by desperation and a primal will to live. It had coursed through me, wild and uncontrolled, shattering my bonds and giving me the strength to fight back. I had struck out, my blows filled with rage and terror, and in the chaos, I had escaped. Yet even as I fled into the night, I knew that I had left a piece of myself behind, a piece that was forever marked by Mortiz's cruelty. I had never felt truly free. How could I, when the threat of Mortiz still loomed large, casting a long shadow over my life? He was out there, doing unspeakable things to innocent people, and as long as he drew breath, there would be no peace for me, no closure. The forest around me grows even denser. The trees twist and gnarl as if they too have been touched by Mortiz's dark magic. I can feel the heaviness of his presence, a malignant force that seems to seep from the very earth itself. My skin prickles with a mixture of dread and anticipation. I am closing in on him, and soon, very soon, I will have my revenge. I pause, my gaze drawn to something in the distance, a jagged silhouette hidden deep within the mountains. At first, it's nothing more than a shadow, a dark blemish against the starkness of the stone. But as I squint against the harsh light of the setting sun, the details begin to emerge. It's a structure, large and imposing, with high walls that seem to claw at the sky. Mortiz's new base. I can feel it in my bones. A sense of grim satisfaction settles over me. All these years I have been hunting a ghost, a spectre that haunted my every waking moment. But now I have a target, a location. Mortiz's lair, where he no doubt continues his vile experiments, believing himself to be untouchable. I take a deep breath, steeling myself for the confrontation to come. I am no longer the frightened girl who fled from Mortiz's lab. I am a hunter, honed by years of survival and hardened by an unquenchable thirst for justice. I will infiltrate his stronghold, and I will bring him to his knees. As I stand at the edge of the forest, the shadows of the twisted trees stretch out before me like reaching fingers. The sun, a fiery orb sinking beneath the horizon, casts the world in a sombre light. It's in these moments of stillness that the heaviness of my journey presses down on me. The sacrifices I've made, the life I've left behind, all for the chance to stare into Mortiz's mismatched gaze and end his reign of terror. The wind picks up, carrying with it the scent of pine and something more sinister, the lingering stench of Mortiz's dark magic. It's a smell that's been etched into my memory, a constant reminder of the pain he's inflicted upon so many. I've walked through the ashes of burnt villages, seen the hollow eyes of those who've lost everything to his madness. And with each step I've taken, the dark magic he implanted within me has grown more restless, more unpredictable. I've had to harden myself, become a weapon in human form. Love, friendship, a sense of belonging, these are luxuries I can't afford. My heart, once tender and open, now beats to a rhythm of revenge. The few times I've let someone in, Mortiz has been there to rip them away, proving that attachment is a vulnerability I can't allow myself. The scars that crisscross my body are proof of my resolve. Each mark, a souvenir from Mortiz's lab, serves as a stark reminder of the night I escaped. That night, I left more than just my innocence behind. I left pieces of my sanity, my sense of self. And in their place, I gained a purpose that has consumed every waking moment since. My journey has been marked by long nights spent tracking Mortiz's movements, and even longer days honing my skills. I've learned to survive, to trust only in the certainty of my blade and the dark power that simmers beneath my skin. It's a constant battle to keep that power in check, to prevent it from swallowing me whole. As the last sliver of sunlight disappears, the world is plunged into darkness. The fortress looms in the distance, a monolith of malice. It's there, within those stone walls, that Mortiz believes himself to be safe. He's wrong. I've come too far, sacrificed too much to let fear hold me back now. I take another deep breath, feeling the cool night air fill my lungs. My hand instinctively goes to the hilt of my dagger, a simple weapon, but one that has served me well. I'm ready. I've been ready for this moment since the day I escaped Mortiz's grasp. The time for hiding is over. It's time to face the monster that haunts my dreams, to look him in the eye and show him that I am no longer his plaything. I am Burner, his greatest failure, and tonight I will be his downfall. With a final glance at the moonlit path that leads to Mortiz's lair, I step forward. The darkness welcomes me like an old friend, and I move with silent purpose, each step bringing me closer to my destiny. The hunt is over. The time for revenge has come.
Chapter 2. Xero. I stand motionless in the heart of this forgotten forest like a silent sentinel. Centuries have passed, and many empires have crumbled around me. Yet still, I remain here. My once smooth and unblemished stone skin now bears the scars of time. The numerous cracks and fissures across my body, however, faintly pulse with the dark energy that resonates deep within me. The world always seems to carry on with life, yet I am separate from it all, a relic of a bygone era, neither alive nor dead. Just existing. My lair, once a proud tower reaching towards the heavens, has become one with the forest. Thick vines snake up its walls with their tendrils probing every crevice. Moss blankets the stone and softens its edges, muting its grandeur. The structure that was once my fortress, my sanctuary, now stands as little more than an oddly shaped hill in this sea of green. How long has it even been? I ask myself. I ponder this thought for a moment before shaking it off. Does it really matter? I say to myself. Time holds no meaning for me. I've watched countless moons wax and wane, seen the leaves turn from green to gold to barren, and back again. All from this singular vantage point inside my tower, frozen in place, a prisoner of my own existence. The stone floor beneath me is cold and cracked with centuries of fallen leaves that have drifted in through the window above me. Their musty scent mingles with the earthy aroma of the damp walls and fungus inside my sanctuary. Off in the distance, I hear a stream gurgle, its song unchanged since I first took my place here. Why do I remain here? The question surfaces in my mind, unbidden. What purpose does this vigil really serve? I ask myself. But I know the answer, even as I ask it. I am the eternal guardian of dark magic, the last bastion against its misuse. It pulses within me, a power both terrible and beautiful at the same time. It is my burden alone to carry, my curse, and my reason for being. Is this all there really is? I wonder to myself. An eternity of watching, waiting, guarding. The thoughts are treasonous and dangerous. I quickly push them aside. Emotions are a weakness, a human folly. And yet, a part of me, buried deep beneath layers of stone and magic, stirs briefly. A flicker of something. I can't name it, can't understand it, but it's there. A spark in the darkness of my existence. The forest continues its eternal dance outside, oblivious to my inner turmoil. Life and death, growth and decay, all playing out in an endless cycle, and I remain unchanging, unmoved. A rock in the stream of time. The faintest of breezes stirs the leaves outside my lair, but the sound is distant to me, muffled. I feel nothing at all. No hunger, no thirst, no desire. The darkness that courses through me is ancient and unchanging, indifferent to anything or anyone. In this state of dormancy, I have no real purpose beyond existing. Time has dulled my once sharp instincts, and now all that remains is the cold, unfeeling void inside me. I am Xero, the centuries-old gargoyle. I'm a creature born of dark magic and stone, bound to this realm as its silent guardian until the end of time. My stone skin, ruthlessly weathered by the relentless passage of time, is a testament to my longevity. I stand here every day and every night, my wings retracted, my gaze fixed, unblinking, unyielding. I'm awakened only by the presence of dark energy or the spilling of human blood upon my stone form. These events are rare, and the intervals between them stretch longer with each passing century. In these moments of awakening, I am reminded of my purpose, my existence as more than just a statue frozen in time. But now, as the wind whispers through the trees outside, I sense a shift in the air. A dark energy stirs, foreign and yet familiar, like the distant rumble of a coming storm. It is a sensation I have not felt in many long years, and it rouses something within me. A flicker of curiosity, a spark of interest that I thought had long since been extinguished. Despite the stirrings deep within me, I stand motionless, my stone form unyielding. But my senses grow attuned to this sudden disturbance. It's not the chaotic surge of dark magic that I am accustomed to. It is more focused, more intentional. It carries with it a sense of urgency, of desperation, and beneath that, a raw, untamed power that I have not encountered before. What the hell is going on here? I wonder to myself. My thoughts churn, quick and deliberate, echoing in the hollow chambers of my consciousness. The strange energy draws closer, and with it comes the faintest hint of something else. A scent that is not of the forest, not of the earth. It is the scent of humanity carried on the breeze, mingling with the dark magic that approaches. My stone heart, if I could be said to possess such a thing, beats once. It's a low, resonant thud that reverberates through my being. I have not heard this sound in ages, and it heralds the end of my solitude, however briefly. I am intrigued, despite myself. The part of me that is still connected to the world of the living, the part that is not stone, stirs with a sense of anticipation. Who or what approaches my domain, and what will become of the dark magic that I have sworn to protect when they arrive here? The answers to these questions are shrouded in the same impenetrable darkness that surrounds me. But for the first time in countless years, I find myself eager to uncover them. The alpha within me, the indomitable force that I am, rises to the surface. I am the guardian of dark magic, and I await the arrival of this new presence with a quiet, simmering intensity. Let them come. Let them test the boundaries of my domain. They will find that I am not so easily swayed, not so easily defeated. I am a force unto myself, and I will protect what is mine, no matter the cost. As the night wears on, I begin to contemplate my very identity and existence in the face of this new development. More questions linger in the recesses of my mind, hidden beneath the weight of centuries. Am I truly the terrifying beast of human lore? The shadow that flits across their campfires? The creature that haunts their nightmares? Or am I something much more, something that defies their simplistic categorizations of me? What really is a monster? Sure, my massive form is imposing, and I know my wings, a leathery expanse, are a silent threat should any dare to breach my domain. Yes, I am the embodiment of power and ancient magic, a being that commands both awe and fear. To the humans that have caught fleeting glimpses of me, I'm a nightmare made flesh, a monster to be fled from, not understood. But is that all I am? A creature of dread, devoid of any semblance of understanding and reason? My eyes, glowing embers of amber, see through the darkness, piercing the veil of night that blankets the forest outside my chamber. I have existed for eons, a creature set apart from the world of men, and yet I find myself pondering this notion with a newfound intensity. What truly makes a monster? Is it the darkness that dwells within, the power that can snuff out life as easily as a candle flame? Or is it something else, something that lies beyond the physical form, in the depths of one's soul? I think of myself as so many different things. I am a protector, a guardian, and yet I am also a predator, a creature that inspires terror in the hearts of those who cross my path. But am I truly the monster they make me out to be? Or have I simply been cast in that role by those who do not understand the true nature of my being? The truth, as with all things, is not so easily defined. I've watched over this realm faithfully against the encroachment of chaos. My existence is a solitary one, punctuated by moments of awakening when the dark magic I protect calls to me. In those moments I am alive, vibrant with the energy that courses through my stone veins. And yet, there's a deep void within me, a hollow space that hungers for something beyond the duty that binds me here. I've never felt the need for human companionship, no desire for the trappings of their fleeting lives. And somehow, the approach of this presence laced with dark energy stirs something within me, a subconscious longing and a protective primal instinct. Here I stand, unchanged, but my senses keenly attuned to the vibrations of the forest, to the faint scent of humanity that mingles with the dark magic getting closer and closer. It's a scent that speaks of hardened survival and fierce determination, of a will that refuses to be broken. It's a scent that is both foreign and intriguing, a scent that carries with it the promise of change. Suddenly, The wind carries the faintest echo of a voice, a whisper of sound that cuts through the silence of my lair. It is a voice filled with a resolve that resonates on a frequency that I can somehow sense, even in my stone form. It is the voice of a human, though I have not yet laid eyes upon her. "Mortiz, you bastard, I'll find you!" Her words drip with venom, laced with a pain I've never known. I feel an odd stirring within my stone form, an unfamiliar sensation. Her nearby presence is a beacon in this eternal darkness, a call that awakens the ancient magic within me. The magic pulses through me, responding to her approach. It recognizes her, calls to her in ways I cannot fully comprehend. Why does her presence affect me so? I ponder, feeling the first stirrings of something long forgotten. What is this connection? One thing I know for certain, I can detect that she is a brave hunter seeking vengeance against one who has wronged her deeply. She seeks retribution, I muse. But at what cost? I feel within my core that her path will inevitably lead her here to my domain, to the heart of the dark magic that I guard so closely. And when she arrives, I will be waiting eagerly for her. I am the greatest gargoyle to ever exist. I am the ultimate alpha, the apex predator in a realm that few dare to tread upon. And yet, as her scent of humanity and the echo of her voice grows stronger, I cannot help but wonder what will happen when our paths finally cross. Will I be the monster she fears in her nightmares? Or will I be something more to her, something that defies the expectations of both our kinds? Only time will tell. But until that moment, I remain a silent observer in the heart of the forest, bound to my duty. The night deepens further, and the world continues its endless drumbeat around me. I'm alone right now, as I have always been, but her approaching presence promises to disrupt the stillness of my existence. As she draws nearer, I feel myself changing. For now, I wait, patient and eternal, for the moment when destiny will bring a profound change to my doorstep. And when it does, I will face it with the full force of my power, ready to protect what is mine, ready to confront the mysteries of my own nature. For my story is far from over, it's just beginning.
Chapter 3. Burner. The mountain looms before me, shrouded in mist. A tower so ancient it seems a natural growth from the earth is hidden in plain sight, cloaked by the wild's relentless embrace. Its stones, once meticulously laid, now weep with the decay of time, and the vines that snake up its sides are the only testament to its forgotten glory. This is the heart of Mortiz's new stronghold. It's a place where darkness breeds, and the air is charged with a palpable dark energy. I move with the silence of a shadow. My every step is a calculated dance with destiny. The other women, my comrades in this grim mission, don't know I've discovered this place. It's my burden to carry alone from this point forward. My hand instinctively reaches for the dagger at my side. Its cool metal is a balm against the heat of anticipation. I pause briefly at the precipice. The tower's entrance yawns before me like the mouth of some great, slumbering creature. The darkness within is a tangible thing. The void beckons with the promise of confrontation and the sweet tang of revenge. I take another moment to steady my breath and steel my nerves. The weight of my past is a chain around my neck. Each link is a memory of pain and suffering at Mortiz's hands. But it's also my strength, the forge upon which my resolve has been hammered into something unbreakable. The wind whispers through the trees like a ghostly chorus that seems to urge me onward. I close my eyes, letting the sensation wash over me, allowing the dark energy within to stir and rise to the surface of my being. It's a volatile force, wild and untamed, but it is mine to wield. And wield it I will, against the man who dared to turn me into this vessel of vengeance. I open my eyes, and the world sharpens into focus. This is it. The moment I've been racing toward, a singular point in time that will define the rest of my existence. I am ready. But as I stand on the threshold of Mortiz's lair, a strange stillness settles over me. It's as if the very air holds its breath, and in that quiet, a new awareness prickles at the edges of my consciousness. There is something else here. Something ancient and powerful watches from the shadows, an unseen guardian of this forsaken place. I don't know what it is. This presence seems to pulse in time with the dark magic coursing through my body. But I know it's not Mortiz. It's something else entirely, something that has slumbered in the heart of this tower, undisturbed by the doings of the mad elf. For a moment, I consider turning back, but the thought is fleeting. I've come too far and sacrificed so much. With my resolve unwavering, I square my shoulders and step forward. Whatever secrets this tower holds, I will uncover them. And when I finally come face to face with Mortiz, I will show him the true nature of the monster he created in me. The tower's door creaks under my touch. Inside, the air is thick with malevolence. Each breath is a struggle against the heaviness of dark magic. The corridor stretches before me, leading into the belly of the beast that is Mortiz's domain. I move stealthily, but with the caution of a whisper. The darkness here is alive, and it clings to me. It tries to seep into my pores and consume the light within. But I am no stranger to the darkness. It's an old friend. The dagger in my hand feels like an extension of my will, cold, sharp, and lethal. My senses are heightened, attuned to the slightest shift in the air. I am the predator now, and Mortiz is my prey. The corridor twists and turns. It's a labyrinth designed to disorient and trap. But I'm not so easily confused. I've been in the belly of this nightmare before, and I've clawed my way out. I can taste victory on the back of my tongue, metallic and sweet. Suddenly the ground beneath me gives way. I'm plunged into a darkness so complete, it's as if I've been swallowed by the void. I land with a thud that reverberates through my bones. The impact knocks the wind from my lungs. Pain lances through me, a stark reminder that I'm still flesh and blood. For a moment, I lie there, stunned, the dark magic within me pulsing in time with my heartbeat. It's a wild thing, this power, unpredictable and dangerous. With a growl, I push myself up, ignoring the protests from my battered body. I will not be defeated so easily. I'm a survivor of Mortiz's madness, the hunter come to end his reign of terror. I press on, my determination a beacon in the darkness. The corridor narrows, the stone walls closing in around me. It's then that I hear it, his voice, a serpent's hiss that slithers along the ground and wraps around my ankles. "Welcome back, burner," he cackles in the distance. The sound of my name on his lips sends a shiver down my spine. It's been years since I've heard that voice, yet it's as familiar as the beat of my own heart. It's laced with amusement, as if he's savouring the anticipation of our inevitable confrontation. I pause and tighten my grip around the dagger in my hand. I don't respond. Words are his domain, his tools of manipulation. I prefer action, the clarity of steel against flesh. His laughter echoes through the corridors. It's a chilling reminder of the madness that dwells within these walls. It's a sound that has haunted my nightmares, a ghost from a past I can never fully escape. But I am not the same girl he once tormented. I have been forged in the fires of my own despair, shaped into a weapon of my own making. I am darkness incarnate, a shadow given form, and I will not be denied my vengeance. I start moving again. Each step is a promise of retribution. I can feel him watching me, his one good eye a voyeur to my progress. Let him watch. Let him see the end that awaits him. The air grows colder, and the scent of decay more potent. I am close now, so close I can taste it. My heart pounds in my chest like a drumbeat. And then, as if sensing my resolve, the darkness before me begins to dissipate, revealing a door at the end of the corridor. It stands as a silent sentinel, an invitation and a challenge all in one. I approach it with my body coiled and ready. With a deep breath, I reach out and push the door open, stepping into the room beyond. The light from within spills out into the corridor. And there he is, Mortiz, the mad elf. His crazed smile is a grotesque mask of delight. He stands before me, his body frail but his power undeniable. Our eyes lock, and in that moment, words are unnecessary. The air between us crackles with tension, a silent conversation of mutual understanding. He knows why I've come, and I know that I will not leave this place until one of us is no more. "You've grown, Berna," he says, his voice filled with a twisted sense of pride. "But are you prepared for what comes next?" I answer him not with words, but with the steady advance of my approach. My dagger gleams in the dim light, a beacon of my intent. I am prepared for anything. I square my shoulders and fix my gaze on Mortiz. "I am more than you ever made me," I say, "and I am here to end you." Mortiz chuckles, the sound grating against my nerves. "So confident, my dear, but let us see if your resolve is strong enough to withstand the storm that's about to descend upon you." I ready myself, my dagger poised to strike. The world beyond this room fades into insignificance, leaving only Mortiz and me. The air in Mortiz's chamber suddenly thickens, his dark magic swirling like a tempest. It's a tangible force that claws at my skin and chills my bones. My heart thunders in my chest. Mortiz's laughter slices through the thick air. "Did you really think you could end me and escape my hold on you for good?" His voice a serpent's hiss. I turn for the exit, sensing my impending doom, but it's too late. The door behind me slams shut with a resonant boom that vibrates through the stone floor. The world tilts, and reality soon bends under the strength of Mortiz's magic. My knees hit the ground, the impact jarring, but I refuse to stay down. I push myself up, my dagger still clutched tightly in my hand. "You're predictable, Berna," Mortiz taunts, his good eye gleaming with malicious delight. He advances toward me, each step deliberate and full of cruel intent. "I've always admired your spirit, but it's time to snuff out that stubborn flame." My blood runs cold, but I steel myself against the fear. I focus on the dark energy within me, trying to harness it, to turn it against him. But it's wild, untamed, and it thrashes against my mental grip. Pain suddenly explodes in my skull, a white-hot agony that sears through my thoughts. I cry out, the sound ragged and raw, as darkness swallows my vision. My body goes limp, the dagger slipping from my grasp and clattering to the floor. I am dimly aware of the cold stone against my cheek, as consciousness slips through my fingers like sand. I am adrift in a sea of darkness, my thoughts fragmented and scattered. I try to move, to open my eyes, but my body doesn't respond. I am trapped in my own mind, a prisoner once again to Mortiz's dark magic. Time loses all meaning. It could be moments or hours that I linger in this state of suspended animation. I am aware, yet not fully present. It's a familiar feeling, one that harkens back to the days of my captivity, when Mortiz's experiments reduced me to little more than a spectator in my own body. But I am not that broken girl anymore. With a Herculean effort, I claw my way back to the surface of consciousness. My eyelids flutter open, and I am greeted by the harsh, flickering light of Mortiz's lair. I blink, my vision swimming as I try to focus on my surroundings. The cold stone floor presses against my cheek, and I struggle to push myself up. A sharp, searing pain in my abdomen stops me short, forcing a gasp from my lips. "Crap," I mutter, gritting my teeth. Glancing down, I see a dark stain spreading across my tunic. Blood. My blood. The realization hits me, and I have to fight back a wave of nausea. I press my hand against the wound, wincing at the pressure. It's bad. My vision blurs slightly. I'm losing a lot of blood. I scan the room, searching for anything that might help. Mortiz is gone, probably thinking he's left me for dead. Bastard. Using the wall for support, I drag myself to my feet. The room spins, and I have to close my eyes for a moment to steady myself. Help, I croak, my voice barely above a whisper. I need help. I take a stumbling step forward, then another. Each movement sends a fresh wave of agony through my body. But I can't stop. Not now. The door looms before me, a barrier between life and death. I reach for the handle, my strength fading fast. As my fingers brush the cold metal, darkness creeps in again at the edges of my vision. With the last of my strength, I pull the door open and stumble into the corridor beyond. It's a race against time now. Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you. Chapter 4. Burner. The darkness of Mortiz's underground labyrinth is suffocating. It's a tangible force that presses against my eyes and seeps into my bones. My breaths come in short, sharp gasps. Each one is a reminder of the pain that radiates from the wound in my abdomen. The coppery tang of blood fills my mouth, and I swallow it down, the taste fueling my determination to escape. I stagger through the tunnels. My hand slides against the damp stone walls, guiding me through the inky blackness. The wound throbs with every heartbeat. I can feel the blood, warm and sticky, trickling down my side. Stupid, I mutter to myself, my voice a hoarse whisper that barely disturbs the silence. I'm so damn stupid. I had walked into his trap with my eyes wide open, blinded by my thirst for vengeance. And now, here I am, bleeding and lost in a maze of his making. I pause, leaning against the stone wall for support, as a wave of dizziness washes over me. The darkness threatens to pull me under, but I fight it, clinging to consciousness with a desperation born of pure survival instinct. Get yourself together, Burner, I hiss adamantly through clenched teeth. But the words feel hollow, a feeble attempt to bolster my dwindling spirits. I've faced many dangers since my escape from Mortiz's clutches, but this feels different somehow. The darkness within me, the volatile energy he implanted, pulses erratically, a wild thing that senses my vulnerability. I push off from the stone wall and force myself to move forward. I refuse to succumb to despair. I've come way too far and fought too hard to let it end like this. As I navigate the winding tunnels, my mind races frantically. I try to mentally retrace the path I took from the entrance. I turn a corner and nearly collapse with relief when I see a faint glimmer of light in the distance. It's barely noticeable, a mere pinprick against the all-consuming darkness, but it's enough to reignite the spark of hope within me. With renewed vigour, I stumble towards the light, each step a battle against the pain that threatens to overwhelm me. The light grows brighter, larger, until I emerge into a vast cavern, its ceiling lost in shadow. The cavern is empty, save for a large crystalline structure pulsing with an eerie, violet light. It's beautiful and terrifying in its raw power. I approach it cautiously, my instincts screaming at me to run in the opposite direction. But as I draw closer, I feel it. a connection to the dark energy within me. The crystal seems to call out to it, a siren song that resonates in the very marrow of my bones. "What the hell?" I whisper, reaching out a tentative hand. The moment my fingers brush the surface of the crystal, a jolt of energy courses through me, sharp and electric. The pain in my abdomen recedes, replaced by a sense of warmth and vitality that I haven't felt in years. I snatch my hand back, staring at the crystal in awe and trepidation. Could this be the key to controlling the power Mortiz had so carelessly unleashed within me? I don't have time now to ponder the implications. The sound of approaching footsteps echoes through the cavern. It's a harsh reminder that I am far from safe. With one last, longing look at the crystal, I turn and flee, disappearing into the labyrinth once more. The journey back through the tunnels is a blur of pain and urgency. I can hear them behind me, Mortiz's minions. Their voices are a cacophony of cruel laughter and harsh commands. But I am faster, fueled by a mix of fear and adrenaline. My lungs burn as I hurry through the winding corridors. The sound of Mortiz's minions echoes behind me. Their footsteps thunder against the stone, a relentless rhythm that matches the frantic beating of my heart. The wound in my side continues to throb with each step. "Come on, Burner," I whisper to myself. "You can't die in this hellhole." I round another corner, and my hand scrapes against the rough stone wall. The darkness seems to press in on all sides, suffocating and oppressive. I can feel my strength waning, but I push on. The voices behind me grow louder and more urgent. "She went this way! Don't let her escape!" Their shouts fuel my desperation. I pick up my pace, ignoring the screaming protest in my abdomen. My vision starts to blur, the edges of my sight growing dark. No, not now. I can't falter now. Suddenly, the ground beneath my feet seems to shift. I stumble, my legs finally giving out. I crash to the floor, the impact knocking what little breath I had left from my lungs. Pain explodes through my body, and I bite back a scream. "Crap!" I gasp, trying to push myself up. My arms tremble, refusing to support my weight. "Come on, get up!" But my body won't obey. I collapse back onto the cold stone and my cheek presses against its rough surface. As I lie there, panting, I become aware of my surroundings. This isn't the same corridor I was running through. Somehow I've ended up in some kind of hidden cavern. The air here feels different, heavier, charged with something I can't quite place. It reminds me of the energy that pulses beneath my skin, the dark power Mortiz cursed me with. But this feels ancient, primal. "Where the hell am I?" I mutter, my voice echoing in the vast space. I try to lift my head, to get a better look at my surroundings, but the movement sends a wave of dizziness crashing over me. The world spins, and I squeeze my eyes shut, fighting against the nausea that threatens to overwhelm me. As I lie there, struggling to stay conscious, I become aware of something else, a presence. It's faint, barely perceptible, but it's there. Like a shadow at the edge of my vision, always disappearing when I try to focus on it. "Who's there?" I call out, my voice weak and trembling. No answer comes, but the feeling persists. I open my eyes, blinking against the darkness. The cavern around me is vast. Strange symbols cover the walls, glowing faintly with an otherworldly light. But before I can figure it out, the sound of approaching footsteps snaps me back to reality. Mortiz's minions are getting closer. I need to move, to hide, to do something. But my body refuses to cooperate. I'm trapped, helpless, with nowhere left to run. The weight of my own failure is a crushing force, pressing down on me until I can't tell where the stone floor ends and my broken body begins. The darkness within me, once a roiling storm of untamed power, now whispers with the faintest of pulses, as though even it has surrendered to the inevitable. "Damn you, Mortiz!" I hiss through gritted teeth, my voice barely more than a ragged breath. How many more lives will you claim? The question hangs in the air, unanswered. The only sound is the steady drip of water somewhere in the vast cavern, a mocking echo of my racing heartbeat. I can't shake the feeling of dread that creeps over me. It's a suffocating shroud that threatens to extinguish the last flickers of my resolve. I've been so focused on revenge, so consumed by the need to end Mortiz's reign of terror, that I never stopped to consider the cost of my obsession. Now, as I lie here, helpless and alone, I can't help but wonder if it was all for nothing. The cavern's darkness presses in, suffocating me with its weight. My breath comes in ragged gasps. Each one feels like a reminder of my failure. Is this how it ends? I whisper to the emptiness. All that fighting, all that running, just to die alone in some God-forsaken hole. The irony of it all hits me like a punch to the gut. I've spent years hunting Mortiz, only to end up trapped in his lair. The fear I've kept at bay for so long finally breaks through, washing over me in icy waves. Stupid, 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 I mutter, clenching my fists against the stone. You walked right into this trap. My eyes dart around the cavern, searching for any sign of escape, but there's nothing, just darkness and the faint glow of strange symbols on the walls. The loneliness of my situation crashes down on me, threatening to crush what's left of my spirit. Anyone there? I call out, my voice weak and trembling. Hello? Only silence answers. I'm completely alone, cut off from the world above. Confusion swirls in my mind, mixing with the fear and pain. How did I end up here? What is this place? My eyelids flutter, heavy with the promise of oblivion. The darkness beckons, offering an escape from the relentless pain that courses through my body. It would be so easy to let go, to surrender to the peaceful embrace of unconsciousness. But a stubborn part of me refuses to yield, even in the face of certain defeat. As the shadows encroach upon my vision, I notice something near me that I didn't see initially. A silhouette against the blackness of the cavern. My heart skips a beat, as I realise it's not just another trick of the light. It's a statue, massive and imposing, with wings that arc gracefully from its stone back. The sight of it sends a jolt of adrenaline coursing through my veins. Every instinct screams at me to run, to flee from this ancient, unknown entity. But my body is beyond heeding such calls, and my mind is too foggy to process the significance of this discovery. What the hell is that thing? I question, my voice a mere whisper in the vast expanse of the cavern. The statue towers over me, its features obscured by the darkness. Yet I can't shake the feeling that I'm being watched, that those stone eyes see right through me, piercing the veil of my tattered soul. I try to lift my head, to get a better look at the winged figure, but the effort is too much. My head falls back onto the cold stone, and I can feel the last of my strength ebbing away. Just finish it, I whisper to the silence, unsure whether I'm addressing Mortiz, the statue, or some higher power that might be listening. End this madness once and for all. But the universe seems content to ignore my pleas. The only response is the steady rhythmic sound of my own faltering heartbeat, growing fainter with each passing second. And then, just before the darkness can claim me completely, I see it, a flicker of movement. The wings of the statue unfurl, casting an enormous shadow that seems to swallow the entire cavern. My breath catches in my throat as the statue comes to life, its stone form shifting and changing before my eyes. The transformation is both terrifying and mesmerizing, a dance of darkness and shadow that defies all logic and reason. I watch in silent awe as the statue's features morph into something decidedly less inanimate, its once cold eyes now filled with an otherworldly light. I want to scream, to cry out for help, but my voice fails me. All I can do is stare as the creature, for it is surely a creature, and not just a statue, stretches its massive wings and regards me with an intensity that burns straight through to my core. Then, as quickly as it began, the transformation is complete. The creature stands before me, a living, breathing embodiment of the unknown. Its presence fills the cavern, a palpable force that sends shivers down my spine. But before I can react or respond, the darkness finally takes me, and I surrender to the sweet oblivion that awaits.
Chapter 5. Xero. I feel the first tingle of awareness creep through my stone form. The warmth of blood seeps into my cracks and thrums with a power both chaotic and familiar. It's been centuries since I felt anything like it. It's like lightning coursing through me, awakening every dormant fiber of my being. The dark energy within the blood is a siren's call and pulls me from the depths of my stone slumber. My amber eyes snap open and pierce through the gloom of the hidden cavern. The darkness here is thick. This velvet shroud has cocooned me for eons. But now, it is alive with the pulse of magic. I shift and the stone that has encased me for centuries cracks and crumbles away. The faint crackling sound echoes through the chamber. It's a slow transformation, like the unfurling of petals to the dawn. My wings are the first to break free. They unfurl with a shower of stone fragments, stretching wide in the confined space. The membrane between the wing bones is leathery and dark, pulsing with renewed life. As the transformation spreads, I feel my muscles tensing and relaxing, shaking off centuries of stillness. My arms flex, shedding their stony shell to reveal gray skin underneath. It's a strange sensation, feeling air on my flesh again after so long. The cracks in my stone skin begin to glow faintly, pulsing with the dark magic that's awakening within me. I can feel it surging through my body, a familiar and intoxicating power. My legs are next, the stone falling away in chunks as I stretch them for the first time in ages. I stumble slightly, unused to the sensation of movement. It's a stark reminder of how long I've been dormant. As the last of the stone falls away from my face, I take a deep breath. The air is thick with dust and the scent of old magic. My lair, a tower of crumbling stone and moss, has stood over the forest for longer than human memory. It is a place out of time, much like myself. I run a hand through my dark hair, now free from its stony prison. The transformation complete, I stand to my full height, nearly brushing the cavern ceiling. My wings twitch restlessly at my back, eager for flight after centuries of confinement. The darkness within me stirs. What fresh chaos has the world wrought now? I murmur to the shadows, my voice a low rumble that echoes off the stone walls. My senses, enhanced by the dark magic that courses through me, flare to life. I can feel the ebb and flow of energy around me, a symphony of power that hums beneath the surface of reality. The tower itself seems to breathe. Its ancient stones resonate with the magic that pulses through them. I step forward, my movements silent and deliberate. The cavern is a labyrinth of shadows, but I navigate it with ease as my path is lit by the faint glow of my eyes. The air is heavy with the scent of blood and fear. My gaze soon turns downward, and I notice something lying straight in front of me. I crouch low and realize it's a woman crumpled before me on the stone floor. I look closer at the unconscious woman. She's small, fragile-looking, yet the dark magic within her is unmistakable. Her skin is pale against the crimson blood that seeps from her wound. This must be the source of blood that awoke me from my slumber. "Who are you?" I ask the silent figure, knowing I'll get no response. For a long, drawn-out moment, I consider leaving her. Humans are fickle, weak creatures. They live, they die, and the world turns without them. But there's something about her. It's the energy within her, chaotic and fierce. It's not the gentle hum of the earth or the subtle ebb of the tower's magic. This is a storm raging beneath her skin, calling out to the darkness within me. Damn it! I growl, the sound echoing off the cavern walls. My fingers, rough and calloused, brush against her cheek. Her skin is feverish, yet it sends a jolt through me, a connection that's both unsettling and strangely compelling. I can hear them, her pursuers. Their footsteps echo through the labyrinth of tunnels above. They're still some distance away, but they won't stop until they've reclaimed their prize. And here I am, hesitating over a decision that should be as simple as the stone from which I was carved. What are you to me? I murmur, more to myself than to the unconscious woman. My voice is a low thrum, vibrating with power. Why should I care for the plight of a human? But as I speak, I realize I'm not just talking to her. I'm speaking to the part of me that's been awakened by her presence. It's a part I thought long dead, buried beneath centuries of indifference. I lean closer, my eyes tracing the lines of her face, the rise and fall of her chest as she fights for each breath. Her pulse is a faint whisper beneath my fingertips, a rhythm that's growing weaker by the moment. You carry a darkness within you, I observe, my voice barely more than a whisper. It's a statement, not a question. The dark energy swirling inside her is a beacon, drawing me in despite my better judgment. The air around us shimmers with the force of my magic. I could take it from her, use it to strengthen my own power. But I find myself recoiling at the thought. There's something pure about her struggle, something that resonates with the ancient protector that slumbers within me. I don't understand it, this pull towards a human, a fragile, transient creature. Yet here I am, unable to ignore the command of my own instincts. With a low growl, I scoop her up in my arms. My wings spread wide and I take to the sky. The cool night air whispers against my skin. I fly through the night, leaving behind the tangled woods. My secret lair rises before us, a forgotten bastion hidden amidst the embrace of ancient trees. It's a place of solitude and power, where the veil between worlds is thin and the magic is potent. I land with a soft thud on the stone balcony, the sound echoing in the stillness of the night. The lair is silent, save for the faint hum of dark magic that permeates its walls. I carry the woman through the arched doorway and into the heart of my sanctuary. The room is austerely beautiful, with high vaulted ceilings and walls carved from the bedrock itself. A single large bed dominates the space, its sheets a stark contrast to the surrounding stone. I lay her down upon it. Her body is a frail shadow against the dark fabric. I stand there, watching her, my mind a whirlwind of ancient thoughts and emotions. There's something about her that stirs the darkness within me, something that speaks of a connection I can't quite comprehend. What is this connection? I murmur, the sound of my own voice alien in the quiet chamber. Why should you matter? But the questions hang in the air, unanswered. I'm a creature of action, not introspection. Yet here I am, pondering the mysteries of a human woman as if she holds the keys to my very existence. I pace the room, my wings twitching with each step. My gaze never leaves her. She's a puzzle, a riddle wrapped in the flesh of mortality, and for reasons I can't fathom, I find myself desperate to solve her. Her breathing is shallow, her skin paler than the moonlight that filters through the high windows. The wound on her abdomen is a vicious gash, the skin around it an angry red. It's a testament to her strength that she's survived this long. I approach the bed, my movements slow and deliberate. My hand hovers over her wound, the dark magic within me pulsing with the desire to heal, to protect. It's a power I've rarely used for anything other than my own purposes. But as I look upon her, I know I can't let her die. Crap, I growl, the sound echoing off the stone walls. This is madness. Yet even as I speak the words, I know I'm lying to myself. There's a bond forming between us, a tie that defies logic and reason. I can feel it, a tightening in my chest, a possessive urge that demands I keep her safe. I close my eyes and focus, calling upon the ancient magic that flows through my body. It answers my call eagerly, surging forth with a force that makes the very air vibrate. The room grows colder, the shadows deepening as I channel the life force within me, directing it towards her wound. The magic flows from my hand into her body, a river of darkness that seeks to mend and restore. I can sense the dark energy within her responding to my power, twining with it in a dance as old as time itself. Her body arches off the bed, a gasp escaping her lips as the healing takes hold. The wound knits itself back together, the skin sealing shut with a faint, eerie glow. When it's done, she lies still, her breathing steady and even. I step back, exhaustion washing over me. Healing is a draining process, one that leaves me feeling strangely vulnerable. But as I look upon her, healed and whole, I can't find it in me to regret my decision. Sleep now, I whisper. Rest, and when you wake, we'll figure out what to do next. I retreat to the far side of the room, my wings folded tightly against my back. As I watch her, I can't help but reflect on my existence up to this point and what this means for me now. I've spent centuries in solitude, my existence a monotonous cycle of dormancy and brief awakenings. Emotions? They are as foreign to me as the concept of mortality. I am Xero, guardian of dark magic, indifferent to the fleeting lives of humans and their trivial concerns. Yet here I stand, staring at this woman and feeling something. It's unsettling, like an itch beneath my skin that I can't scratch away. What the hell is happening to me? I growl, pacing the room. My wings twitch restlessly, a physical manifestation of my internal turmoil. I've never cared for anyone or anything beyond my duty. Humans were insignificant specks, their lives as brief as a spark from a dying fire. But she's different. The dark energy within her resonates with my own power in a way I've never experienced. It's like a siren's song, pulling me from the depths of my apathy. I stop at the foot of the bed, watching her chest rise and fall with each breath. You're nothing but trouble, I mutter, but there's no real venom in my words. For the first time in centuries, I feel curious, intrigued. It's a foreign sensation, one that both excites and terrifies me. Crap, I spit out, running a hand through my hair. What have you done to me, woman? As I stand there watching over her, I realize that something fundamental has shifted. The world I knew, a world of isolation and indifference, is crumbling around me. And as the first light of dawn creeps into the room, I know that everything has changed. The world I knew before is gone. In its place is a new reality, one where a human woman holds the power to upend everything. I don't know what the future holds, but one thing is certain. She has awakened something within me, something fierce and protective. And as I settle in to watch over her, I can't help but wonder what is going to happen when she wakes up.
Chapter 6. Burner. I wake with a start as pain lances through my side. The cold stone surrounding me seeps into my bones. I blink against the dim light filtering through narrow slits high above. Where am I? This isn't Mortiz's lab. It's not anywhere I recognize. Crap, I mutter, trying to push myself up. My muscles scream in protest, and I fall back with a gasp. I force my eyes to focus, taking in my surroundings. The room is austere but beautiful in its own way. Vaulted ceilings stretch upwards, disappearing into shadows. The smooth walls seem to be carved directly from bedrock. There's no visible door, just those high, narrow windows letting in slivers of light. It's a prison, I realise, but not one of Mortiz's. This place feels older, ancient even. I'm lying on a bed with dark sheets, softer than anything I've slept on in years. The contrast between the comfort of the bed and the harshness of the stone room is jarring. Okay, think, I whisper to myself, running a hand through my tangled hair. Last thing you remember, the base, Mortiz, escaping. Flashes of memory assault me. The tunnels, the blood, the pain. And then, something else. A statue. No, that can't be right. I grit my teeth and force myself to sit up, ignoring the protest from my wound. The room spins for a moment, and I have to close my eyes to keep from retching. Come on, focus, I growl. You've been through worse. This is nothing. But even as I say it, I know it's a lie. This is different. The dark energy inside me feels agitated, like it's responding to something nearby. I swing my legs over the side of the bed, my bare feet touching the cold stone floor. I'm still wearing my own clothes, torn and blood-stained as they are. That's something, at least. All right, I mutter, pushing myself to stand. My legs shake, but they hold. First things first. Find a way out, then figure out where the hell you are. I take a tentative step, then another. The room remains silent, save for my ragged breathing. There's no sign of whoever brought me here, no hint of their presence. As I approach one of the walls, I run my hand along its surface, searching for any hidden mechanisms or weak points. The stone is smooth and unyielding. There's got to be a way out, I whisper, frustration creeping into my voice. No one builds a room without a door. The dark magic within me pulses, as if in response to my thoughts. I press my hand to my chest, willing it to calm down. Then I feel it. The weight of a gaze on me, heavy and unrelenting. My skin prickles, and the dark energy inside me surges, responding to something. I turn my head as my heart pounds, and my eyes lock onto a figure standing in the far corner of the room. My breath catches in my throat. Holy crap, I whisper, unable to believe what I'm seeing. The creature before me is massive, nearly 7 feet tall, with shoulders as broad as a doorway. Leathery wings fold against its back, and its skin, it's the colour of dark stone, cracked in places with a faint glow pulsing beneath. But it's the eyes that hold me captive. Those glowing amber orbs bore into me with an intensity that makes my insides quiver. A gargoyle, the statue I vaguely remember seeing before I passed out in Mortiz's base. But that's impossible. Gargoyles are myths, stories told to frighten children. They don't actually exist. And yet, here one stands, unmistakably real and terrifyingly close. This can't be happening, I mutter, shaking my head. I'm hallucinating. That's it. Mortiz drugged me, and now I'm seeing things. But even as I say it, I know that can't be true. The creature is too solid, too present. I can feel the weight of its gaze, hear the soft rustle of its wings as it shifts slightly. Instinctively, my hand reaches for my dagger, but my fingers close on empty air. Panic surges through me, hot and urgent. Crap, I hiss, eyes darting around the room. No weapons, no escape route. Just me and this thing. I try to get away, but my muscles tremble with the effort. The wound in my side screams in protest, and I bite back a groan. Come on, burner, I growl to myself. Move. My mind races, trying to recall anything from my years of hunting that could help me now. Nothing even comes close to this. The gargoyle doesn't move, doesn't speak. It just watches me, its gaze unwavering. The silence stretches between us, thick and oppressive. I force myself to breathe, to think. Okay, I whisper. It hasn't attacked you yet. That's something. Maybe it's not hostile, maybe dash. But I cut myself off. Hope is dangerous. I learned that lesson the hard way. The dark magic within me pulses again, stronger this time. It feels drawn to the creature, like recognizing like. And that terrifies me more than anything else. My heart hammers against my ribcage, a frantic drumbeat echoing in the stillness of the stone chamber. I swallow hard. My mouth feels as dry as the desert sands. Where am I? My voice emerging as a raspy whisper. Silence hangs between us, thick and charged with unspoken tension. His amber eyes, aglow with an inner fire, pierce through the dimness and lock onto mine. His gaze doesn't waver. For a moment, I fear he won't answer, that I'm merely a curiosity to him, a trapped bird fluttering in a cage of stone. But then he moves. Each step he takes resonates with the weight of centuries. His presence commands the very air I breathe. He towers over me, a monolith of myth and legend, and yet there's an unexpected gentleness in his voice when he finally speaks. "You're safe," he rumbles, the sound rolling over me like distant thunder. "For now." Safe? The word ricochets around my brain, absurd and laughable. I'm as far from safe as one can be trapped here in a gargoyle's lair, and yet there's a certain sincerity in his tone that gives me pause. He could have killed me by now, crushed me underfoot like an insect, but he hasn't. Why? I steel myself, meeting his gaze with as much defiance as I can muster. "Who are you? Why did you bring me here?" He doesn't respond immediately, instead studying me with an intensity that sets my nerves alight. It's as if he's peering into my very soul, sifting through the debris of my past and the darkness that Mortiz has left in his wake. I can't tear my eyes away from him, even as my mind races with 1,000 questions. What does he want with me? Why does he seem so invested? The dark energy inside me pulses, a silent heartbeat that seems to synchronize with the faint glow emanating from the cracks in his stone-like skin. It's disconcerting, this connection I feel, unwanted and yet undeniable. I clench my fists, the scars on my arms a stark reminder of the horrors I've endured. I won't be a pawn in someone else's game, not again. I need answers, and I need them now. But before I can press him further, he speaks, his voice cutting through the silence like a blade. "I am Xero, and you are in my sanctuary." His sanctuary. The words echo in my mind, conjuring images of ancient rituals and dark magic. This place is his domain, a fortress where he reigns supreme. I take a deep breath, forcing myself to remain calm. "Why save me, Xero?" He pauses as if considering his words carefully. "Your blood, it called to me. It was infused with a power I hadn't felt in centuries. I couldn't ignore it. My blood, Mortiz's experiments, the dark energy that now courses through my veins. It's a curse and a weapon, a part of me I've never fully understood or controlled." I glance down at my hands, half expecting to see the darkness seeping through my skin. But there's nothing except the faint tremor of my fingers, betraying the fear that I refuse to acknowledge. "I need to leave," I say, my voice barely above a whisper. "I am Berna, a fierce hunter, and I have to find Mortiz." Xero's eyes narrow slightly, a flicker of disapproval, or is it concern, crossing his features. "You're in no condition to go anywhere." Frustration wells up within me, hot and acidic. I don't have time for this. Every moment I waste is a moment Mortiz could be hurting someone else. I look down at my body. It's bruised and battered, yet somehow, impossibly, healing. My fingers trace the edges of the wound in my abdomen. The skin seems to be knitting together. I should be dead. I should be lying in a pool of my own blood, another casualty of Mortiz's madness. And yet, here I am, the pain receding to a dull ache and my strength slowly returning. Saved by a gargoyle. The thought is as ludicrous as it is terrifying. Xero, he called himself, a creature of myth that should not exist in the flesh, and yet he is real. I watch him as he moves away from me, his wings unfurling with a quiet rustle that echoes off the stone walls. There's a grace to his movements, a sense of contained power. "I didn't ask to be saved," I say, my voice steady despite the turmoil raging inside me. I'm not some damsel in distress, not some fragile thing in need of protection. His gaze flickers back to me, his amber eyes piercing the dimness. He doesn't respond, doesn't offer any explanations for his actions. Instead, he turns away again, retreating into the shadows. I'm left alone with my thoughts, a tumultuous sea of doubt and fear. What does he want from me? Why go through the trouble of saving a stranger? I'm nobody, just another victim of Mortiz's cruelty, another soul marked by darkness. I head slowly back to the bed and sit down. My fingers clench around the soft fabric of the sheets, the material bunching under my grip. I can't afford to stay here any longer. I have a mission, a purpose, and I can't let a winged guardian derail me from my path. And yet, as I sit here, a part of me, a very small, very foolish part, can't help but feel a grudging respect and thankfulness for Xero. He's not what I expected at all. There's a nobility to him and a sense of honour that's rare. I shake my head, trying to clear my thoughts. This is madness. I can't allow myself to be drawn in by his enigmatic presence. I have to focus, to keep my wits about me. I push myself to my feet once more, the room spinning slightly before righting itself. My body feels heavier, denser, as if the dark magic within me is anchoring me to this place. I take a step forward. Xero, I call out, my voice echoing in the vastness of the chamber. We need to talk. The gargoyle re-emerges from the shadows, his wings folding neatly against his back as he approaches. He moves with a quiet assurance that speaks of his power and confidence. So, am I just another curiosity to you? Another piece in your collection? I ask quietly. A flicker of something, regret perhaps, crosses his features, softening the harsh lines of his face. No, he says quietly. You're not a curiosity. You're different. Different. The word hangs in the air between us, heavy with unspoken implications. I don't know whether to be flattered or offended. I cross my arms over my chest, trying to ward off the chill settling in my bones. So, what happens now? I ask, even though I'm not sure I really want to know the answer.
Chapter 7. Xero. Berna is a curious creature. I watch from the shadows as she starts to struggle against her own limitations, her body still weak from her ordeal. She's growing impatient and doesn't allow me time to respond to what happens next for her. She reaches for the wall. Her fingers seek purchase where there is none. Her dark eyes scan the room, always searching, always defiant. I can feel the constant pulse of her dark energy. It's like a beacon, drawing me closer, compelling me to understand what it is about her that has disturbed my eternal slumber. Her stubbornness should irritate me, yet I find myself intrigued. She is like a tiny, ferocious beast, snarling at the bars of its cage, unaware of the futility of its defiance. I can't help but feel a respect for her spirit. It has been centuries since anything has captured my attention so completely. As she hoists herself up, muscles trembling with exertion, I lean against the cool stone, my wings twitching with a life of their own. The sight of her, so small and fragile against the vastness of my lair, should be comical. Yet, there is something about the set of her jaw, the fierce determination in her gaze, that stirs a long-dormant emotion within me. I shift, and suddenly I feel the hardness growing between my legs. My member soon throbs incessantly under my pants, filling me with a burning desire. It's a sensation I've not experienced in countless years, a primal urge that I've long since mastered. Yet here it is, awakened by this human woman. What is happening to me? I murmur to myself. She does not hear me, of course. She's too focused on her task, too intent on her desire for freedom. I could stop her, could bring her crashing back to the ground with a mere flick of my wrist. But I do not. I want to see how far she will go, how much she will endure before she finally accepts her new reality. Her foot slips, and for a moment, she hangs precariously from the window ledge. My heart, a muscle I thought long since turned to stone, clenches in anticipation. But she does not fall. With a grunt of effort, she regains her hold and continues her ascent. I cannot help but be impressed. She is resourceful and resilient, qualities I have not encountered in... How long has it been? Too long, perhaps. The world has changed, and I have remained the same, a relic of a bygone era. Yet here she is, a creature of the present, challenging everything I thought I knew about humanity and of myself. Finally, she pulls herself up onto the window ledge, her body silhouetted against the moonlight. She looks out at the world beyond, and for a moment, I see a flicker of despair cross her face. She knows as well as I do that there is no escape from this place, not for her. Slowly, she turns to face me, her eyes meeting mine across the expanse of the room. There is the same question there, unspoken but clear. What happens now? I push off from the wall and step into the light, my wings unfurling behind me. You are truly safe here, Berna, I say again. She doesn't look reassured. Her gaze flickers to my wings, to the faint glow of my eyes, and I see her doubts. She is strong, but she is not invincible. She is trapped, and we both know it. I take a step toward her again, and she tenses. You are in my care now, I tell her. Her eyes narrow, and I can see the gears turning in her mind, calculating, strategizing. She's trying to find a way out, a way to turn the situation to her advantage. But there is something else there, too. A spark of curiosity, a glimmer of recognition. I know she feels the connection between us, the pull of our shared darkness. What do you really want from me? She asks. I pause, considering my answer. The truth is, I don't know. I have saved her, yes, but to what end? Am I to be her protector, her captor, or something else entirely? I want to understand, I say finally, my gaze never leaving hers. I want to understand you, Berna. I watch intently as Berna stumbles down from the window, her chest heaving with exertion. The moonlight catches the sheen of sweat on her brow. Her dark eyes land on me, and I see the flicker of fear beneath her defiant exterior. You can't get out of here, I say, my voice rumbling through the chamber. Not without me. Her eyes narrow again, a spark of anger igniting within them. I don't need your help, she spits out, but I can hear the tremor in her voice. I take a step closer, my wings rustling softly against my back. The scent of her sweat, tinged with dark magic, fills my nostrils. It's intoxicating, and it stirs that primal feeling within me again. You won't survive out there with the wound you have, I tell her, my tone matter-of-fact. Your enemies will find you, and when they do, they'll drag you back to enslave you. Her jaw clenches, her fingers curling into fists at her sides. She knows I'm right, but admitting it seems to pain her more than her physical wound. I study her, fascinated by the contradiction she presents. She's so small, so fragile compared to me, yet the fire in her eyes speaks of a strength that rivals my own. The dark energy within her pulses, reaching out to me in a way I don't fully understand. Why do you care? She asks. What am I to you? The question catches me off guard. What is she to me? I've been alone for so long, I've forgotten what it's like to feel anything. There's something inside you, I say finally, taking another step towards her. I want to understand what it is. Her eyes widen slightly, a mixture of surprise and wariness crossing her features. She takes a step back, but there's nowhere for her to go. Her back hits the wall, and I see her wince as the movement jostles her wound. I'm not some experiment for you to study, she hisses, her defiance returning full force. I can't help but admire her fighting spirit. Even cornered, even wounded, she refuses to show weakness. It's refreshing. No, I agree. You're not an experiment. You're a survivor. I pause, considering my next words carefully. And right now, you need to survive. Let me help you. For a moment, she says nothing, her eyes searching mine. I wonder what she sees there. Do I appear as monstrous to her as I sometimes feel? Or does she sense the pull of our shared darkness? Finally, she speaks, her voice low and filled with reluctant acceptance. Fine, but don't think this means I trust you. I nod, a small smile tugging at the corners of my mouth. I wouldn't expect you to. Trust is earned, not given. My gaze lingers on her, the warrior woman who has unwittingly become both my charge and my fascination. Her dark eyes flicker with a mixture of uneasiness and curiosity. I can help you kill whoever you want, I hear myself say, the words rumbling from the depths of my being. My voice is low, dangerous, a reflection of the predator that lurks beneath my ancient flesh. But you'll have to stay with me. We make an oath. Who is your enemy? Mortiz, you mentioned? She takes a deep breath. The dark magic pulses between us. You want to know about Mortiz and why I hate him so much? She asks. He didn't just experiment on me. He broke me, piece by piece. She looks up at me, meeting my amber eyes. Mort, he's not just mad, he's cruel, sadistic. He enjoys the pain he inflicts, she states. Her voice grows stronger as she continues, fueled by a rage that I sense has been burning inside her for a long time. He took everything from me, my family, my freedom, my humanity. He treated me like a thing, a possession to be used and discarded. Her hands are shaking now, but she doesn't try to hide it. I hate him because he's still out there, still hurting people. And I'm the only one who can stop him. I must stop him, she insists. She pauses briefly, and her eyes lock onto mine. What kind of oath are you talking about? She asks, her voice steady despite the wariness in her gaze. My wings rustle slightly, a quiet indication of the turmoil brewing within me. I step closer, my towering form casting a shadow over her. I can feel the heat of her body, the racing of her heart. My breath on her neck is a deliberate provocation, an assertion of dominance that I have not felt the need to exert in centuries. You stay with me, be mine. Do as I say. In return, I'll help you destroy Mortiz, I propose. The words are a bold claim, a declaration of a bond that goes beyond the physical realm. It's a claim of ownership, a promise of protection, and a challenge all rolled into one. I feel a sudden possessiveness towards her that sends a jolt of something fierce and undeniably arousing coursing through my body. It's a need that has slumbered deep within me, and now it's an insatiable hunger that only she can fulfill. For a moment, I'm taken aback by the raw, primal power that radiates within me, and I'm almost tempted to claim her right here and now. But I know better to wait. I peer down at her, anxiously waiting for her response to my proposition. She hesitates, her gaze flicking between my eyes and the stone walls around us. She is calculating, weighing her options, her survival instincts clashing with her burning desire for revenge. I can see the struggle etched on her face, the internal battle between trust and self-preservation. Finally, she nods, her voice barely above a whisper. Fine. I'll do it. The relief that floods through me is unexpected. It is a fierce, primal joy at her acceptance, at the promise of shared purpose and the closeness it will inevitably bring. I can feel the dark energy within her respond to mine, a magnetic pull that binds us together in this ancient lair. Her acceptance is a victory, but it is more than that. It is the beginning of a connection that I had never thought to experience. The gravity of our agreement settles over me, and I realize that I have just welcomed a wild card into my solitary existence. I step back, giving her space to breathe, to process the enormity of her decision. I can sense the unease that lingers in her, the cautious hope that perhaps, with my help, she might finally find peace. We have an agreement then, I say, my tone softer now, a rare concession to the vulnerability of the moment. Rest now. You'll need your strength for what lies ahead. She watches me warily as I retreat to the shadows. I leave her to contemplate her new reality, the weight of our pact hanging in the air between us. Alone once more, I allow myself a moment of introspection. This alliance is a gamble, a departure from my eternal vigil. But as I consider the fire that burns within Berna, the same fire that has ignited a dormant passion within me, I cannot help but feel that this is a risk worth taking. The darkness of my lair wraps around me like a shroud. It's a familiar comfort that has been my constant companion through the ages. Yet, as I settle into the stillness, I find myself eagerly awaiting the dawn of a new era, one that I will inevitably share with Berna.
My parents sold me to the dark market.
I am the avatar of chaos, and nothing will stop me from fulfilling the prophecy.
Looks like you're the only one left. Take a step forward.
It's her. She's the woman from the prophecy. My key to godhood.
This is Delia. Starting price is 3 ducats.
You will wed soon and restore the Enoch family name.
Okay. I'll lower it down even more. 2 ducats. Who wants to buy Delia for 2 ducats?
She is my mate. Destiny has foretold it.
You don't know anything about me, and you want me to marry you?
You're nothing but a human toy to be used and discarded.
Hold on. How about 1 ducat? Does anyone want her?
A gilded cage is still a cage.
6 ducats. 6 ducats for Delia. I'll give you revenge on your parents if you marry me.
Okay, I'll marry you.
Godhood is mine for the taking.
Chapter 8. Berna. The morning light filters through the narrow slits in the stone walls and casts long, eerie shadows across the room. I wake with a start, my heart pounding in my chest. Xero is there, looming over me. His amber eyes burn with an intensity that sends a shiver down my spine. His gaze is a tangible thing, dragging over my skin and leaving a trail of goosebumps in its wake. I swallow hard, trying to steady my breathing. The oath I made last night hangs heavy in the air between us, an oath of submission, of obedience, to him, a creature I barely understand. But it's not just the oath that makes my pulse race. It's the way he's looking at me now, as if he's seeing right through me, to the core of my being. How do I know you'll keep your word? My voice is steady, but there's a tremor beneath the surface that I can't quite suppress. Xero doesn't answer immediately. Instead, he steps closer to the bed, his massive form casting a shadow over me. The air seems to thicken, charged with a tension that's both terrifying and thrilling. I can't tear my eyes away from him, from the way his wings shift subtly behind him, a silent testament to his power. You don't, he finally says, his voice a rumble that resonates deep within me. But what choice do you have? You're wounded, hunted, alone. His words are a stark reminder of my predicament. I am vulnerable and he knows it. I clench my fists. I've survived this long by relying on my own strength, my own cunning. But now, I'm at the mercy of a gargoyle, a being who wields dark magic with an ease that both frightens and fascinates me. He reaches out, his fingers brushing against my cheek in a gesture that's surprisingly gentle. Despite myself, I lean into his touch, my traitorous body craving the connection. His thumb traces the line of my jaw, and I find myself holding my breath, waiting for his next move. You're strong, Berna, he says, his voice softer now. But even strength has its limits. You need me, just as I need you. The unspoken word hangs between us. Desire. It's a dangerous game we're playing, one where the stakes are as high as the tension between us. I know he wants more than just my obedience. He wants my trust, my loyalty, my body. And part of me wants to give it to him, to surrender to the pull I feel whenever he's near. But I can't forget who I am, what I've endured. I've been a victim before, and I won't let it happen again. I pull away from his touch, my eyes flashing with defiance. I don't trust easily, Xero, I say, and I sure as hell don't surrender. A slow smile spreads across his face, revealing a hint of fangs. I wouldn't expect anything less from you, Burner. But remember, this isn't surrender, it's strategy. Together we're stronger, and I intend to keep you alive, even if it means pushing you beyond your comfort zone. His words send a jolt of anticipation through me. I can't deny the power that crackles between us, a force that's as compelling as it is dangerous. I may not trust him yet, but I can't ignore the truth of his words. I need him, just as he needs me. And if playing by his rules means getting closer to my goal, then so be it. My heart thrums in my chest, a wild rhythm that matches the flutter of Xero's wings as he sits down beside me. His amber eyes are pools of molten gold that pierce straight through me. I can feel the heat of his gaze, even as my fingers trace the cool, stone-like texture of his skin. If this is what you want, I whisper, my voice shaking with a mixture of fear and anticipation. Then prove it to me. The words dangle in the air between us, a challenge, a dare. I'm not sure what I'm asking for, or what I'm getting myself into, but there's a part of me that craves the connection, the obliteration of loneliness that's been my constant companion for so long. For a moment, Xero doesn't move, his gaze locked onto mine. Then, with a low growl that resonates through the very marrow of my bones, he picks me up and pushes me against the stone wall. His lips crash against mine with a savage intensity that steals the breath from my lungs. His kiss is unlike anything I've ever felt, hard and demanding, yet somehow tender. His lips move against mine with a practiced ease that belies his millennia of existence, as if he's been waiting for this moment, for me, for an eternity. I lean into the kiss, my hands exploring the contours of his muscular chest. His skin may be cool to the touch, but there's a warmth that radiates from within him, a life force that pulses in time with my own. I can feel the dark energy swirling between us, a tangible thing that binds us together in this moment of vulnerability and raw desire. His hands find my waist, pulling me against him with a roughness that sends a thrill of excitement coursing through my body. I can feel the evidence of his excitement pressing against me, a stark reminder of the primal need that simmers just beneath the surface. I kiss him harder, pouring all my frustration, my fear, my longing into the connection. His wings envelop us, creating a private cocoon where nothing exists but the two of us and the magnetic pull that refuses to be denied. His hands roam over my body, exploring with a sense of wonder that makes me feel cherished, worshipped even. I arch into his touch, my body aching for more, for the release that only he can provide. I break the kiss, gasping for air as I lock eyes with him. Xero. His name is a plea on my lips, a desperate entreaty for him to take control, to dominate me in a way that no one ever has. I'm not sure if it's the dark magic within me that responds to his touch, or something deeper, something more fundamental. Burner, he murmurs, his voice a low rumble that vibrates through me. You are mine now. The possessiveness in his tone sends a shiver down my spine. I nod, surrendering to the inevitable. Yes, I agree, the word barely more than a whisper.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for YouTube.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by YouTube's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheca.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Prothika are waiting for you.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. For a long moment, neither of us moves as his breath slowly returns to normal. Then, he rests his forehead against mine, his eyes closed, his expression one of wonder and satisfaction. "Berna," he says, "you are the missing link in my existence." His words send a jolt of surprise through me. I hadn't realised how much I needed to hear them, how much I needed to feel like I belonged somewhere, to someone. And in this moment, with this ancient, powerful being, I finally do. His arms wrap around me, pulling me close as he rolls onto his back, taking me with him. I rest my head on his chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, a sound that's both comforting and completely alien. We lie there in silence for a long while, the only sound the soft rustle of his wings as they slowly relax, folding against his back with a practiced ease. I can feel the dark energy inside me humming with contentment. His hand traces lazy patterns on my back, each touch sending little shivers of pleasure coursing through my body. I can feel the heat of his skin, the strength of his muscles, the sheer, unadulterated power that radiates from every inch of him. It's like nothing I've ever experienced before. And yet, despite all of that, there's a gentleness to his touch, a tenderness that belies his fearsome exterior. He may be a creature of darkness and magic, but beneath it all, he's capable of something that I've spent years denying myself, the capacity to care, to protect, to love. I tilt my head up to look at him, my gaze meeting his in a silent question. His response is a soft, almost hesitant smile, a rare display of vulnerability that makes my heart ache with an emotion I can't quite identify. "I want to be with you completely, Berna," he says, his voice low and burning with desire. His words linger in the air between us, a promise of things soon to come. And as I lay my head back down on his chest for a moment, I can't help but feel a sense of anticipation and excitement.
Chapter 9. Xero. I can't contain my primal urges any longer, and I roll Berna over on the bed. I'm on top of her, my body a heavy, commanding presence that pins her to the bed. The world outside my lair ceases to exist. There's only Berna and the fire she has ignited within me. "Xero," she murmurs, her voice a delicate thread that I long to unravel with my touch. Her hands roam over my chest. Her fingers trace the contours of muscle and cracks in my stone-like skin, as if she's trying to memorize the topography of my being. I growl low in my throat, a warning and a promise. "You are mine, Berna." Her eyes darken with a desire that matches my own, and she arches her back, pressing herself against me. "Then show me," she challenges, her breath coming in short, ragged gasps. I need no further invitation. My mouth claims hers once more, our kiss a tempest of tongues and teeth. She meets my intensity with her own, a fierce dance that leaves us both breathless. My hands soon roam over her body, pushing aside the fabric of her clothing to reveal the smooth expanse of her skin. She is all soft curves that I'm eager to explore. "You're so beautiful," I rasp, my gaze raking over her. The compliment seems to catch her off guard, and a flush creeps across her cheeks. She averts her eyes, a rare show of vulnerability. "I'm scarred, damaged," she whispers. I capture her chin with my fingers, forcing her to meet my gaze. "You are a survivor," I counter, my tone leaving no room for argument. "Your scars are a testament to your strength." A spark of gratitude lights up her eyes, and she nods, acknowledging the truth in my words. Encouraged, I continue my exploration, my hands mapping out the terrain of her body with a reverence that surprises me. My mind is a tempest of unfamiliar sensations, each one more intense than the last. The softness of her lips, the warmth of her skin, it's overwhelming, yet I find myself craving more. The feel of her body beneath mine is an intoxicating marvel, a symphony of vulnerability and strength that I never knew I desired. My hands continue roaming over the contours of her body. Her breath hitches as I explore, and I can't help but growl in approval. The sound vibrates through both of us, a primal claim that I am here, and she is mine. As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for YouTube to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprothika.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Prothika.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable. She smiles, a contented sigh escaping her lips. More than all right, she assures me, her hand reaching for mine. That was magical. I squeeze her hand, a sense of satisfaction washing over me. For the first time in my long existence, I feel a connection to another living being. It is both exhilarating and terrifying, a reminder of the fragile line between strength and vulnerability. As we lie there, the reality of our situation begins to sink in. Berna is not just a means to an end. She has become a part of me, a fact that both intrigues and unnerves me. The alpha within me knows that I would do anything to protect her, even if it means defying the very nature of my being. Rest now, I command, my voice a low whisper in the darkness. We have a long journey ahead of us. She nods, her eyes fluttering closed as she succumbs to the pull of sleep. I watch over her, my senses attuned to the faintest of sounds. The world outside my lair may be fraught with danger, but in this moment we are safe. As the hours pass, I find myself lost in thought, my mind replaying the events of the evening. The feel of her skin, the taste of her lips, the sound of her cries of pleasure. Each memory is a precious treasure that I lock away for safekeeping. I am no longer the solitary creature I once was. Berna has changed me, awakened something within me that I never knew existed. I'm still a protector of dark magic, still bound to my existence as a gargoyle, but now I have something to fight for. Someone to fight for. And as I drift off into a restless slumber, I make a silent vow to stand by Berna's side, to aid her in her quest for vengeance. Together, we will face whatever challenges lie ahead, for she is mine, and I am hers. Chapter 10. Xero. I stand at the edge of the low town, my wings folded tight against my back, shrouded in darkness. The narrow streets and shadowed alleyways sprawl before me like a twisted labyrinth. The stench of desperation and decay hangs heavy in the air, assaulting my heightened senses. My glowing amber eyes never leave Berna as she moves towards the streets. Her lithe form is a silent silhouette against the flickering lanterns. Every step she takes, every subtle movement of her body, I track with unwavering focus. "Be careful!" I growl, my voice low and gravelly. "Those streets are treacherous." She turns, her dark eyes meeting mine. "I can handle myself, Xero. This isn't my first time in a low town." I clench my jaw, fighting the urge to follow her. "You're mine now. I should be there to protect you," I insist. She raises an eyebrow. There's a hint of defiance in her voice as she says, "And how exactly would you blend in? You're not really inconspicuous." I grunt, knowing she's right but hating it all the same. The beast inside me roars, demanding I keep her safe, keep her close. But I force it down, reminding myself of our agreement. "Fine," I spit out. But if you're not back in an hour, I'm coming in after you. Consequences be damned." She nods, a small smile playing at the corners of her lips. "I'll be back, before you know it, with information on Mortiz." As she disappears into the warren of streets, I feel something stirring deep inside me. It's unfamiliar, unsettling. For centuries I've been cold, calculating, detached from the world around me. But now, watching Berna vanish into the darkness, I feel something. Concern? Fear. I shake my head, trying to clear these unwanted thoughts. I'm a gargoyle, a creature of stone and dark magic. I shouldn't feel anything for this human woman. And yet, my eyes scan the streets, alert for any sign of danger. The Lowtown is a cesspit of humanity's worst impulses, and Berna is down there alone. The urge to protect her, to claim her, burns through me like molten lava. "Screw this," I mutter, my wings unfurling slightly. I won't go into the town, not yet. But I'll be damned if I'm going to stand here like a useless statue while she risks her life. With a powerful leap, I scale the nearest building, my claws finding purchase in the crumbling stone. From this vantage point, I can see more of the Lowtown spread out before me. My eyes pierce the darkness, searching for any sign of Berna. Minutes tick by, each one feeling like an eternity. My muscles are coiled tight, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. The dark energy within me pulses, responding to my agitation. Finally, I spot her. She's moving quickly through an alleyway, her hand resting on the hilt of her dagger. I watch as she approaches a seedy tavern, the kind of place where information and trouble flows freely. "Be careful, little one," I whisper, though I know she can't hear me. "Don't make me come down there and tear that place apart." My fingers twitch, an alien sensation rippling through me as I watch Berna slip into the tavern's front entrance. The wooden sign above the door, featuring a frothy mug and a roasted boar, creaks in the gentle breeze. It's a grimy establishment, filled with the dregs of humanity. Yet she walks in without hesitation. Her determination is a palpable force even from this distance. Why does her safety consume my thoughts? I've stood sentinel over dark magic for centuries, indifferent to the fleeting lives of humans. But Berna, she's different. She's a storm of dark energy and unyielding resolve, and for reasons I can't fathom, she's become my sole concern. I perch on the edge of the building, my wings folded tightly against my back. The night air is thick with the stench of the Lowtown, a stark contrast to the pristine wilderness I call home. Here, amidst the squalor and desperation, I feel out of place. The town is alive with activity, a hive of humanity that both repulses and fascinates me. Merchants hawk their wares with exaggerated enthusiasm, their voices blending into a cacophony of commerce. Children dart through the muck, their laughter a rare note of joy in this dismal place. A drunken man stumbles from the shadows, his inebriated laughter grating against my senses. And then I see it. A poster, plastered haphazardly on a crumbling wall. Berna's face, crudely rendered but unmistakable, stares back at me. The word "wanted" is emblazoned beneath her image, and a reward is offered in bold lettering. Anger simmers within me, a slow burn that ignites my protective instincts. She's a target, and she ventured into this viper's nest without warning me. I grind my teeth, frustration gnawing at my composure. She should have told me. I could have prepared, could have swept her away to safety before she ever set foot in this cesspool. But no, Berna is headstrong, determined to face her enemies on her own terms. My gaze returns to the tavern, the flickering torchlight casting an eerie glow on the patrons inside. I can't see her from here, but I can sense her, a beacon of dark energy in a sea of mediocrity. My connection to her is a tangible thing, a thread that binds us in ways I'm only beginning to understand. I'm torn between the desire to swoop down and extract her from this place and the need to respect her autonomy. She's not a possession, despite the possessive urges that claw at my chest, She's a warrior, fierce and unyielding, and she's chosen to face this danger on her own. But as the minutes stretch on, my patience wears thin. The thought of her surrounded by potential threats is intolerable. I may not fully comprehend these newfound emotions, but one thing is clear. I will not allow any harm to come to her. Finally, I can take no more. I rise to my full height, my muscles coiling with pent-up energy. The night air whispers across my skin, a silent oath that I will keep her safe, whether she wants my protection or not. Enough, I mutter to myself, the word a growl that resonates with the power coursing through my body. Time to bring you home, Berna. With a powerful leap, I launch myself into the air, my wings unfurling to catch the currents. I circle above the tavern, a silent shadow against the starless sky. I hover in the air near the tavern, my keen eyes scanning the area below, searching for a single, defiant figure. The night is still, save for the occasional gust of wind that carries the scent of decay. My senses heighten for the faintest whisper of danger. My body coils and is ready to strike. The scent of Berna's fear lingers in the air, mixed with the acrid stench of the low town. My chest tightens, an unfamiliar sensation that I can't quite place. Damn it, I growl. Where are you, little one? The concern gnawing at my insides is foreign, unsettling. For centuries I've stood apart from the world, cold and indifferent. But now, the thought of Berna in danger sets my blood on fire. I shake my head, trying to dislodge these unwanted feelings. She's just a means to an end, I mutter to myself. Nothing more. But even as the words leave my lips, I know they're a lie. The beast inside me roars, demanding I find her, protect her. It's a primal urge that defies logic, defies everything I've known for centuries. And then it comes, a sound that slices through the quiet like a blade. A crash, the unmistakable clatter of steel on steel, echoing from the back alley of the tavern where Berna sought her answers. My heart, a relic of stone, thrums with an urgency that defies centuries of indifference. Without a second thought, my wings spread out further, catching the air with a snap that propels me forward. I fly low, silent as the shadows that cling to the cobblestones below. The world blurs around me. My gargoyle form is a streak of darkness against the night sky as I race towards the source of the disturbance. I arrive in time to see Berna, her back against the wall of the alley, surrounded by figures cloaked in shadow. Their blades gleam under the flickering torchlight, an ominous circle of steel and malice. Her eyes meet mine for a fleeting moment, a spark of recognition, and something more. Something that makes the beast within me roar with possessive fury. Run! I command, my voice a low growl that resonates with the power of the ancient magic that courses through me. Get away! She doesn't hesitate, slipping through the narrow space between two of her attackers with the grace of a shadow. I watch long enough to see her disappear around a corner, safe for the moment. Then, I turn my attention back to the threat. These pathetic humans dare to threaten what is mine. The audacity is almost amusing. I land amidst them, my wings spreading wide as I tower over their cowering forms. My eyes, glowing with the fierce light of my magic, sweep over them, and I revel in the fear that flashes across their faces. Leave, I rumble, the word heavy with the promise of violence. Now. But they are fools, emboldened by their numbers and the sharpness of their steel. They lunge at me, their blades seeking flesh. A grim smile tugs at the corners of my mouth. They have no idea what they're up against. The battle is a dance of blood and destruction, a symphony of screams and the clash of steel. My body moves with supernatural speed and strength, a demonstration of the dark magic that fuels my existence. Each punch I throw sends an attacker flying, their bodies crumpling like paper against the unyielding stone of the alley walls. I feel the sting of a blade as it grazes my arm, a mere scratch against my stony skin. With a snarl, I grab the wrist of the offending attacker, squeezing until I hear the sickening crunch of breaking bone. The man screams, his weapon clattering to the ground as I cast him aside like the garbage he is. One by one they fall, their lifeblood seeping into the cracked cobblestones of the low town. I am a force of nature, an avenging angel wrought from darkness and fury. And when the dust settles, I stand victorious, the bodies of my enemies scattered at my feet. I take to the air once more, my wings beating against the night as I search for Berna. My senses reach out, seeking the unique signature of her dark energy. But she is nowhere to be found. The low town stretches out below me, a labyrinthine sprawl of shadow and flame. I fly higher, my gaze piercing the darkness, desperate to find her. The connection between us hums with a vitality that defies logic, a bond forged from necessity, and an undeniable attraction that simmers just beneath the surface. I refuse to lose her. My flight carries me over the rooftops. The night is a blur of motion and sound, yet all I can think of is Berna. Her scent, a mix of leather and the faintest hint of jasmine, lingers in my senses, driving me forward, and then a flash of movement catches my eye. A silhouette darting through an alleyway, her dark hair streaming behind her like a banner of war. Relief washes over me, followed quickly by a surge of adrenaline. She's alive! She's safe, for now! But the danger is far from over. Mortiz and his minions won't stop until they have reclaimed their precious experiment. Berna is a beacon of dark magic, a prize that many would kill to possess.
Chapter 11. Berna. The mud squishes beneath my boots, but the sound is muffled by the squalor and chaos of the low town. The night wraps its smoky arms around me. The air is thick with the stench of desperation and decay. But I push forward, my cloak pulled tight, my eyes scanning the shadows for signs of Mortiz. I can feel his presence like a foul taste on my tongue. His dark energy lingers here. It's a stain on the fabric of this place. The people here know me. My face is plastered on wanted posters, and my name is whispered in hushed, fearful tones. Yet their eyes, filled with suspicion and fear, slide off me, unable to penetrate the armour I've built around myself. My mind is a maelstrom, torn between the mission that fuels my every waking moment and the enigma that is Xero. Trust is not something I give freely, especially to creatures of darkness. And yet, there's a part of me that finds solace in his stone-clad embrace. It's a sense of safety I've never felt. It's illogical, reckless even, to feel such a pull toward him. But I can't deny the flutter in my chest and the concern that gnaws at me. Did he survive that attack? Is he wounded even now because of me? I shake off the thought, my hand instinctively reaching for the hilt of my dagger. Focus, Berna. Now is not the time for distractions. I turn a corner. The alley ahead is shrouded in darkness, the perfect place for an ambush. But I am not afraid. I am prepared. You can do this, Berna, I whisper to myself, my voice steady despite the racing of my heart. You have to. The words are a mantra, a reminder of the path I've chosen. I am a survivor and a hunter. Mortiz's days are numbered, and I will be the one to end him once and for all. Suddenly, I hear sounds nearby, a clatter of metal, the low murmur of voices. I press my back against the cold stone of a nearby building, listening, waiting. The hairs on the back of my neck stand on end, a sign I've learned to trust. I'm not alone here. Out of the corner of my eye, I see them. Dark elves. 3 of them. Their pale eyes glint in the dim light as they move toward me. They have spotted me. I curse under my breath and quickly dart away from the area. I can't afford a fight. Not here, not now. I duck into another alley, hoping to lose them in the maze of streets, but it's too late. They're already on me. The first one lunges, a blade flashing toward my heart. I twist, narrowly avoiding the strike as my dagger flies from my belt into my hand. I drive it into the elf's side, but before I can pull it free, the others are on me. I'm outnumbered and surrounded. My heart pounds in my chest like a trapped animal. I need to think, to act. I can't let them take me, not after everything I've survived. Well, well, the elf on my left sneers, his voice a serrated blade against my skin. Look what we have here, boys. A little bird trying to fly. I spit at his feet. I'm no bird, and I don't intend to be caged again. The one I stabbed groans, clutching his side. You'll pay for that, he hisses, his eyes narrowing with pain and fury. I square my shoulders as my grip tightens on my dagger. Come and get me, I challenge, my voice steady despite the fear that coils in my gut. They move in unison, their blades catching the faint glow of a nearby lantern. I leap back, my boots catching on the uneven stones. I need to create space, to buy myself time. I feint left, then dart right, using the narrowness of the alley to my advantage. The elves follow, their movements fluid but too confident. I'm smaller, faster, I have to be. One of them lunges again, his blade slicing the air where my throat was a moment before. I ram my shoulder into his chest, knocking him off balance. His cry of surprise is cut short as I bring my knee up, hard and fast, into his groin. He crumples, retching. The remaining two fan out, their eyes wary now. They've underestimated me, and it's cost them their advantage. Enough of this, the one on the right growls. He raises his hand, dark magic swirling around his fingertips. A spell, one that could incapacitate me or worse. I drop to the ground, rolling toward him as the energy crackles through the air where I stood. I slash out with my dagger, catching him across the thigh. He roars in pain, his concentration broken. The third elf, the one who spoke first, hesitates, his gaze flicking between his fallen comrades and me. I can see the calculation in his eyes, the realization that he's underestimated his prey. I don't give him time to recover. I launch myself at him, my dagger aimed for his heart, but he's quick and he parries my strike with his own blade. We're locked together now, our faces inches apart. You're going to die here, human, he snarls, his breath foul against my skin. Maybe, I grunt, pushing against him with all my strength. But I'll take you with me. I spin on my heel, my heart pounding against my ribcage like a caged beast. The dark elf is upon me once more. But before his steel blade can taste my flesh, a shadow descends from the starless sky. Xero lands with the grace of a falling star, his wings unfurling like a cloak of night. His stone-like skin absorbs the dim light, casting an eerie shadow on the cobblestones. His eyes, glowing with an inner fire, fix on the dark elves with a predatory intensity that sends a shiver down my spine. The elves falter, their confidence wavering in the face of this ancient being. But they're soldiers, bred for battle, and they rally quickly, charging at Xero with a desperate fury. Xero moves like a force of nature, unstoppable and terrifying. His claws rend through the air, deflecting blows and striking with lethal precision. The darkness around him seems to bend to his will, a living shield that absorbs the dark elves' magic. I watch, my breath caught in my throat, as Xero fights with a savage elegance. Each movement is a testament to his power, each strike a brutal dance of death. The dark elves don't stand a chance. The last elf falls, his body crumpled and broken. The alley is silent but for Xero's heavy breathing and the distant hum of the lowtown. I wipe the sweat from my brow, my hand trembling slightly. I've seen my fair share of battles, but nothing like this. I sheathe my dagger and turn to Xero. He's watching me, his amber eyes piercing even in the darkness. There's a wildness to him, a barely contained ferocity that makes my heart race. You have a habit of showing up at the last moment, I say, my voice slightly teasing despite the turmoil within me. His gaze doesn't waver. I do what's necessary, he rumbles, His words hang in the air between us. There's a tension here, a connection forged in battle and sealed by the darkness we both carry within us. I should be wary of him, cautious, but all I feel is a strange sense of kinship. "Why do you really want to help me?" I ask, my curiosity getting the better of me. He steps closer, his wings folding against his back. "You intrigue me, Burner," he says. "You have a darkness in you, but you fight against it." I laugh humorlessly. "And what about you, Xero? Do you fight against your darkness? Or do you embrace it?" His eyes glint with an unreadable emotion. "I am what I am," he says. I nod, understanding more than he realizes. We're both prisoners of our pasts, our futures shaped by the shadows that cling to us. "Thank you," I say, meaning it, "for saving me. Again." He bows his head, a gesture so regal it seems out of place in this squalid alley. "You're welcome," he replies, his voice softer now. "But we should leave. More will come soon." I don't argue. I follow him as he leads the way through the labyrinthine streets of the Lowtown. His presence is a comforting shadow at my back, a silent promise of protection. As we move, I can't help but steal glances at him. His stone skin is marred with the evidence of battle, but he seems unfazed. He's a creature of power and mystery, and despite the danger he represents, I find myself drawn to him even more. We soon reach the outskirts of the town, where the buildings give way to the wilderness. Xero turns to me, his gaze sweeping over my face. His eyes hold mine, and for a moment, the world falls away. There's something brewing between us, a storm of emotion that I'm not sure either of us is prepared for. I can feel the adrenaline from our fight slowly ebbing away, replaced by a different kind of tension. It's been there since the moment we first met, simmering beneath the surface, a potent mix of fear, curiosity, and an undeniable attraction. His glowing eyes look away for a moment to scan the area. He turns to face me again. "We're safe here," he says, his voice a low rumble. I nod. "For now," I add, unable to keep the skepticism from my voice. Safety is a luxury I can't afford, not while Mortiz still breathes. Xero steps closer, his gaze piercing even in the dim light. "You doubt my abilities?" he asks, a hint of amusement in his voice. I hold his stare, refusing to back down. "It's not a matter of doubt," I reply, my voice steady. "It's about being prepared." His lips curve into a smile, revealing a flash of sharp, white teeth. "I admire your tenacity, Burner," he says, his tone almost tender. "But even you must rest." I know he's right, but admitting it feels like a weakness. I'm about to argue when he reaches out, his fingers brushing against my cheek. The contact sends a jolt of electricity through me, and I find myself leaning into his touch, my eyes fluttering closed. His hand moves to the back of my neck, pulling me closer. "Let me take care of you and protect you," he says, his breath hot against my skin. Before I can respond, his lips are on mine, fierce and demanding. I kiss him back with equal fervour, my hands fisting in the fabric of his shirt. The kiss is a battle in itself, a clash of wills and desires. His other hand slides around my waist, pulling me against him. I can feel the hard planes of his body, the heat of his skin through the thin fabric of my tunic. I break the kiss, my breath coming in ragged gasps. "Xero," I say, my voice shaky with need. "We shouldn't. Yes, you're right. We should rest," he suggests reluctantly. "Tomorrow we will continue our search for Mortiz." I nod again, my heart pounding for reasons that have nothing to do with the fight or with Mortiz. "Tomorrow," I agree, my voice barely above a whisper. As we settle down in the shelter of an ancient tree, I can't help but feel that something fundamental is shifting between us. Xero is more than just an ally in my quest for vengeance. He's becoming something else entirely to me, something that both frightens and exhilarates me at the same time. And as sleep finally claims me, I realise that I'm no longer alone in my fight. For better or worse, Xero is by my side. There isn't much left of the world after the orcs came.
Savage. Brutal. Merciless.
If you're a woman, you're property. Even to other humans.
What happens when an orc stakes his claim on a human woman? Who would dare to stop him?
Me.
Chapter 12. Xero. As the days pass, my physical attraction towards Berna grows stronger and more urgent. Every curve of her body, every sway of her hips as she moves through my lair seems to be a siren call to my most primal urges. It's been centuries since I've felt the stirrings of desire, and never for a human woman. Yet here it is, clawing at me with a ferocity that's as thrilling as it is unsettling. Her very presence is a whisper against my senses. Her dark energy mingles with mine in a dance that's as old as time. I watch her constantly from the shadows. My amber eyes trace the lines of her form as she tends to her weapons, her movements precise and efficient. There's a certain grace to her, and a strength that belies her fragile human exterior. I try to keep my distance, to remind myself of the detachment I've honed over the centuries. But with each passing day, my resolve weakens. The way her brow furrows in concentration, the way her lips part ever so slightly when she's deep in thought. It's as if she's casting a spell over me, one I'm powerless to resist. "You're staring," she says without looking up, a hint of a smirk playing on her lips. I step out from the shadows, my wings retracting smoothly against my back. "And if I am?" I ask, my voice a low rumble. She finally meets my gaze, her dark brown eyes locking onto mine. "It's unnerving," she admits, but there's no fear in her voice, only a challenge. I take a step closer, the air between us crackling with an energy that's both exhilarating and dangerous. "Perhaps you've grown too comfortable with the presence of a monster." She sets her dagger down, standing to face me. "Is that what you are, Xero? A monster?" She's close now, close enough that I can feel the heat of her body, can hear the steady rhythm of her heart. "I was created to be one," I confess, my gaze dropping to her mouth as she speaks. "But with you..." I trail off, the words catching in my throat. What am I to say? That she makes me feel something other than the cold emptiness of stone? That she's awakened something within me that I never knew existed? She reaches out, her fingers brushing against my arm, sending a shockwave of sensation coursing through my body. "You're more than what you were created to be," she says firmly, her touch both a comfort and a torment. I capture her hand in mine, the contact sending a jolt of dark energy between us. "And what am I to you, Berna?" I ask. Her eyes search mine, the silence stretching between us. "You're complicated," she finally says, a ghost of a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. I can't help but chuckle, the sound foreign to my own ears. "Complicated," I echo, bringing her hand to my lips, placing a gentle kiss against her knuckles. I suppose that's one way to describe it. Her breath hitches and I can see the rapid pulse at the base of her throat. She's affected by this. By us, as much as I am. It's a revelation that thrills me. I'm a being of darkness and magic, and yet this human woman has the power to unravel the very fabric of my existence. I release her hand, stepping back, my body aching with the need to claim her. But I find that I want her to want me just as fiercely. We should focus on finding Mortiz, I say, my voice gruff as I attempt to regain control over my raging desires. The longer he remains free, the more danger you're in. She nods. You're right, she agrees, turning back to her weapons. But remember, Xero, we're in this together. You and I, we're a team. A team. It's a concept so foreign to my centuries of solitude, and yet as I watch Berna prepare for the battle ahead, I find that I rather like the sound of it. Together, we stand a chance against the darkness that seeks to consume us both. And perhaps, in the process, we'll uncover the truth of what lies beneath my stony exterior. As I stand here in the presence of Berna, I'm beginning to understand that there is more to life than duty and solitude. There is passion, connection, and the fierce, indescribable feeling that blooms within me whenever she's near. I watch Berna as she stalks through the shadows of yet another low town. Her movements are fluid but tense. It's been 2 weeks since our first attack together, and with each passing day, I see her desperation growing, the dark magic within her pulses erratically, matching her increasingly reckless behavior. Berna, I growl, my voice low and commanding. Slow down. You're going to get yourself killed. She whirls on me, her eyes flashing with a mixture of anger and something else. Fear, perhaps. I can't slow down, Xero. Every second we waste is another chance for Mortiz to slip away. I step closer, towering over her. And what good will you be to anyone if you're dead? I ask. She glares up at me, defiant. I'm not afraid to die, she says. But I don't want you to die, I say, my voice softening slightly. Her eyes widen at my admission, and for a moment I see a flicker of the vulnerability she tries so hard to hide. But then it's gone, replaced by her usual steely determination. We don't have time for this, she snaps, turning away. I grab her arm, pulling her back to face me. Make time, I growl. You're no use to me if you're too reckless to think straight. She tries to pull away, but I hold firm. Let go of me, Xero, she hisses. No, I say, my voice firm. Not until you listen. We stand there, locked in a battle of wills. I can feel her pulse racing beneath my fingers, see the rapid rise and fall of her chest. This close, the dark energy within her calls to mine, a siren song I can barely resist. Finally, she slumps, the fight draining out of her. Fine, she mutters. What do you want me to do? I release her arm, but don't step back. I want you to think, I say. To plan. To stop throwing yourself into danger without considering the consequences. She looks up at me, her dark eyes searching mine. Why do you care so much? The question catches me off guard. Why should I care? I've lived for centuries, indifferent to the world around me. But now the thought of something happening to her fills me with a foreign emotion. Fear. Because you're mine now, I say, the words coming out before I can stop them. And I protect what's mine. Her breath catches, and for a moment, I think she might argue. But then she nods. All right, she says. We'll do it your way. As we move deeper into the low town, I keep a closer eye on her. This unfamiliar feeling of worry gnaws at me, but I push it aside. We have a job to do, and I'll be damned if I let anything happen to her before we finish it. The tavern is filled with the sounds of laughter and clinking glasses. The air is thick with the scent of ale and roasted meat. I lean against the sidebar, my gaze scanning the room. The wood-paneled walls hold an assortment of shields and weapons, trophies of battles won and lost. It's been an age since I last set foot in such an establishment, yet the memories of revelries past are etched into my being. Berna is across the room, her back to me as she converses with a grizzled barkeep. She's a vision of fierce determination. The dark magic within her pulses like a beacon. Curiosity fills me as I observe the humans around me. Their lives are so fleeting, so full of passion and folly. It's a stark contrast to my own existence. Solitary, ancient being caught in the endless flow of time. Suddenly, a harsh laugh from the group of dark elves in the corner cuts through the din. Berna's posture stiffens, and without warning, she launches herself toward them, her dagger flashing in the dim light. I curse under my breath, and my muscles tense as I spring into action. The tavern is cramped, the patrons oblivious to the danger that lurks within their midst. I weave through the crowd with my wings tucked tight against my back. The dark elves are taken aback by Berna's sudden attack, their reactions slowed by surprise and ale. I join the fray. My claws slice through the air as I fend off the nearest attacker. My instincts scream at me to unleash my full power, to end this quickly and decisively. But I can't risk exposing my true nature in such a public place. "Berna, damn it, get behind me!" I growl, my voice a low rumble that cuts through the chaos. She spares me a fleeting glance, her dark brown eyes blazing with a mixture of fury and fear. "I can handle this," she retorts, parrying a blow from one of the dark elves. I grunt in response, driving my fist into the chest of an elf who dares to get too close. The impact sends him flying backward, crashing into a nearby table. The tavern erupts into pandemonium, patrons screaming and scrambling for cover. Just as we gain the upper hand, the doors of the tavern burst open, revealing a squadron of dark elf soldiers. Their armor gleams in the torchlight. This was a trap, and we have walked right into it. Berna's eyes meet mine, a moment of shared understanding passing between us. She's injured, a deep gash along her ribs, but there's no time to assess the damage. I charge forward, my body serving as a living shield between her and the oncoming soldiers. "We need to get out of here," I say, my voice barely audible over the chaos. She nods, her breath coming in ragged gasps. "I'm with you." I scoop her into my arms, my wings unfurling with a snap. The air around us crackles with dark energy as I take to the skies, the confines of the tavern falling away beneath us. Berna clings to me, her face buried against my chest. I can feel her heart racing in time with my own. As we soar through the night, the sounds of battle gradually fade into the distance. I fly hard and fast, putting as much distance between us and Mortiz's soldiers as possible. Berna's weight in my arms is a comforting presence. We land in the secluded courtyard of my lair. She tries to stand on her own, but her legs give out beneath her. I catch her before she hits the ground. "Easy, Berna," I say, my voice laced with concern. "You're safe now." She looks up at me, her face pale in the moonlight. "I didn't mean to lose control back there," she admits, her voice shaky. "I just saw red." I brush a stray lock of hair away from her face, my touch gentle despite the raw power within me. "You're not alone in this," I remind her. "We're a team, remember?" She nods, her eyes locking onto mine. "I remember." I help her to her feet, supporting her weight as we make our way inside. The interior of my lair is a stark contrast to the chaos of the tavern. Quiet, serene, a sanctuary from the outside world. As I tend to her wound, I can't help but feel a strange sense of purpose. This human woman, with her fiery spirit and indomitable will, has awakened something within me that I thought was lost forever. For now I am content to stand by her side, to fight by her side, to be hers and hers alone.
Chapter 13. Berna. The cold stone beneath me bites into my skin as Xero sets me down in his lair. Pain radiates from the gash in my side, and I grit my teeth against a wave of frustration. Another dead end, another failure. "Hold still," Xero commands, his massive form looming over me. I push his hand away. "I'm fine, just need to rest," I hiss. The words come out sharper than intended, but I can't help it. That trap cost us valuable time Mortiz will use to slip further away. "You're still bleeding," he says. His tone brooks no argument as he reaches for me again. I try to shift away, but pain shoots through my side. "I said I'm fine. I've had worse," I mutter. His wings flutter with irritation. "Stop being stubborn," he growls. "The wound needs cleaning." My jaw clenches. I hate this, hate feeling weak, hate needing help. I've survived on my own for so long. But Xero's hands are surprisingly gentle as he examines the wound. His touch is careful despite his stone-like skin. "This will hurt," he warns, producing a vial of something that smells bitter and sharp. I brace myself, but still hiss when the liquid makes contact. It burns like fire, and I dig my fingers into the stone floor. "Breathe," he murmurs, his free hand steadying my shoulder. The gentleness in his voice catches me off guard. Nobody's taken care of me like this since... I can't even remember when. The realization makes my chest tighten in a way that has nothing to do with physical pain. "Why are you taking care of me?" I ask. His amber eyes meet mine, intense and unreadable. He says, "Because you're mine to protect and keep safe. Our oath, remember?" I look away, unable to hold his gaze. The oath. Right. That's all this is. A deal, nothing more. I need to remember that. "There," he says, finishing with the bandage. "Now rest." I want to argue, want to insist we head out again immediately, but exhaustion weighs heavy on my limbs. Maybe just a few minutes. The musty air of Xero's lair fills my lungs as I wake. The dull ache in my side is a bitter reminder of our recent skirmish. The shadows cast by the flickering fire dance across the stone walls, and for a fleeting moment, I allow myself to indulge in the warmth of my own little haven. But as my senses sharpen, the chilling reality of our predicament returns in full force. Xero stands under the window. His silhouette is framed by the dusk seeping in from outside. His wings are partially unfurled, a sign of his agitation. He's been on edge since the tavern, since we realise the dark elves are actively hunting us. He turns, his amber eyes catching the light of the fire, giving them an otherworldly glow. "We need to talk about our next move," he says. I push myself up, wincing as the fresh bandages pull taut against my skin. "I know what you're going to say, and the answer is no. We can't hide. Not when we're so close," I insist. "Close," he rumbles. He strides toward me. "You almost got yourself killed back there. We're not ready." I clench my fists, the dark energy within me pulsing in response to my frustration. "We'll never be ready if we keep running. Mortiz won't stop." "Why should we?" I demand. Xero's gaze hardens. "Because you're no good to me dead. We need a new strategy," he insists. "A new strategy?" I scoff. "Or maybe you're just afraid." His wings flare, and for a second, I think I've pushed him too far. But then he reins in his anger. "Fear is a human emotion. I'm concerned about the consequences of your recklessness," he says. My jaw aches from clenching it so tightly. "What do you suggest, O wise gargoyle?" I implore. He doesn't take the bait. Instead, he crouches down, bringing us to eye level. We lay low, gather more information, and strike when they least expect it, he rumbles in a low voice. I shake my head. Every moment we waste is another moment Mortiz has to hurt someone else, I say, my voice laced with irritation. "And every reckless attack is another moment you risk your life for nothing," he growls. But I can see the worry in his eyes. It's strange to think that this ancient being could worry about me. "I can't just sit here," I say. "I'm not asking you to do nothing," he replies, his tone softening. I'm asking you to fight smart. Use that cunning I know you possess. I bite my lip, considering his words. The truth is, he's right. My approach hasn't been working, but the thought of waiting, of doing nothing while Mortiz is out there, it makes my skin crawl. Fine, I concede, hating the taste of the word on my tongue. He nods, his wings relaxing. Good. We'll start by sending word to my contacts in the lowtown. They've got ears everywhere, he states. I raise an eyebrow. Contacts? Since when do gargoyles have contacts? I ask, my voice filled with curiosity. A ghost of a smile crosses his lips. Let's just say I've been around long enough to make a few interesting friends, he says. Despite myself, I'm intrigued. This is a side of Xero I've never seen before. All right, I say, standing up with a newfound resolve. Let's get to work. He watches me for a moment, a strange mix of admiration and concern in his eyes. Rest first, he commands, the alpha in him coming through. You're no use to anyone injured. I open my mouth to protest, but he cuts me off with a glare. That's an order, burner. I grit my teeth but ultimately nod. Fine, but as soon as I'm healed, we're moving. Agreed, he says, and for the first time since we met, it feels like we're truly on the same side. The morning light filters through the high, narrow windows of Xero's lair, casting long shadows across the stone floor. Xero watches me from across the room. You're up early, he says in a hushed tone. I shrug, feigning indifference. Can't sleep when there's work to be done, I say. He strides toward me, his movements fluid and predatory. There's more to life than revenge, burner, he states. I snort. Says the gargoyle who's lived centuries without a care for the world, I retort. A smile crosses his lips. Touché, he says, but even a creature of stone can see that your rage is consuming you. I clench my fists. What do you suggest? That I sit back and do nothing while Mortiz terrorizes innocent people? I ask. No, he replies, his tone steady. But you need to learn control. Your magic is wild, untamed. It's a weapon, but right now you're more likely to hurt yourself than your enemy. I know he's right, but admitting it feels like a defeat. And you think you can teach me control? I challenge. His wings flutter slightly, a sign of his growing excitement. I've lived for centuries, wielding dark magic you can't begin to comprehend. Yes, I can teach you, he says confidently. I eye him warily. And what do you get out of this? I ask. He steps closer, his gaze holding mine, and says, Your survival. Our oath. The air between us is charged, heavy with the promise of a storm. Fine, I concede. Teach me. He leads me to the centre of the room, where the stone floor is clear of debris. First, we spar. You need to learn how to channel your emotions into your magic, not let them rule you, he instructs. I scoff. I'm a trained fighter, Xero. I know how to control my emotions. He raises an eyebrow. Do you? Because from where I stand, you're a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at the slightest provocation, he rumbles. I bristle at his words, but I don't deny them. Instead, I draw my dagger and assume a fighting stance. Show me what you've got, Gargoyle, I challenge. He circles me, his movements deliberate and measured. Remember, burner, he says, his voice low and dangerous. This isn't about brute force. It's about precision, control, and the ability to anticipate your opponent's moves. I nod, focusing on his every movement. And then, without warning, he lunges. I parry his attack, my dagger clashing against his stone-like skin. He's fast, impossibly so, and I find myself on the defensive, struggling to keep up with his onslaught. Each blow sends shockwaves through my body, and I grip my teeth, refusing to give in to the pain. "Come on, burner," he taunts, his eyes gleaming with a predatory light. "Is that all you've got?" Anger surges within me, and I lash out, my magic flaring to life. Dark tendrils snake from my fingertips, reaching toward him, but he's already moved, his body twisting gracefully in the air. "No," he chides, "don't let your emotions take over. Use them." I try to rein in my magic, to channel it as he instructed, but it's like trying to hold on to a shadow. Frustration builds within me, and I feel my control slipping. He attacks again, his movements a blur. I barely have time to react before his fist connects with my chest, sending me sprawling onto the cold, hard floor. For a moment I lie there, stunned, the wind knocked out of me. Then, with a growl of determination, I push myself up and charge at him, my dagger slicing through the air. We dance like this for what feels like hours, our bodies moving in a deadly ballet. Each time he knocks me down, I get back up, driven by a desperate need to prove myself, to him and to myself. But no matter how hard I fight, he's always one step ahead, his centuries of experience impossible to match. My body is wet with sweat, my muscles aching with fatigue, but I refuse to give up. My breath comes in ragged gasps as Xero's weight presses me into the cold stone floor. His wings envelop us in a shadowy cocoon, and for a moment, the world outside our little sanctuary ceases to exist. I'm pinned, completely at his mercy, but it's not fear that courses through my body now. It's a fierce, undeniable hunger, a need that burns brighter than the dark energy swirling inside me. In this moment, I surrender to the raw, primal power that Xero exudes. Without thinking, I reach up, my fingers tracing the hard lines of his jaw. His skin is cool and rough. He stiffens at my touch, a low growl rumbling in his chest, but he doesn't pull away. "Burner," he warns, his voice a low gravel that sends shivers down my spine. I ignore him, my hand sliding around to the back of his neck, pulling him down toward me. Our lips meet in a fiery collision, and the world around us ignites. His kiss is fierce, demanding, and I meet it with equal fervour, my own needs and desires spilling over. "You're playing with fire," he murmurs against my mouth, his breath hot against my skin. "Maybe I like the burn," I reply, my voice husky with want. His wings flare out behind him, an acknowledgement of the intensity of our connection. He kisses me again, deeper this time, his tongue tracing the seam of my lips, seeking entry. I open for him, and our tongues dance in a wild rhythm. My hands roam over his body, exploring the contours of his muscles. He's a living, breathing statue come to life. There's a warmth to him, a pulse of life that resonates with the dark magic within me. When we finally break apart, I realise that for the first time in a long time, that I have an ally, a protector, a lover.
Chapter 14. Xero. I scoop up Berna from the cold stone floor. Her body is a captive flame in my grasp. Her dark eyes, ablaze with defiance, challenge me, and I feel the familiar, intoxicating surge of dark magic stirring within my veins. She is a puzzle, a paradox, a human whose very presence disrupts the ancient stillness of my lair. I throw her onto the bed and I pin her down with a force that brooks no resistance. My body covers hers, a deliberate weight that leaves no room for escape. She struggles against me. Her breaths come in sharp, ragged gasps that only serve to fan the flames of my desire. "Xero," she breathes, a mixture of fear and excitement lacing her voice. This scene is about to get too steamy for YouTube's comfort, and as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprothika.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the Worlds of Prothika.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Thika's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back.
Chapter 15. Xero. The outpost is a blight upon the landscape. It's a place where Mortiz's dark elves gather, where they plot and scheme. Berna and I have been watching it for days, biding our time, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Now, that moment has come. The air is thick with the scent of impending rain as we move through the forest. Our steps are silent upon the carpet of fallen leaves. Berna's eyes are alight with a relentless determination, her body poised for battle. I can feel the dark energy pulsing within her. It's a dangerous force that mirrors the storm brewing overhead. We attack without warning, a whirlwind of fury and destruction. My wings unfurl with a snap, and I take to the skies. My claws rend flesh and bone as I descend upon our enemies. Berna fights beside me, her dagger flashing in the dim light. Her movements are a deadly dance of precision and grace. The dark elves are no match for us. They fall one by one. Their cries of pain are music to my ears. I revel in the chaos, in the sheer, raw power that courses through me. This is who I am, a creature of darkness and destruction. As I look at Berna, I find myself admiring not just her strength, but her ruthlessness lately. She is a warrior just like me. I land beside Berna. My breath is slow and steady despite the intensity of the fight. She turns to me, her face splattered with blood, her eyes cold and calculating. There's a savageness in her gaze that sends a jolt of heat through me. "You fought well," I say, my voice a low rumble. She sheathes her dagger, her lips curling into a smirk. "So did you," she replies. I step closer, my gaze roaming over her. "You're covered in blood," I observe. She glances down at herself, then back up at me. "So are you," she says. I shrug, a slow, deliberate movement. "I'm a gargoyle. Blood is part of the package," I retort. She rolls her eyes, but there's a hint of amusement in her gaze. "You're impossible," she jokes. I reach out to her, my fingers brushing against her cheek. "And yet, you're still here," I rumble softly. Her breath hitches just for a moment, but it's enough. Enough to tell me that she feels this connection between us, this inexplicable pull that seems to grow stronger with each passing day. "We should get moving," she says, her voice slightly breathless. "There could be more of them coming." I nod in agreement, dropping my hand to my side. "You're right. We've lingered here long enough," I say. The forest is eerily silent in the aftermath of our assault, save for the fading rustle of leaves and the distant echo of retreating footsteps. The coppery tang of blood hangs heavy in the air, a testament to our ruthless efficiency. Suddenly, I hear a sound, a groan, barely audible coming from the underbrush nearby. My wings twitch reflexively, a ripple of awareness coursing through me. Berna hears it too. Her head snaps around, and her dark eyes scan the scene of our recent carnage. She moves toward the source of the noise. Her steps are measured, her hand never straying far from the hilt of her dagger. I follow closely behind her. My gaze is sharp, my senses attuned to the slightest hint of danger. Then, we see it. A fallen dark elf. His body is broken, but his life force stubbornly clings on. Berna kneels beside him, her fingers curling into his hair as she yanks his head back, exposing his throat to the chill of the night air. The blade of her dagger presses hard against his skin. A thin line of crimson wells up to meet the steel. "Where's Mortiz?" she demands, her voice low and dangerous, a predator toying with its prey. The elf's eyes flicker with fear, his breaths coming in shallow gasps. "I don't know," he cries. Berna's grip on him tightens, her blade cutting off his denial with a stinging rebuke. "Try again," she hisses. I watch, a part of me fascinated by her relentlessness, her willingness to embrace the darkness that I too have known for so long. And yet, There's a disquieting stir within me, a flicker of something that feels suspiciously like unease. This is the path she has chosen, the road that leads to Mortiz's doorstep. But is this the woman she truly is, or the monster Mortiz sought to create? The elf's resolve crumbles beneath Berna's unyielding gaze, his voice trembling as he spills the secrets he's fought so hard to protect. He's in the old fortress to the north, hidden in the mountains, he strains. Berna releases him, her lips curling into a satisfied smirk as she sheathes her dagger. She stands, her eyes meeting mine, the fire of her determination blazing brightly within them. "We have him now," she says, her voice tinged with triumph. "Mortiz is finally within our grasp." I nod, my gaze lingering on the fallen elf, watching as the light fades from his eyes. This is what we have become. Hunters in the night, dealers of death. And yet, as I turn to Berna, I can't help but feel a strange sense of pride. She is strong, resilient, a survivor in every sense of the word. "We should really make haste," I suggest, my voice a rumble that seems to resonate with the very earth beneath our feet. Berna nods in agreement, her gaze drifting toward the north, where the mountains loom like silent sentinels against the night sky. "Let's end this," she says, her tone resolute, her spirit unbroken. As we set off toward our destiny, I find myself wondering what the future holds for us. Will Berna's quest for vengeance bring her the peace she so desperately seeks, or will it only serve to deepen the darkness that threatens to consume her? And what of me? This ancient being bound by stone and magic, who has found himself inexplicably drawn to a human woman with a warrior's heart and a soul scarred by pain. I have lived for centuries, my existence defined by solitude and the cold, unfeeling void of my own making. But now, as I walk beside Berna, I find myself contemplating a life beyond the shadows, a life where emotion and connection are not just possible, but necessary. Before long, we stop briefly, and I suggest that we make camp for the night. I watch Berna as she paces the length of our temporary shelter, her steps quick and agitated. The dark energy within her pulses erratically, matching her restless movements. It calls to me, as it always has, but now there's something else mixed with that pull. Something that makes my chest tighten in an unfamiliar way. "The fortress can't be far from here," she says, running her fingers through her tangled hair. "We could leave now." My wings twitch with unease. "You're not thinking clearly," I say, my voice tinged with concern. She whirls to face me, her eyes flashing. "I'm thinking perfectly clearly. Mortiz is there. We know where he is now," she spews. "And rushing in blindly will get you killed," I growl. The words come out harsher than intended, and I feel a surge of something. Worry? Fear? These emotions are foreign to me, uncomfortable. "Since when do you care if I live or die?" she challenges. I move closer, towering over her. "You made an oath to me," I bark. But even as I say the words, I know they're not true, not entirely. This goes beyond any oath, beyond the dark magic that first drew me to her. The realization unsettles me. "Bull!" she spits. "This is more than an oath to you, and we both know it." My jaw clenches. She's right. Damn her. When did this human start mattering to me? When did her survival become more important than the hunt? "You're mine," I growl, my wings spreading instinctively. "And I won't let you throw your life away on a suicide mission." The words hang between us, heavy with meaning I'm not ready to examine. For centuries I've existed without attachment, without care for anything beyond my purpose. Now this woman, with her unwavering tenacity and broken edges, has somehow worked her way under my stone skin. I don't like it. Don't like how it makes me feel vulnerable. Weak. Human. I shake my head, trying to clear my mind. I need space. I need to think. "I have something I need to do," I say, my voice gruff. I'll be back soon. Before Berna can respond, I spread my wings and take off into the night, leaving her behind. My wings beat against the cool night air, carrying me away from the camp and the woman who's become a fixture in my thoughts. The forest below is a blur of shadows, the trees whispering secrets as I pass. I need to clear my head of this confusion that's been building within me. Berna's persistence is admirable, but her recklessness could be her undoing. And for reasons I can't fully comprehend, that thought sits like a stone in my gut. I climb higher, the stars above winking at me as if sharing in some private joke. The wind whistles past my ears, drowning out the chaotic symphony of my thoughts. I've lived for eons, never feeling the weight of another's life upon my shoulders. Yet here I am, burdened by the safety of a human who's willingly throwing herself into the jaws of danger. The fortress looms in the distance, its silhouette a jagged scar against the night sky. It's there that Mortiz hides, reveling in his twisted experiments. The dark energy that emanates from that place is a beacon to my senses, a siren's call that I can't ignore. But it's not just the pull of dark magic that draws me. It's the thought of Berna facing Mortiz alone, of her standing defiant in the face of a madman who sees her as nothing more than a failed experiment. I circle the fortress from above, my eyes piercing the darkness. The walls are thick, the entrance heavily guarded. It's a fortress built to withstand sieges, to protect the monstrous secrets within. But it won't protect Mortiz from me. I descend, landing atop a crumbling tower. My wings fold against my back as I crouch, surveying the layout of the stronghold. The stone beneath me is cold, yet it doesn't chill me. It seems even the earth itself bows to the power that courses through me. My thoughts drift back to Berna, to the fire in her eyes and the stubborn set of her jaw. She's a force unto herself, a warrior forged in the crucible of suffering and loss. I've seen her fight with a ferocity that matches my own. And yet I've also seen the cracks in her armor, the vulnerability she tries so hard to hide. I stand, stretching my wings to their full span. I can't deny the truth any longer. Berna has become more than just an oath to me. She's become a part of my existence, a sliver of light in the darkness of my soul. The realization is unnerving, a reminder that even a creature as ancient as I am is not immune to the complexities of emotion. I take to the skies once more, the fortress fading into the distance as I fly. I need to return to Berna to convince her that we need to plan our attack carefully. Mortiz won't be taken down by brute force alone. It'll take cunning, strategy, and a strength that goes beyond the physical. As I approach our camp, it's eerily quiet. There's no sign of Berna anywhere. My heart starts racing uncontrollably. Please, no. Tell me she didn't.
Chapter 16. Berna. The forest is a maze of shadows and whispers, a living thing that breathes with the wind. My heart pounds out a rhythm of anticipation. Each beat is a reminder that I draw closer to Mortiz with every step. The fortress looms in the distance. Its crumbling walls are a testament to the rot that is Mortiz and his vile experiments. I shouldn't be doing this alone. Xero's absence gnaws at me. His looming presence is a comfort that I've become accustomed to, despite my initial reservations. But I can't wait. Mortiz is a snake that must be decapitated before it strikes again. This is my fight, my vengeance, and I won't let Xero's cryptic departure slow me down. You can do this, Berna, I whisper to myself. You've come too far to falter now. The dark energy within me pulses, a volatile companion that I've learned to harness, if not almost fully control. It's a part of me now, whether I like it or not. As I approach the fortress, I keep to the shadows, blending into the night. The guards are oblivious. Their chatter is filled with arrogance and the mistaken belief that they are safe within these walls. They have no idea that their worst nightmare is about to breach their defences. I slip past the guards with practiced ease. The fortress entrance is a gaping mouth, ready to swallow me whole, but I'm no easy prey. Inside, the darkness is a thick, oppressive force that seems to cling to my skin. I move through the labyrinthine halls with my senses on high alert. The fortress is a crypt, filled with the echoes of unspeakable torment, and I can feel Mortiz's presence like a poison in the air. "Where are you, you bastard?" My words are a silent hiss. I press on, my hand never straying far from the hilt of my dagger. Each room I pass holds the potential for horror, for discovery, but I refuse to give up. I'm a survivor, and survival demands courage in the face of darkness. Suddenly, the faintest of sounds reaches my ears, a scrape, a whispered curse. I pause, holding my breath, and listen. It's coming from a room up ahead, its door slightly ajar. With a swift, silent motion, I push the door open and step inside. The room is dimly lit by a single flickering torch, casting eerie shadows on the walls. And there, hunched over a table strewn with vials and arcane instruments, is Mortiz. For a moment I am frozen, my heart pounding in my chest. He is so close, so vulnerable, and yet he is completely unaware of my presence. The mad elf is absorbed in his work, his one good eye narrowed in concentration. I take a step forward, the words of my oath to Xero echoing in my mind. I am bound to destroy this monster, to ensure that no one else suffers at his hands. And I will not fail. The air in Mortiz's lab is thick with malevolence, a darkness that clings to the walls and seeps into my bones. I move silently, each step a calculated dance of revenge and retribution. My heart beats a steady rhythm, a drumbeat of defiance against the monster who dared to play God with my life. Mortiz's twisted smile is a grotesque welcome. His good eye gleams with perverse pleasure as he senses me. "Burner," he purrs, rising from his work. "You've come back to me." Rage, hot and wild, flares within me. I charge without a second thought, my dagger a silver blur in the dim light. But Mortiz is ready. Dark magic erupts from his hands. It's a violent shockwave that slams into me with the force of a battering ram. I'm thrown back, my body crashing into the wall with a sickening thud. Pain explodes through me. I force myself to stand as my vision swims. I won't let him see my pain. I won't give him the satisfaction. Mortiz laughs, the sound grating against my raw nerves. "Still so predictable, my dear," he sings. His hand rises, and the dark energy that has been both my curse and my salvation turns against me. It's a betrayal I never saw coming. The power within me twists, constricting like a serpent around its prey. I gasp, my body trembling as the energy tears through me, ripping away my control and my strength. "Did you truly think you could defeat me?" Mortiz taunts, his voice echoing through the room. "You were always my favourite." Blood, coppery and warm, trickles from the corner of my mouth. My vision blurs, the room spinning as I collapse to the floor. The darkness that I've used as a shield, as a weapon, now seeks to claim me. Mortiz stands over me, his one good eye gleaming with sadistic delight. "You were my greatest triumph, Burner. But even the mightiest creations can be undone," he says, his voice filled with wickedness. I try to push myself up, to rally against the tide of darkness that threatens to consume me. But my body betrays me and refuses to obey my commands. My heart stutters in my chest, each beat a little weaker than the last. "Did you really think you could wield the power I gave you?" Mortiz brags. "It's a part of me. It answers to me." I want to spit in his face and tell him that he's wrong, but the words die in my throat. The dark energy that I've fought so hard to understand, to dominate, is a leash around my neck, and Mortiz holds the other end. The air in Mortiz's sanctum is thick with the tang of iron and ozone. I can taste it, metallic and bitter, as I struggle to draw breath. My body screams in excruciating agony. Mortiz hovers over me with his crazed smile. When did I learn to wield dark magic like this, you wonder? He muses. Oh, Berna, you have no idea the capabilities I've unlocked since you've been away. The dark energy he's stolen from me, my own power, continues to twist inside my chest. It threatens to rip me apart from the inside out. I try to rally, to call forth the remnants of my own strength, but it's like grasping at shadows. My limbs are leaden and my thoughts muddled by the relentless onslaught of pain. My vision wavers, the room spinning around me as I fight to remain conscious. I can feel my life force ebbing away. I've come so far, fought so hard, only to be bested by the very darkness I carry within me. The irony is not lost on me, even as the world grows dim around me. I've been a fool to think I could win against a force as ancient and relentless as Mortiz. You see, Berna, Mortiz continues, his voice a distant echo now. You can't kill what's destined to change the world. Your death will be the catalyst for a new era of power, and in that way you'll be immortalized. I want to curse him with every ounce of my remaining strength, but my body betrays me. My lips form silent protests. My fists clench uselessly at my sides. This is it. I can feel the cold hands of death reaching for me. This is the end, the culmination of my journey. The cold stone beneath me is a cruel reminder of my failure. Mortiz's twisted smile is the last thing I'll ever see. I wish I could see Xero again before I disappear into nothingness, instead of Mortiz. The world grows even dimmer around the edges. My heart beats a slow, faltering rhythm, each thud a countdown to my doom. Mortiz's laughter is a sound I'll take with me into the void. It's a cruel, mocking melody. I close my eyes, waiting for the final blow, the end of my suffering. My body is foreign now, a vessel of pain that is no longer under my control. I am slipping, falling into an abyss where even the dark magic inside of me cannot follow. I am powerless to stop it. In the encroaching darkness, Xero's face emerges, a vision of stone come to life. His amber eyes are a fire that warms the chill of my death throes. I cling to the memory of him, to the way his touch could gentle the wildness within me, to the way his voice, deep and resonant, could steady the frantic beat of my heart, to the way I could lose myself in his gaze for eternity. Being with him, despite the danger and the uncertainty, was the most beautiful thing that ever happened to me. He was a monster of stone, a guardian of ancient magic. And yet, he was more alive than anyone I'd ever known. Xero, I whisper, the sound barely more than a breath. My thoughts are a tangle of regret and longing. If only I could be near him one last time, to trace the sharp angles of his face, to feel the protective weight of his wings enfolding me. The lab around me fades, replaced by the comforting darkness of Xero's lair. I remember the first time I awoke there, his massive form a silent guardian in the shadows. He had saved me then, his dark magic a strange balm to my wounds. But there will be no salvation this time. I recall the way his lips quirked into a rare, almost human smile when I challenged him, the way his glowing eyes softened. Just for a moment, when he thought I wasn't looking. The memory is a bittersweet ache within me, a reminder of what might have been if only we had more time. The bond we forged was an unexpected thing, a tether between two souls that had known nothing but solitude and pain. He, a creature bound to the darkness of eons, and I, a survivor scarred by a madman's ambitions. Together, we were a force to be reckoned with, a tempest that could tear through the night. I remember our fights, the clash of wills and the sparring that left us both breathless and exhilarated. His strength was awe-inspiring, but it was the gentleness he tried so hard to hide that truly undid me. In his arms, I found a reprieve from the darkness that chased me, a sanctuary where I could lay down my weapons and rest. The echo of his voice reaches me, a phantom whisper that stirs the remnants of my dark energy. "Stay with me, Berna," he had said, the weight of centuries in his words. And I had, for a time. I had let him in, past the walls I had built around my heart. Tears prick at the corners of my eyes, the salt of them a stark contrast to the numbing cold that seeps into my bones. I wish I could tell him that he showed me how to live again, how to reach for something more than vengeance. I wish I could thank him for the fleeting moments of joy and passion that I never thought I'd experience. But most of all, I wish I could say goodbye. The darkness is almost complete now, a velvet shroud that pulls me into its embrace. I can no longer feel the pain of my injuries, no longer hear Mortiz's taunting words. There is only the ghost of Xero's touch, a whisper of warmth against my cooling skin. "I'm sorry," I mouth, though there is no one left to hear me. I'm sorry that I won't be there to stand by his side, to see the world through his ancient eyes. I'm sorry that our story ends like this, in shadows and silence. With the last of my strength, I reach out, my fingers grasping at the emptiness. Xero. I breathe out one final time, a plea, a promise, a farewell.
Chapter 17. Xero. The camp is silent, a stillness that presses against my stone-like skin with an almost tangible weight. I stand there scanning the area for Berna, my senses on high alert. The faintest shift in the air prickles against my consciousness. Something is wrong. The darkness around me seems to thicken. Berna's dark energy, a force I've come to recognize as intimately as my own, flares and then falters, like a star winking out of existence. A cold dread, a sensation I've not felt in centuries, claws at my chest. I can't waste another moment. I launch myself into the night. My wings slice through the air with a force that stirs the leaves below. The fortress looms in the distance. I know, without a shadow of doubt, that Berna is there. My landing on the fortress's roof is silent, yet it feels as though the world itself shudders beneath the weight of my arrival. The dark elves guarding the tower are nothing more than obstacles. Their lives are quickly snuffed out with a swipe of my claws. Their bodies crumple like discarded puppets. I crash through the decaying door, the wood splintering beneath the force of my entry. The stench of dark magic and blood hits me like a physical force. My senses soon direct me to Berna's location. She's in the heart of the tower in Mortiz's lab. I storm the maze of halls in a blink of an eye and find her crumpled form on the cold stone floor of the lab. Mortiz stands over her with a twisted smile playing on his lips, his hand outstretched as he drains the life from her. Rage, fierce and primal, surges through me. My vision narrows to the sight of Berna. The slow rise and fall of her chest is a testament to her steadfast will to survive. Her face is ashen, and her lips tinged with blue. Mortiz's laughter echoes through the chamber, a grating sound that sets my teeth on edge. "You're too late, Gargoyle," he taunts, his voice dripping with malice. Her life is mine to extinguish. I step forward, my voice resonating with a power that makes the very air vibrate, and growl, "Release her, Mortiz. This ends now." The mad elf merely chuckles, seemingly unfazed by my presence. "Or what? You'll kill me?" "I think not. You see, I've harnessed the dark energy within her. She is bound to me." I take another step, my eyes never leaving Mortiz's face. "You think you control it? You're a fool. Dark magic does not bow to anyone. It is a force unto itself, and it will consume you in the end." Mortiz's smile falters, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his features. Good. Let him doubt. Let him fear. The rage boils over in my body as I glance at Berna, hanging on for dear life. A primal urge within me ignites, a need to protect, to destroy, to avenge. My wings unfurl with a snap, sending a gust of wind that extinguishes the torches lining the walls of Mortiz's lair, plunging us into darkness. I roar, a sound that reverberates off the walls, and launch myself at the dark mage. My claws, honed by time and magic, tear through the air, aiming for his smug face. Mortiz recoils, the drain on Berna's life force faltering as he braces himself against my onslaught. Dark magic crackles between us, a deadly dance of light and shadow. His spells ricochet off my stone-like skin, leaving mere scratches on my ancient body. I'm relentless, a force of nature unleashed upon this pitiful elf. My every blow carries the strength of my existence, the culmination of my purpose as a protector of dark magic. Mortiz stumbles, his concentration broken by my merciless attack. His dark magic, once a torrent, now trickles weakly from his fingertips. But it's not enough. The terror in his eyes does little to ease the ache in my chest, the fear that gnaws at my very core, the possibility of losing Berna. Then, in the midst of our battle, a faint pulse of energy catches my attention. Berna. She stirs, her dark magic mingling with my own, lending her strength. Her eyes open, a defiant spark amidst the dimming glow of her life force. With a strength that should be impossible, she pushes herself up, her hand closing around the hilt of her dagger. Her movements are jerky, uncoordinated, a stark contrast to the grace and precision I've come to expect from her. Yet there's an iron will in her eyes, a refusal to succumb to the abyss that beckons. My heart, a relic I thought long dormant, clenches with a mixture of pride and dread. Mortiz sees her movements too late. That vile creature had underestimated her, his arrogance his undoing. Berna lunges, driving her dagger deep into his chest, with a cry of pure rage. Mortiz's gasp of surprise echoes off the stone walls. The dark elf stumbles, his single functioning eye wide with disbelief, as he looks down at the weapon protruding from his body. His mouth opens and closes, but no sound emerges. He crumples to the ground, his body dissolving into shadows that writhe and twist before fading into nothingness. The room falls silent, the only sound the ragged panting of Berna's breaths. My gaze is drawn to her, to the life force that bleeds from her in waves. She sways on her feet, before finally collapsing to the ground. The taste of victory is ash in my mouth as I kneel beside Berna, her life force ebbing away with each labored breath. My hands tremble, foreign sensation that betrays the turmoil within. I cradle her broken form, my stone-like fingers brushing against her clammy skin. Berna, I whisper, my voice raw. Stay with me. Her eyes flutter open, the vibrant spark that I've come to admire dimming before my very eyes. I'm sorry, she whispers, her voice barely audible, a mere whisper of sound that claws at my soul. No, I growl, the sound rumbling from deep within me. My heart pounds with a ferocity that shakes the very foundation of my being. You can't leave me. Not now. For the first time in centuries, I feel something I had never known before. Fear. The fear of losing someone I care about, someone who has become the center of my existence without my realizing it. Berna, this fragile, tempestuous human, has burrowed beneath my stone-like exterior and awakened something primal, something fierce and protective. I had spent my life in darkness, detached from the world, a silent guardian of the arcane. But now, with Berna in my arms, I realize I no longer wish to be alone. She matters to me, more than any ancient oath, more than the dark magic I was born to protect. She is my light in the darkness, my reason for being. I glance around the fortress, its stone walls mocking me with their indifference. We are surrounded by the remnants of a battle that should have ended in triumph. Instead, I find myself in the throes of despair. Her breath hitches, a wet, gurgling sound that sends a chill down my spine. I lean in closer, my eyes searching hers for a sign, any sign that she can hear me. Berna, listen to me, I say, my voice steady despite the storm raging within. You must fight. You are strong, stronger than any being I have encountered in my long existence. A faint smile tugs at the corners of her lips, a ghost of her former self. "Xero," she murmurs, her voice laced with a pain that goes beyond the physical. I have fought so hard." My throat tightens, the words lodged within like a jagged piece of stone. "I know," I manage to say, my hand gently cupping her face. "But you must continue to fight. I cannot lose you, Berna. You have become everything to me." Her eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise passing over her features. It's as if she had not realized the depth of my attachment, the strong bond that has formed between us. "Xero," she says again, "I don't want to leave you." I cradle her closer, my ancient heart thundering against my stone chest. The shadows dance around us, but for once I don't find comfort in their familiar embrace. These same shadows have been my only companions for centuries. I chose that solitude, embraced it, wore it like armor. But now, "You've changed everything," I whisper, my voice rough with emotion I barely understand. The dark magic pulses between us, a reminder of what drew me to her initially. But it's not just that anymore. It's her fierce spirit, her unwavering determination, the way she fights even when everything seems hopeless. My wings curl around us instinctively, creating a barrier against the world. The gesture surprises me. I've never felt the need to protect anything but the dark magic I was created to guard. The stone floor beneath us is cold and unforgiving, much like I used to be. "I spent centuries watching the world pass by," I tell her, though I'm not sure she can hear me. "Humans were nothing but fleeting things, their lives too brief to matter." My thumb strokes her cheek gently. "But you stormed into my existence and refused to let me remain detached." Her breathing grows more labored, each breath a battle. Panic, another unfamiliar emotion, claws at my chest. I've never feared loss before, never had anything to lose. "You made me feel things I thought impossible," I growl, frustrated at my own helplessness. "Made me want things I never knew I could want." The words taste foreign on my tongue, but they're true. The thought of returning to my solitary existence, of never seeing her defiant smile again, fills me with a void deeper than any darkness I've known. The fortress's magic hums around us, a reminder that we're still in enemy territory. But I can't move her yet, not in this state. My grip tightens. "Don't you dare die on me, Berna." Her breaths are even shallower now. I can feel the warmth seeping from her, replaced by a creeping chill that sends a shiver through my stone-like form. I've faced countless enemies, have witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations, yet nothing has prepared me for this moment. The thought of Berna succumbing to the darkness is unbearable. I lean in, my lips brushing against hers in a gentle kiss that belies the storm raging within me. Her lips are cool, devoid of the fiery passion that I've come to associate with her. "Berna," I whisper, my voice a low rumble that reverberates through the stillness of the chamber. "You must hold on. I can't lose you." There's no response, no flicker of recognition in her eyes. My chest tightens like a vice around my heart. I press my lips to hers once more, a desperate attempt to convey the depth of my attachment. I'm a gargoyle, a being of stone and magic, and yet, in this moment, I find myself at the mercy of emotions that are as fragile as they are powerful. "Berna," I murmur, my voice laced with a raw vulnerability that I have never before expressed. "Stay with me. Fight, as you have always fought. For me." The words hang in the air, a plea that resonates with the ancient magic that courses through my body. I am a protector, and yet I find myself powerless to protect the one being who has come to mean more to me than any oath or duty. As I hold her, I make a silent vow to the darkness that has been my constant companion. I will do whatever it takes to save Berna, to keep her from slipping away into the abyss. She is mine, and I will not let her go. Not now. Not ever.
From the depths of the darkness of Protheka
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires.
demons,
Dark elves.
gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless.
Chapter 18. Xero. The night air is a cold knife against my skin, but it's nothing compared to the chill that's taken root within me. My wings beat a furious rhythm. Each stroke of my muscles is a desperate plea to the ancient forces that be. Spare her. Give her the strength to hold on just a little longer. Berna's body is a fragile vessel in my arms, her life force flickering like the last flame in a dying hearth. Her skin, once flushed with the fire of battle, is now ashen, a stark contrast to the raven hair that frames her face. I can't lose her. The realization hits me like a physical blow, stealing the breath from my lungs. This human has burrowed her way into the fortress I built around my heart. I land hard on the stone platform, the impact jarring my bones, yet I barely register the pain. My lair looms before us, a towering edifice of ancient stone and creeping vines. It's been my sanctuary, my prison for countless years. But now, as I carry Berna's limp form over the threshold, it feels different, colder, emptier. The air is thick with the scent of moss and earth, an indication of the centuries I've spent sealed away from the world. I lay her down on the stone altar, the dark magic within its ancient grooves pulsing in response to her presence. "Stay with me, Berna," I demand, my voice echoing off the stone walls. I'm not used to pleading, to showing vulnerability. But for her, I'd tear down the walls of my own fortress. Her eyelids flutter, but they don't open. A trickle of blood escapes the corner of her mouth, and a low growl of frustration and fear rumbles in my throat. I am a being of darkness and power, yet here I am, feeling helpless against the tide of mortality that threatens to claim her. I pace the length of the altar, my wings twitching with agitation. "You can't leave me," I tell her, my words laced with an urgency I've never felt before. "You've only just begun to understand what you mean to me." My mind races, sifting through the ancient knowledge that I've amassed over the centuries. There must be something I can do, some way to anchor her spirit to this world. I've shared my life force with the land, with the dark magic that courses through the veins of this world. Perhaps. The chill of my lair seeps into my bones, a coldness that was once a comfort to me. Now, it's a stark reminder of the void that has been my existence. Until Berna. Her body lies before me, lifeless and still. I can't believe what I'm about to do. I never even fathomed it as a possibility. My hands tremble, a betrayal of my centuries-old control. The dark energy that has always been my ally, my sword and shield, now feels like a tempest raging within me. I have never shared this power with another living soul, but for Berna, I would do anything to save her. "You will not take her," I growl to the unseen forces that threaten to claim her soul. My voice echoes in the vast chamber, an indication of my resolve. I kneel beside her, the stone beneath me unyielding. Closing my eyes, I draw upon the well of magic that resides within my core. It answers my call, swirling around me like a maelstrom of shadows. I guide the energy, shaping it with an ancient incantation that tastes of soil and blood. The dark tendrils slither from my body, seeking her out, wrapping around her like a lover's embrace. I feel our essences knitting together, her human fragility intertwining with my ageless power. It's a dance of life and death, a merging that transcends the physical realm. I pour more of myself into her. The effort leaves me lightheaded. My vision blurs, the edges of my consciousness fraying with the exertion. I am dimly aware of my own life force ebbing away, a river flowing out to sea, but I do not relent. I cannot. "Hold on, Berna," I murmur through gritted teeth. "You are not alone in this fight." The words dangle in the air, a plea to the fates that have woven our destinies together. I open my eyes, my amber gaze fixed on her face. Her skin, once pale as marble, now pulses with a faint glow, a sign that my magic is taking hold. Yet the ritual is far from complete. The bond we are forming is delicate, a bridge built on the precipice of two vastly different worlds. I can feel the weight of our connection, a tangible force that binds us together. It is both a wonder and a terror to behold. I steady my breathing, focusing on the rhythm of our mingled hearts. "You will live, Berna," I command, my voice resonating with the power of my will. "You will live, and we will face whatever comes next, together." As that final word leaves my lips, a surge of energy courses through me, a searing heat that burns away the chill of the lair. The room is bathed in a pulsating light, the stone walls absorbing the radiance of our united magic. Berna's body convulses, her back arching off the altar. I reach out, placing a firm hand on her chest to hold her in place. "Embrace it," I urge her, my tone laced with authority. "Embrace my power and rise!" With one final incantation, the ritual that has forever bound us together is complete. It has torn through me, leaving a void where my once impenetrable power resided. I'm a monster born of stone and magic, now reduced to a state of near mortality. But as I collapse beside Berna, I realize that I would gladly surrender every ounce of my strength if it means she breathes another day. Her chest rises and falls with a steadiness that was absent just moments ago. The ashen pallor of her skin is replaced by a faint flush of life. The wounds that marred her beautiful face now are nothing more than faint lines that tell a tale of survival. She is alive, and that is all that matters. I lay there, the cold stone beneath me a stark contrast to the warmth that is slowly seeping from my body. My wings, once a symbol of my untouchable nature, now feel heavy, the leathery appendages useless and limp at my sides. What have I done? I murmur to the shadowed recesses of my lair. The words hang in the air, a testament to my newfound vulnerability. The darkness that has always been my sanctuary now feels like a cage, closing in around me. I've traded my power for a chance at something I never knew I desired. A connection. A bond that transcends the barriers of our vastly different existences. "I am Xero," I whisper into the void, a reminder to myself that I am more than the ancient magic that flows through me. I am still here, despite it all. The silence of the lair is my only reply, the stillness amplifying the sound of my own heartbeat, which now echoes with Berna's. I turn my head, my amber gaze resting on her face. Her dark lashes flutter against her cheeks, a sign that she is on the cusp of consciousness. But she does not wake, not yet. My body aches with a fatigue that is as foreign to me as the concept of love and commitment. Now, as I lie beside this human woman, I find myself questioning everything I have ever known. I've been a protector of dark magic, a guardian of the ancient energies that course through this world. Yet in this moment of weakness, I realize that I have become something more, something I cannot fully comprehend yet. Am I still the monster I was created to be? I ponder aloud, my voice but a whisper. The walls of my lair do not answer, but in their stoic silence, they bear witness to my transformation. I am no longer the creature that lurked in the shadows, indifferent to the plight of humanity. Berna has changed me, whether she is aware of it or not. I close my eyes. The effort to keep them open is too great. Sleep, a state I have rarely succumbed to, now creeps upon me like a thief in the night. Berna, I murmur, my voice laced with a tenderness I have never before expressed. When you wake, know that you have awakened something within me that I thought was lost forever. With that final admission, I surrender myself to the darkness that has always been my ally. I do not know what the future holds, but for the first time in my existence I find myself eager to face it, if only to see the world through Berna's eyes. As the veil of unconsciousness descends upon me, I can't help but feel a strange sense of peace. I've given up half of my powers for a chance at something real, something tangible, and though my body is weak and my magic diminished, my resolve has never been stronger. My consciousness flickers like a dying flame, but I can feel her through our newly forged bond. Every breath she takes resonates within me, a constant reminder of what I've sacrificed, what I've gained. After what feels like an eternity, I finally awake, slowly regaining some strength. I let out a low growl and force myself to stand up. My wings drag behind me, heavy as stone. The dark magic that once flowed through me like a river is now a mere trickle. What is happening to me? I rumble, the sound echoing off the ancient walls. My voice, once a deep, resonant force of nature, now carries a note of humanness that I find both infuriating and disconcerting. My skin, once as hard as the stone from which I was carved, now bears a warmth, a pulse that beats in time with Berna's. It's a stark reminder of the power I've willingly surrendered. I stagger away from the altar where Berna lies recovering, each step a monumental effort. My gait, once proof of my unwavering confidence and strength, now carries the weight of uncertainty. My lair feels different now, the shadows deeper, the air thicker, or perhaps I'm the one who's changed. A pulse of energy from our bond makes me grunt. She's healing, growing stronger with every moment. My life force courses through her veins now, irreversibly binding us together. I can sense her dreams, feel the echo of her heartbeat alongside my own. My wings twitch with irritation at my newfound vulnerability. Space. I need space, I rumble. I stumble toward the eastern chamber of my lair. It's darker here, quieter. The perfect place to wrestle with this new reality I've created. You're still Xero, I remind myself, sliding down against the far wall. Still the same creature that's guarded dark magic for centuries. But even as I say the words, I know they're a lie. I'm changed, weakened, no, transformed. The bond pulses again and I close my eyes, letting my head fall back against the cold stone. She's mine now, truly mine, in a way no creature has ever been before, and I am hers. In this moment, I vow that I will protect Berna, this fierce and brave woman who has claimed a piece of my soul. I will stand by her side as she rises from the ashes of her past. She will be a phoenix reborn from the very darkness that once threatened to consume her. Together, we will face whatever challenges await us, for she is my heart's chosen one. And as long as there is breath in my body, I will ensure that she never faces that darkness alone again. Chapter 19. Xero. As I sit in the eastern chamber of my lair, the darkness envelops me like an old cloak. The ritual has drained me. I'm weaker than I've been in centuries. Yet my mind is a whirlwind of thoughts and emotions. A storm I did not anticipate. I stare into the void and it stares back at me, unyielding, uncaring. The silence is a familiar companion, but now it seems suffocating rather than comforting. I'm restless, impatient for Berna to awaken. The need to escape this confinement, to feel the rush of wind against my skin, becomes overwhelming. With a low growl, I push myself to my feet, my wings unfurling sluggishly. I step out of the lair slowly, the weight of my recent actions heavy upon me. I soon take to the skies. The night air is cool against my skin. The rhythmic beat of my wings is a soothing balm to my troubled thoughts. I fly until the lair is but a distant memory, until I find a serene clearing bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. Here, in the heart of the forest, I land gingerly, my wings folding slowly against my back. The moon, a silent observer in the night sky, seems to mock me with its unchanging face. As I stand in the clearing, a distant memory surfaces, unbidden, a flashback to a time when I was little more than a sentinel carved from stone. It was during the age of Protheca's zenith, when magic flowed as freely as water in a raging river. I remember the ritual, the dark magic that seeped into my stone form, binding me to the very essence of the magic I was to protect. It was cold, and as it filled me, I felt my connection to the world slipping away. "Embrace the darkness," the sorcerers had chanted, their voices echoing in the cavernous chamber. "Let it shield you from the weakness of emotion, from the fleeting nature of life." And so I did. I became the darkness, a guardian of the shadows, detached from the trivial concerns of the living. My existence was primarily a solitary one, marked by the passage of time in a way that humans could never understand. I watched civilizations crumble and rise anew, all while I remained the same, frozen, unfeeling, eternal. I clenched my hand into a fist at my side, the weight of my past existence pressing down upon me. Centuries of solitude had honed me into a being of singular purpose, to protect the dark magic. But now, I find myself questioning that purpose I had held onto for so long. What good was power if it left you cold and alone? What good was eternity if it was spent in the shadows? As I stand under the moon's watchful gaze, I realize I'm no longer the same creature that was sealed within stone. I've been awakened, not by the darkness that once defined me, but by the light of a human woman. I'm more alive than I've ever been. The bond I now share with Berna pulses within my veins. "What have you done, Xero?" I rumble to myself. "You have bound yourself to a mortal, to the very thing you were created to stand apart from." Yet as the realization of my new reality sinks in, I find that I don't regret my decision at all. There is a certain freedom in this vulnerability, in the willingness to feel, to care, to protect something other than the ancient magic that has been my charge for so long. I look down at my hands, my skin no longer as hard as the stone from which I was carved. It is softer now, imbued with the warmth of shared life. "You are changing," I tell myself, the words foreign yet oddly comforting. "You are becoming something more than a monster." The moon continues its silent vigil, casting a silver light over the clearing where I stand. I know that Berna will not awaken just yet. She needs more time to heal, to grow stronger with the power I've given her. And so I will wait. The night is eerily still, the only sound the soft rustle of leaves in the gentle breeze. In this moment, memories I thought long buried resurface, as vivid and sharp as the nights they were forged. Centuries ago, I was not alone. My wings shudder at the recollection, the ghost of a bond I once shared with another. A warrior, fierce and unyielding, much like Berna. He was a guardian like me, but of flesh and blood, not stone and dark magic. We fought side by side, our blades carving a path through our enemies, our pact sealed by the heat of battle, and the blood we spilled together. His name has been lost to time, eroded by the relentless march of years, but his laughter, his unbreakable courage, these things I remember. We were inseparable, two souls against the world, united by a common purpose, and for a brief moment in my eternal existence, I felt alive. But even the mightiest warriors can fall. I remember the searing pain of betrayal, the sight of my friend cut down in his prime. The world seemed to darken around me then, I became lost in my grief and rage. In the aftermath of his death, I closed myself off from the world entirely. I embraced the cold, unfeeling nature of my stone form, convincing myself that solitude was my truest ally. I became that creature of the night, watching over the dark magic that pulsed beneath the earth. Love, friendship, loyalty. These were human weaknesses, and I was above such petty concerns. Or so I believed. As these thoughts and emotions stir within me, I soon grow restless again. I've spent centuries blocking out these memories. Why are they haunting me now? I'm struck by the absolute force of these emotions. They seem as foreign to me as the concept of time once was. I take to the skies again to clear my mind. Before long, I'm standing at the edge of a crumbling city, my wings unfurled. The wind carries whispers of the past, but I am more concerned with the present. Berna's face flashes before my eyes. Her presence has become a beacon in my life, piercing through the veil of solitude I had shrouded myself in for centuries. "You were a fool, Xero," I murmur to myself, "to think you could remain untouched by the world around you, detached, invulnerable." I become agitated and I spread my wings again. The cool breeze stirs the stillness, and I take flight, soaring over the city that crumbles and decays as the years pass, indifferent to the passage of time. It reminds me of my former self, much different from who I am now. As I fly, I reflect on the changes within me. My thoughts are consumed by Berna, her strength, her resilience, her unwavering resolve to face her demons. She's a force of nature, much like the storms that once raged around my stone form, eroding the world while I remained impervious to their fury. But now she has eroded something far greater, the walls I built to keep the world at bay. Her presence has seeped into the cracks of my being, bringing light to the darkest corners of my soul. "You have become a weakness, Berna," I say into the wind, a smile tugging at the corners of my mouth. The admission does not fill me with dread, as I once thought it would. Instead, there is a newfound warmth in my chest, a sensation I had not realized I was capable of feeling. I circle back toward my lair. The heaviness of my existence seems lighter now, as if the centuries of solitude have been lifted from my shoulders. I'm now bound to Berna, whose spirit is as indomitable as my own. The lair comes into view, its ancient stones weathered by time, but unyielding. I land gracefully, my strength almost fully restored, folding my wings against my back. I eagerly hurry to where I left Berna. She's still resting peacefully on the stone altar. I kneel beside her, my gaze tracing the contours of her face. She's beautiful in her determination, her vulnerability, her strength. I lean closer, my breath disturbing a loose strand of her dark hair. The scent of her fills my senses. It is intoxicating. It is a scent that I find myself craving more and more, as though it is a part of me that's been missing for far too long. I reach out to her, my hand hovering above her cheek. Her skin is warm, a stark contrast to the chill that has long been a part of my existence. The pulse at her throat beats a steady cadence, evidence of the life force we now share. It is a connection that runs deeper than the darkest magic I've wielded, an eternal bond that tethers my ancient soul to her mortal one. "You have shown me that even a creature of darkness can yearn for the light," I whisper, pressing a gentle kiss to her forehead. As I look upon her, I cannot deny the truth that burns within me. My heart beats with a fierceness that I have not felt in countless years. It beats for her. "Will you ever see me as more than a monster, Berna?" I whisper, the words barely audible. "Will you ever understand the depth of what I feel for you?" The silence that stretches between us is a living thing, a creature born of hope and doubt. I am an ancient being, and yet, in this moment, I find myself at the mercy of a mere human. It is a humbling realization, one that both terrifies and exhilarates me. I straighten, my wings unfurling slightly as I step back from the altar. The ritual that bound our lives together was a gamble, a leap of faith into unknown waters. But as I watch Berna sleep, her chest rising and falling with the steadiness of slumber, I know that it was a risk worth taking. I turn away from her then, my gaze falling upon the moonlight that filters through the narrow windows of my lair. It bathes the room in a silvery glow, casting long shadows across the stone floor. I am reminded of the passage of time, of the endless cycle of night and day that governs the lives of those who walk this earth. For the first time in my long existence, I find myself wishing for more than the dawn of a new day. I find myself yearning for a future filled with the laughter and warmth that Berna brings into my life. I find myself longing for a love that transcends the boundaries of race and magic, a love that could turn a monster into something resembling a man. The room is silent, save for the steady rhythm of her breathing. I sit there watching over her, my thoughts adrift in the sea of our shared future. The world outside continues on, but within these stone walls we are cocooned in a moment of peace, of quiet reflection. The bond between us pulses with life, a living witness to the power of change, the power of connection. I am no longer the same creature that awoke from its stone slumber. I am something more, something greater, and it is all because of her. As the night deepens, I remain by Berna's side, my ancient heart beating with a newfound purpose. The darkness that once shielded me from the world now serves as a reminder of the light she has brought into my life. And as I sit there, lost in thought, I find myself looking forward to the future. A future that, for the first time in centuries, fills me with hope.
Chapter 20. Berna. My eyes flutter open. I wake to darkness and the taste of copper in my mouth. My fingers twitch against cold stone, and every breath feels like fire in my lungs. Yet my heart beats at a steady, calm pace. I'm alive. Somehow, impossibly, I'm alive. What happened? I ask aloud to myself, my voice coming out as a rasp. The last thing I remember is Mortiz's twisted smile, my dark energy tearing through me like razors. Then Xero appeared, and I drove my dagger into Mortiz's heart. I press my hand to my chest, expecting to find some gaping wound. Instead, I feel only whole skin beneath my torn tunic. But there's something else, a pulse of energy that isn't mine. A dark, ancient power thrums beneath my skin, moving in perfect rhythm with my heartbeat. This isn't right, I mutter. Confusion swirls in my mind as I push myself up. My muscles scream in protest. The room spins, but I force myself to focus. This isn't my power. The dark energy within me stirs more, responding to my commands. This feels different. It's still potent, still a formidable force coiling in the depths of my being, but it's tempered with a newfound control, a control that I've never been able to master on my own. It's like it belongs to someone else. I swing my legs over the edge of the stone altar and test my weight. The cold seeps through my feet, grounding me. Everything feels sharper somehow, more vivid. The shadows in the corners of the room seem to whisper, calling to me in a way they never have before. What did you do? I whisper to the empty air, knowing Xero must have done something to save me. The thought sends an unexpected shiver down my spine. I clench my jaw, pushing the thought away. Focus, Berna. Get up. Figure out what happened, I insist to myself. My fingers curl around the edge of the altar as I stand, steadying myself. The dark energy pulses even stronger, responding to my movements. It feels like an echo of something, or someone, else. Like a piece of another soul is grafted onto mine. My breath catches as I take in the sight of Xero in the shadows. He looks different, less imposing, almost vulnerable. The raw power that usually radiates from him like heat from a flame is dimmed. Suddenly the realization hits me like a punch in the gut. and I can't help but feel a twinge of guilt. He gave me a piece of his essence, and in doing so, he weakened himself. You gave me your power, I say, my voice hoarse. The words hang heavy in the air between us. Why would you do that? Xero's gaze meets mine, the amber glow of his eyes dulled to a soft luster. He's silent for a moment that stretches into eternity, and I see a battle raging behind his steady gaze. Why, Xero? I press, my feet carrying me toward him against my will. My body is not my own. The power coursing through my veins is a constant reminder of what he's done. I stop just short of reaching him, my hand half extended, a silent plea for understanding. You could have let me die. You should have let me die, I say. I had been ready for death, had welcomed it even, as a release from the torment of my past. But Xero had other plans for me. His jaw tightens, the muscles in his neck straining against his skin. I couldn't, he finally says, the confession almost inaudible. I shake my head, confusion clouding my thoughts. But why? I was just a duty to you, a promise you made to help me kill Mortiz. You've done that. You've more than fulfilled your end of the oath. First state. I pause briefly, searching his face for answers. Was this just about the oath? Xero looks away, his gaze fixed on some distant point only he can see. I just don't understand, I say, dropping my hand to my side. I've been nothing but a burden to you. Why would you risk your life for me? The silence of the lair is deafening, broken only by the soft rustle of Xero's wings as he shifts his stance. I can feel his hesitation, his unspoken thoughts hanging heavy in the air. He doesn't owe me any explanations, yet I find myself aching for one. I need to understand why he would risk so much for someone who was, until recently, a stranger to him. You've given me a piece of yourself, I say, my voice steady despite the turmoil within me. I was ready to die, Xero. I had accepted it. But you've changed the course of my fate. Why? He doesn't answer. It's as if he's wrestling with a decision, or perhaps with the words he's not yet ready to speak aloud. The tension between us is a palpable force, a living thing that seems to grow with each passing moment. I take another step closer to him, the dark energy within me responding to his nearness. It's a strange, disconcerting feeling, like my very soul is reaching out to him, seeking a connection that I'm not sure I'm ready to acknowledge. Talk to me, Xero. I press, my voice barely above a murmur. Help me understand. He's silent for a long moment, and I can see the muscles in his jaw clenching and unclenching. When he finally speaks, his voice is low and gravelly, each word measured and deliberate. You wouldn't understand, Berna, he says, and there's a finality to his tone that sends a chill down my spine. I shake my head, frustration bubbling up within me. You're wrong, I insist. I've faced darkness and horror that you can't even imagine. I've been experimented on, turned into something I don't recognise. I've lived with a power inside me that I couldn't control, that threatened to consume me completely. And through it all, I've managed to survive. So don't tell me I wouldn't understand. His gaze meets mine, the amber glow of his eyes flickering with an emotion that I can't quite decipher. It's not about understanding, Berna, he says, his voice barely more than a whisper. It's about accepting that some things are beyond our control. Some choices are made not with the mind, but with the heart. His words dance in the air between us, and I feel my own heart skip a beat in my chest. Could it be that this ancient, otherworldly creature has developed feelings for me, feelings that defy logic and reason? The thought is both terrifying and exhilarating, and I find myself at a loss for words for a second. You're hiding something more, I say, my voice carrying an edge I can't quite smooth over. The dark magic within me pulses in response to my rising emotions. What is it? His amber eyes flicker with a complexity of emotions he typically keeps buried beneath layers of stone-cold indifference. For a fleeting moment, I catch a glimpse of something raw, something vulnerable. He remains silent, a fortress of ancient secrets, and the silence gnaws at me, fraying my nerves. I'm acutely aware of the tension that crackles in the air between us. It's a living entity that feeds on my frustration and the fear of all the swirling emotions inside me, more than just lust, desire, and the dark energy. I'm starting to feel things I've never felt before, towards a monster, for that matter. Damn it, Xero, I snap, my fingers curling into fists at my sides. Why won't you explain yourself to me? He turns away, his wings shifting in a way that suggests he's about to take flight. But I'm not about to let him escape this conversation. Not this time. I reach out, my hand closing around his arm, the contact sending a jolt of dark magic coursing through both of us. He stills, his gaze snapping back to me, surprise flitting across his features before he schools them back into impassivity. You can't keep doing this, I say, my voice steadier than I feel. You can't keep pushing me away whenever things get complicated. His eyes search mine, as if trying to decipher the storm of emotions raging within me. I can't let him see how much his silence affects me, how much I crave answers to the questions that plague my mind. What does he really want from me? Why did he save me? And why does it feel like there's an invisible thread pulling me closer to this ancient being, despite every rational fibre of my being screaming that I should run in the opposite direction? I release my grip on his arm and take a step back, putting much-needed space between us. I deserve to know why you did this, I say. What's in it for you? His jaw tightens again. For a moment, I think he might actually tell me. But then he does something completely unexpected. He disappears into the darkness. His form melds seamlessly into the shadows of the night until there's no trace of him left. I'm left standing there, my heart pounding in my chest, frustration and confusion warring within me. Why is he so scared of talking about this? I mutter to myself. I rake a hand through my messy hair, tugging at the roots in a futile attempt to regain some semblance of control over my spiralling thoughts. Alone in the oppressive silence of Xero's lair, I begin to pace. He's definitely keeping something from me, I say, my voice hardening. But what? His fear, his guilt, or something else entirely? I pause for a moment. The energy he's given me thrums inside of my body, a silent reminder of the bond we now share. A bond that feels more like a puzzle with pieces that don't quite fit together. I stop pacing and sink down onto the cold, hard floor, drawing my knees up to my chest. I rest my forehead against my arms, trying to make sense of the tumultuous emotions that threaten to overwhelm me. The air around me is thick with the scent of moss and earth, a stark reminder that I'm far from the world I once knew. A world that seems so distant now. What is happening here? I whisper into the darkness. And why can't I stop thinking about him? But the truth is, I'm scared. Scared of the power that now courses through me. Scared of the feelings that I'm developing for a creature who is as much a mystery to me now as he was the day we met. But more than anything, I'm scared of losing myself to the darkness that seems to grow stronger with each passing moment. A darkness that feels inexorably intertwined with Xero's very essence. I lift my head and look around the lair, at the shadows that dance and flicker in the dim light. You can't avoid me forever, I say, my voice resounding with a determination that I don't fully feel. We're bound together now, whether you like it or not, and sooner or later, you're going to have to face what that means, for both of us. I stand up, my body aching with a weariness that seems to seep into my very bones. I'm not going anywhere, Xero, I say, the words hanging in the air like a promise, or a threat. You might as well get used to me. With that, I turn and walk away, leaving the darkness and the silence behind me. I have no idea where I'm going or what I'll do when I get there, but one thing is certain: I won't let Xero's reluctance to communicate deter me from uncovering the truth behind our mysterious bond. And if he thinks he can hide from me forever, he's sorely mistaken. Chapter 21. Burner. I step out of Xero's lair. The air is cool and damp, carrying the scent of earth and pine. I take a deep breath and fill my lungs with the crisp, untainted air. I let my breath out slowly, trying to calm the storm of emotions raging inside me. As I walk, my boots crunching softly against the forest floor, I can't help but feel an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards Xero. He saved me, shared his very essence to keep me from the clutches of death. But along with that gratitude comes a surge of uncertainty, a fear that grips my heart with icy fingers. This bond we now share is a weight I hadn't anticipated, a connection that forever tethers me to him. I pause in a clearing. The moonlight filters through the dense canopy above, casting a silver glow over the tranquil space. I can sense this is where Xero recently stood. I can almost feel his presence here, a lingering echo of the powerful creature who has captured my heart in such a short time. What am I supposed to do now? I whisper into the stillness, my voice barely louder than the rustling of leaves in the gentle breeze. I'm a survivor, a hunter. I've always prided myself on my independence, my ability to stand on my own 2 feet. But now, this isn't just about me anymore. I clench my fists at my sides. The dark energy within me pulses in response to my inner turmoil. It's stronger now, more easily controlled. I fought so hard to be free, I say, the words tasting bitter on my tongue. And now, I'm bound to a gargoyle. How did my life come to this? I shake my head, a wry chuckle escaping my lips. You've really outdone yourself this time, Burner. I sink down onto a fallen log, the cool, rough texture of the bark grounding me, reminding me that I'm still here, still alive. I lean forward, resting my elbows on my knees and burying my face in my hands. My mind is a whirlwind of thoughts and feelings, each one vying for my attention, each one demanding to be acknowledged. I should be terrified, I mutter, my voice muffled by my hands. I should be running as fast as I can in the opposite direction, but... I lift my head, my eyes focusing on the moonlit path that winds its way through the forest. But I don't want to run anymore. I don't want to leave Xero. The realization hits me like a physical blow, stealing the breath from my lungs. Despite the fear, despite the doubt, there's a part of me that yearns to return to Xero's side, to explore this connection between us and see where it leads. I've spent so long pushing people away, so long denying myself even the smallest hint of happiness, that the idea of embracing this newfound bond, this potential for love, is both frightening and exhilarating. I stand up abruptly. I won't run away. I won't sever the connection that now ties me to Xero. Instead, I'll face it head on, just as I've faced every other challenge in my life. I'll confront him and whatever this is, and I'll do it with the same determination and strength that has carried me this far. I start back toward the lair, my steps steady and quick. The forest around me seems to come alive, the rustling leaves and whispering winds accompanying me on my journey. I may not know what the future holds, but one thing is certain: I'm not backing away from it just yet. I step back into the lair. The cavernous space is quiet, save for the soft hum of magic that seems to pulse from the very stones around me. I take a moment to steady my breath, to still the rapid beating of my heart. The truth is, I care about Xero, more than I ever expected to care about anyone or anything, ever. The realization is very unsettling, a foreign invader in the fortress I've built around my heart. What am I supposed to do with these newfound feelings? How can I reconcile this growing attachment with the life I've led, the life I've planned so carefully, which revolves solely around vengeance and survival. I shake my head, trying to dislodge the thoughts that threaten to overwhelm me. I need a distraction, something to ground me in the present, to anchor me to reality. I glance around the lair. My eyes land on a small, glowing stone resting atop a worn wooden chest. A communication stone, a tool I've seen Xero use before to speak with. Well, I'm not entirely sure who, but it seems to be the perfect solution at this moment. With trembling hands, I reach for the stone, its surface smooth and cool beneath my fingertips. I close my eyes tight and focus on the energy within me, Xero's energy, willing the stone to activate. The faint hum of magic grows louder, and I open my eyes just as the stone begins to glow brighter, casting an ethereal light across the lair. "Burner!" Gwynette's voice, tentative, hopeful, echoes from the stone, pulling me back from the brink of my inner turmoil. "It's done," I say, my voice steady despite the whirlwind of emotions swirling inside of me. Mortiz is finally dead. There's a long pause, and then Marie's voice joins the conversation, a note of disbelief in her tone. You killed him?" she asks. "Yes," I confirm, the word tasting like victory and ash on my tongue. "With Xero's help." The line crackles with static, and I can almost see Gwynette and Marie exchanging relieved yet uncertain glances. "What happens now?" Marie asks, her voice barely above a whisper. It's the same question I've been asking myself since I awoke in Xero's lair, healed and whole, yet more confused than ever. "I really don't know," I admit, my gaze drifting to the shadows where Xero often stands, watching me with those glowing amber eyes. "We find a new purpose, I suppose." Gwynette's voice is soft and supportive. "We always knew this day would come, Burner. We'll figure something out. Together," she says. Marie chimes in, her tone more pragmatic. "There are other dark elves out there, other monsters who need to be stopped. We can continue the fight, help those who can't protect themselves," she states. A small smile tugs at the corners of my mouth. My sisters, my fellow survivors. They're right. There's still plenty of work to be done, still a world full of darkness that needs to be cleansed by the light of our determination and strength. "You're right," I say, feeling a renewed sense of purpose. "We'll continue the fight, but for now, we rest, recover, we'll regroup soon." "We will," Marie assures me. "I'll spread the word about Mortiz. The others will want to know." Marie goes silent, and then disappears off the communication stone. Gwynette remains on the stone, however. I know she can sense something's off with me, she always could. I press the cool, smooth surface of the communication stone to my lips, my voice but a whisper. "Gwynette, I don't know what's happening to me," I stammer shakily. Her voice, a lifeline in the cavernous solitude of Xero's lair, crackles through the stone. "Burner, I can feel your turmoil, your confusion, your doubt. It's like a storm raging within you," she says. I close my eyes and try not to cry. I've always been the one with the plan, the one who knows what comes next. But now? I trail off, my hand instinctively moving to my chest, where the dark energy pulses in time with my own heartbeat. "Burner," Gwynette says, her voice soothing, "you've spent so long living for revenge, for the mission. Maybe it's time to live for yourself, to acknowledge what and who your heart truly desires." I scoff, a faint smile tugging at my lips. Desire? That's a luxury I can't afford. I'm bound now to a gargoyle, Gwyn, a creature of darkness and stone. How am I supposed to navigate these strange new feelings? I ask. The stone hums with her silence, and when she speaks again, her words are careful, measured. "Burner, you're the strongest person I know. But strength isn't just about fighting. It's also about allowing yourself to feel, to connect with others. Even, especially with those who are different from us, she says. I stand and walk to the window, the moonlight casting long shadows across the room. But what if I lose myself in the process? I ask, my voice barely louder than the wind whispering through the trees outside. You won't, Gwinnett assures me. You're too fierce, too full of life to let that happen. Just let yourself explore this connection. See where it leads. You might be surprised at what you find. I touch the wall near me, the stone cool beneath my fingertips. And if it leads to heartbreak? I ask, the possibility sending a shiver down my spine. Gwinnett's laughter, light and airy, echoes from the stone. Berna, you've faced down death more times than I can count. I think you can handle a little heartbreak, she says. I let out a soft chuckle. When you put it that way, I say with a tinge of playfulness in my voice. Trust yourself, Berna, and trust your heart. It's led you this far, hasn't it? She says. I nod, even though she can't see me. Yes, it has, I agree. Then let it guide you now. Embrace this new chapter, sister. We'll be here for you no matter what happens, she reassures. Thank you, Gwyn, I say, my voice thick with unshed tears. I don't know what I'd do without you. The connection fades, leaving me alone once more with my thoughts. I turn away from the window and look around the lair, my gaze lingering on the shadows where Xero often stands. The bond between us is a living thing that I can feel even in his absence. I take a deep breath, squaring my shoulders and setting my jaw in determination. Gwinnett's right. I've faced down darkness and death, stood tall in the face of adversity, and emerged victorious every time. I can navigate these turbulent waters of emotion and connection. I can embrace this new chapter with the same fierceness and resolve. And so, I ultimately decide to stay here for now, not out of obligation or necessity, but because I want to. Because despite the fear and uncertainty of the unknown, there's a part of me that wants to see what will happen if I'm brave enough to take this chance. I may be a survivor and a fighter, but I'm also a woman with a heart capable of great love and passion. And perhaps, just perhaps, it's time for me to start living for myself. To start embracing all of the possibilities that life and love has to offer me. With that thought in mind, I walk toward the shadows of the lair, ready to bravely face Xero and the future that awaits us. The dark energy within me pulses with anticipation, a reminder of the incredible power we now share. And for the first time in a long time, I feel a sense of hope, a glimmer of something bright and beautiful amidst the darkness. As I stand at the threshold of this new chapter, I realize that I'm not just Berna the fighter, the survivor anymore. I'm Berna, a woman with a heart full of dreams and a soul ready to soar to new heights. And with Xero by my side, I know that anything is possible. I pause briefly, my hand hovering over the door that leads to the rest of the lair. Here goes nothing, I whisper to myself. And with that, I step forward eagerly, ready to face whatever comes next with courage, strength, and an open heart.
Orcs. Gargoyles. Vampires. Ice monsters. Demons of the dark. These beasts seek war, destruction, and power. And there's only one thing that can tame them.
Love.
This is your chance to get the uncut and unabridged audiobook bundle.
No detail is spared.
Use discount code YouTube30 for an additional 30% off of the already discounted price.
Go to worldsofprathika.com.
Get access to countless audiobooks and discounted bundles where I talk you through every last scene.
Prothika's magic is eternal. Audio bundles will make it immersive.
Chapter 22. Xero. I perch on the edge of my lair's highest spire, wings spread wide to catch the night breeze. Below, through the stone and magic, I sense Berna's presence, her confusion, her distrust. The dark energy I gave her pulses between us like a living thing. "Why did you do it?" Her words echo in my mind, cutting deeper than any blade. "What do you want from me?" My wings flutter in agitation. How do I explain something I barely understand myself? For centuries I existed in stone, untouched by emotion or desire. And she came, bleeding and broken, and something inside me cracked wide open. "This is ridiculous," I growl into the darkness. "How do I make her understand?" The bond between us thrums stronger now, and I close my eyes against the sensation. I can feel her heartbeat, her breath, her very essence intertwined with mine. It should repulse me, this connection to a human. Instead, it feels right. Natural, like finding something I never knew I'd lost. "You're completely mine now," I mutter, my claws digging into the stone beneath me. "Whether you understand it or not." The night wind whips around me, carrying the scent of her fear and confusion. She thinks I want something from her, some payment for saving her life. She doesn't realize I've already taken what I wanted. Her. All of her. My wings snap tight against my back as another wave of her emotions hits me through our bond. She's afraid, yes. But there's something else there too. Something that makes my ancient blood burn hot in my veins. I think the bond is finally starting to sink into her. She's starting to feel what I feel too. I must go find her now. I descend into the cavernous expanse of my lair, my wings stirring the thick, magical air that clings to the stone walls. There, on the edge of my bed, sits Berna. Her form is illuminated by the soft glow of moonlight shining in from the window overhead. She's been waiting for me, waiting for my answers. Her body seems to be coiled with a tension that mirrors the storm brewing within my own chest. I sit down beside her on the bed, hesitating for a moment before speaking. Finally, I blurt out, "I don't know how to explain myself or my actions." My voice is a low, gravelly rumble that reverberates through the space. My fists clench at my sides, claws piercing my palms. I don't understand any of it either. Her dark eyes narrow, frustration radiating off her in waves, yet there's an undercurrent of resignation. "That's not good enough, Xero. I couldn't lose you!" I shout. The words erupt from me, a raw confession. My wings snap open, a startling display of my inner turmoil. I couldn't bear it. The admission hangs heavy in the air, stunning us both into silence. Have I truly become so dependent on her presence? I've walked this earth for centuries, untouchable, unbreakable, and yet this fragile human has become necessary. Her gaze softens, the hard edges of her anger melting away to reveal a flicker of something tender, something that makes my ancient heart clench. I lean closer to her, my heart pounding in my chest. I've watched the world change, watched countless people come and go, and I never cared one bit. I never felt anything for them. I pause, the next words caught in the web of my own vulnerability. But you're different from anyone or anything I've ever known. She remains silent. I turn and meet her gaze. I find a light there that I never knew, I craved. This is the first time I've ever cared about someone in this way, I whisper, the ancient magic within me pulsing with the truth of my words. And it terrifies the hell out of me. The bond between us thrums with an energy that is both foreign and familiar. It's a connection that defies logic, that transcends the boundaries of our two worlds. She rises from the bed, her movements deliberate and graceful. She approaches me, her hand reaching out to trace the sharp line of my jaw. "Oh, Xero," she says, her voice barely above a whisper. Her touch ignites a fire within me, a desperate need to claim her, to possess her in every conceivable way. I don't know how to do this, I admit, my voice rough with emotion. I've always been alone. I rise to my full height, the stone floor cool beneath my feet. Her dark eyes meet mine again. I don't know what is happening inside of me, I confess, the raw honesty of my words echoing off the ancient stone walls. I don't know what I feel, but I know I can't lose you. The truth of it settles over me like a shroud. I've spent ages with my heart encased in stone. Now, with Berna standing before me, I'm confronted with an emotion that I've never encountered before. Fear. A sensation as unfamiliar as it is dangerous. You've lived so long, seen so much. How can you be afraid of anything? She asks, her voice a whisper of sound that resonates deep within me. I turn away from her, unable to hold that penetrating gaze any longer. My wings rustle, an involuntary display of my agitation. I'm not afraid of the darkness, of battle, or of death, I say, my voice a rumble that fills the cavernous space. I'm afraid of the silence that follows, the emptiness where your light once was. Her sharp intake of breath tells me she's beginning to understand. I'm not speaking of the physical absence, but the void that would be left in the wake of her passing. A void I can't bear the thought of. You think you're the only one who's ever been alone? She asks. There's a hint of defiance in her tone, a spark that I've come to both admire and dread. I've been alone my whole life, Xero. I've had to be. I face her once more, my own resolve hardening. And yet you refuse to let anyone in. You push them away to maintain that solitude, I respond. My voice is harsh, but it's a truth she must confront. Her eyes flash with anger, but there's a vulnerability there that she can't quite hide. And what about you, Xero? You've spent lifetimes pushing the world away too. What makes me so different? She replies. My wings spread wide, a silent testament to the freedom she's inadvertently given me. You're right. I did shut the world out. Then, you came along. You were the first to slip through the cracks of my stone heart. You were the first to make me question my existence, my purpose. I state. She steps closer, her hand reaching out to touch my arm. The contact sends a jolt through me, a reminder of the life that now flows between us. You've turned my world upside down too, she says. I capture her hand in mine, holding it against my chest. We are both caught in a storm of our own making, Berna. But I would brave 1,000 storms if it means keeping you by my side. I say, my voice tinged with a sincerity that feels strange to me. I stand before her, my stone heart pounding with an intensity that defies the centuries of my existence. The bond we share is a tangible connection that pulses with an impossible power. It's a connection I never expected, or perhaps never allowed myself to want. Xero, she whispers, her voice a soft caress that stirs the ancient magic within me. I reach out, my fingers brushing against the softness of her cheek. My touch is gentle, a stark contrast to the strength that lies beneath my stone-like skin. Berna, I reply, my voice a low rumble. Our bond is a tether drawing us together with an irresistible force. I lean in, my gaze dropping to her lips, lips that I've seen turned up in a snarl of defiance, lips that have spoken words of both anger and desire. Now, they part slightly, inviting me in. The kiss is a sealing of our bond, a tender yet fierce claiming that sends a burst of dark magic coursing through us both. It's a promise, a vow to stand by her side, to protect her, to cherish her, for as long as the stars light the night sky. As I pull back, I see the reflection of my own turmoil in her eyes. She's searching for answers, for reassurances that I'm not capable of giving. Not yet. But I can give her this. Berna, I say, my voice steady despite the storm of emotions inside me. I want to be with you. Forever. Her breath hitches, and for a moment she's silent. Then she whispers, Forever is a long time for someone like me. I nod, understanding her hesitation. She's lived a life filled with pain and loss, a life that has taught her to trust no one, to rely on no one but herself. But I want to be the exception. I need to be the exception. I'm not someone who makes promises lightly, I tell her, my hand moving to rest over her heart, where our bond pulses with a life of its own. I have walked this earth for centuries, and I've never uttered those words to another living soul. But I mean them, Berna. With every fiber of my being, I mean them. Her eyes shine with a mixture of emotions, and I can feel her resolve wavering slightly, her walls starting to crumble. I don't know how to do this, Xero. I've been on my own for so long, she says. My thumb traces the line of her jaw, a silent vow to guide her through this uncertainty. We will learn together, I assure her. I will be there, every step of the way. You are mine now, Berna. Mine to protect. Mine to cherish. My words hang between us, heavy with the weight of a promise that stretches beyond the constraints of time. I watch as her expression shifts, a flicker of fear mingling with a spark of something else. Acceptance? She stands frozen, her body rigid with the tension of a life spent relying on only herself. The bond we share pulses between us, a reminder of the life force I've willingly entwined with hers. I can feel her doubts, her hesitation, like a wall of ice between us. She's been alone for so long, shaping her existence around the singular goal of revenge. The thought of trusting someone, of allowing another to bear her burdens, is as foreign to her as the concept of flight would be to a creature of the earth. Her gaze flickers to mine. I can see the questions swirling within their depths. I'm not asking you to give up your strength, your independence, I continue. I'm asking you to share it with me, to stand by my side as an equal, as a partner. The silence that follows is thick with the gravity of my words. I can sense the battle raging within her, fear warring with desire, doubt clashing with the burgeoning trust that our shared experiences have begun to forge. I'm not offering you a fleeting moment, a passing affair, I tell her, my tone leaving no room for misunderstanding. I'm offering you eternity, an eternity with me by your side. I'm offering you a partnership built on strength, on survival, on a bond that even the darkest magic could not sever. Achoo! She remains silent, her eyes searching mine for the truth that lies beneath my words. And though she stands there in silence, I can feel the shift within her, the first stirrings of a trust that will only grow stronger with time.
Chapter 23. Berna. The heaviness of Xero's words settles over me like a shroud, thick and weighted with implication. Eternity. The word echoes in the cavernous space of his lair, bouncing off the stone walls and nestling into the dark recesses of my mind. He's offering me a lifetime, no, more than that, with him, a creature I once feared more than the dark itself. I stand motionless, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm as I search his amber eyes for any hint of deception. But there's none. Only an earnestness so raw and unguarded that it takes my breath away. This ancient being, once bound to darkness, is showing me a vulnerability I never thought was possible. My fingers twitch at my sides as the reality of his words sinks in. I am a survivor, a hunter, a woman who has learned to rely on no one but herself. The idea of partnership, of shared strength and survival is foreign to me. I've faced countless dangers, stared death in the face more times than I can count, but this offer of forever, is more terrifying than any battle I've ever fought. It's a bond that defies the very nature of my existence, a promise that whispers of a future I never dared to imagine. Xero watches me, his massive form unmoving as he awaits my response. His wings, those magnificent leathery appendages, are tucked against his back, yet they seem poised to unfurl at a moment's notice. There's a stillness to him, a quiet patience that belies the power coiled beneath his stone-like skin. I open my mouth, the words hovering on the tip of my tongue, but they dissolve into silence. What can I say to a creature who has lived through hundreds of my lifetimes? What weight do my words hold in the grand tapestry of his existence? Instead, I let my eyes speak for me. Let them trace the sharp angles of his face, the broad expanse of his shoulders, the quiet strength that emanates from him in waves. He is a force of nature, an ancient guardian of the dark magic that thrums through my body. And yet, he stands before me, offering not just his power, but his very self. The air between us is charged, filled with the electric hum of our shared energy. I can feel the ancient magic pulsing within me, a tangible reminder of the bond we now share. It's a connection that runs deeper than flesh and bone, a link that ties my soul to his in an unbreakable dance of light and shadow. Why me? I ask. The question slips out before I can stop it, a whisper that hangs in the air like a challenge. Xero's gaze never wavers, his voice a rumble that resonates in the depths of my being. Because in all my years, I have never felt a connection like this. You are strength, survival, a flame that burns fierce and bright even in the darkest of nights. His words wrap around me, a cloak of warmth in the cool, damp air of his lair. I am that flame, I realise, a beacon of defiance in a world that has tried so hard to extinguish me. And he, this gargoyle who wields the shadows with effortless grace, sees that. He sees me. I draw in a shaky breath, the magnitude of his offer pressing down on me with the weight of 1,000 stones. Eternity with Xero, a partnership forged in darkness and bound by the most powerful magic of all, a magic that even now pulses between us. Can I do this? Can I cast aside the solitude that has been my shield and open myself to the unknown? Can I trust him? Trust us? Enough to take that leap into the abyss? I've always been a fighter, someone who stands alone. My life has been a relentless pursuit of survival, a series of battles and scars that have shaped me into the hardened survivor I am today. Trust has been a luxury I couldn't afford, a weakness I couldn't indulge in. But as I stand here, in the shadow of Xero's ancient form, I find myself grappling with feelings I've long kept buried. My gaze travels over the sharp contours of his face, the glowing embers of his amber eyes, and I realise that his actions have spoken volumes where his words have been sparing. He has given me a piece of his essence, a fragment of his immortal soul. It's a gift I never asked for, one that binds us in ways I'm only beginning to understand. I'm not good at this, I admit. The words feel foreign on my tongue, a confession of vulnerability I've seldom allowed myself to express. I've spent my whole life running from people, from attachments. But you've done something no one else ever has. Xero's gaze holds mine, his eyes a tempest of ancient magic and something else, something that looks a lot like hope. He doesn't speak, but he doesn't need to. His silence is a language all its own, one that speaks of a patience born from centuries of solitude. I step toward him. My hand trembles as I reach out, my fingers brushing against the cool expanse of his chest. Beneath the chill of his stone-like skin, there's a steady thrum of power, the same ancient dark energy that now courses through my body. I don't know where this is going, I continue, my voice growing stronger. But I want to find out. The words hang between us, filling the space with a new kind of tension, one that's charged with the potential of what's to come. Xero's wings rustle slightly, the leathery membranes catching the dim light of his lair. It's a subtle movement, but one that speaks volumes. It's a gesture of acceptance, of shared destiny. In this moment, I understand that our paths are irrevocably intertwined, and for the first time in my life, The thought of not being alone is both scary and exciting. My heart races, the adrenaline pumping through my veins, mingling with the ancient magic that now flows within me. It's a heady sensation, one that fills me with a sense of strength and purpose I've never known before. I am ready to embrace this new phase of my life, to explore the depths of the bond I share with Xero. I draw in a deep breath, letting the cool, musty air of the lair fill my lungs. When I exhale, it's as if I'm shedding the last remnants of my past, of the life I once knew. I am no longer just Burner, the survivor. I am something more, something greater, standing side by side with Xero. Our journey is just beginning, and while the path ahead is uncertain, I find comfort in the knowledge that I am no longer walking it alone. As I meet Xero's gaze once more, there's a sense of anticipation that crackles in the air between us. We stand on the precipice of the unknown, ready to leap into a future that promises to be as perilous as it is profound. And in this moment, I realize that the true adventure lies not just in the battles we will fight, but in the bond we will forge. A bond that transcends time, magic, and the boundaries of our very beings. This is our story, one of darkness and light, of survival and sacrifice. It's a tale that will be told for ages to come, a legend of a human and a gargoyle who dared to defy the odds and embrace a connection that would change the course of their lives forever. And so, with my resolve firmly in place and my heart beating in time with the dark magic that binds us, I prepare to step into the unknown. For I am Burner, bound to the ancient and powerful Xero, and together there is nothing we cannot face. Suddenly, his hand comes up to cup my face, his touch as gentle as a feather yet firm, grounding me in the reality of this moment. The coolness of his stone-like skin is a stark contrast to the warmth that blooms within me at his touch. I search his amber eyes, looking for any sign of doubt, any hint that this is a mistake. But all I see is a reflection of my own yearning, a shared desire that has been simmering beneath the surface of our newfound partnership. We've been through hell together, fought side by side against impossible odds, and now here we stand, on the verge of something new, something frighteningly beautiful. The final decision is made, a silent agreement that passes between us. Without another word, I rise on my tiptoes, closing the distance between our lips. The kiss is slow, deliberate, as though we're both trying to savour this first true connection as equals, to memorise the way our energies intertwine and dance together. It's a kiss that speaks of pain and sacrifice, of newfound trust, and as it deepens, as our tongues tentatively meet and our breaths mingle, it becomes something more, something raw and intense. It's about desire, yes, but also about the bond we forged through blood and magic. It's about the shared loneliness we've both endured for so long, now replaced by the deepest of connections. His arms wrap around me, pulling me closer as though he's afraid I might disappear if he lets go. I can feel the steady thrum of his heartbeat against my chest, a rhythm that matches my own. For the first time in my life, I feel wanted. And from the way his wings twitch and fold around us, I know he feels the same. I break the kiss, gasping for air, and rest my forehead against his. Our breaths are ragged, our bodies humming with the electricity of our connection. I can feel the dark energy within me responding to his presence, the magic he shared with me pulsing in time with his life force. "Burner," he murmurs, his voice a rumble that resonates deep within me. This marks the start of a new era. We are forever changed, now forever one. I nod, knowing that he's right. Our mission, our very lives, has been irrevocably altered by this bond. We're no longer just survivor and protector. We're something more, something indefinable. "I know," I whisper back, my hands grabbing his. "We are now forever unstoppable. Together." A slow smile spreads across his face, transforming his sharply angular features into something almost tender. Together, he agrees, the word hanging in the air like a sacred vow. We stand there in the dim light of his lair, our bodies pressed close, our hearts beating as one. The world outside soon fades into insignificance. Here, in this moment, nothing else matters but the union of our two souls. The moment seems to stretch on forever, a single point in time where the past no longer holds sway and the future is a distant, uncharted territory. "Burner," Xero whispers. There's a vulnerability in the way he says my name, as if he's offering me a glimpse into the depths of his very soul, a place I'm certain few have ever been privileged to see. In response, I tilt my head up towards his. Our lips meet again in a kiss that is tender, yet filled with an insatiable hunger. The kiss soon deepens, and I find myself lost in the sensation of his lips moving against mine. There's an urgency to our embrace, a desperate yearning and the newfound desire to no longer be alone. When we finally break apart, gasping for air, I rest my forehead against his again. My eyes flutter open, and I find myself drowning in the amber depths of his gaze. There's a question there, unspoken but clear. Are we truly ready for what comes next?
Chapter 24. Xero. As my wings unfurl slightly, I feel the air around us shift, the subtle change in pressure as I prepare to claim her once more. My gaze locks onto Berna's, her dark eyes reflecting a desire that matches my own. She wants this, wants me, as much as I want her, and that knowledge sends a surge of primal satisfaction coursing through my body. With a low growl that resonates from the depths of my chest, I push her onto the bed, my body following hers down onto the soft sheets. I'm on top of her in an instant, my larger form caging her in as I capture her lips with mine in a fierce, claiming kiss. Her lips part beneath the onslaught, allowing me to delve deeper, to taste the sweetness that lies within. It is a sensation that is still new to me, this intimacy, this connection, but it is one that I find myself craving more with each passing moment. Her hands slide over my chest, her fingers tracing the hard lines of my stone-like skin, feeling the contrast between the unyielding surface and the warmth that lies beneath. I respond instinctively, my hands wrapping around her body, pulling her closer, my claws gently raking over the fabric of her clothing, eager to feel her skin against mine. Our kiss deepens, becoming more urgent, more desperate, as I let go of the control that I have always prided myself on. With Berna, I do not need to be the solitary gargoyle who stands apart from the world. With her, I can simply be a creature of desire, of need. "Xero," she murmurs against my lips, her voice a soft whisper that sends shivers down my spine. Hearing my name on her lips does something to me. It is a call that I cannot ignore, a summons that pulls me further into the depths of this connection that we have forged. "Berna," I reply, my voice gruff with the intensity of my emotions. I pull back slightly, looking down at her, my eyes tracing the lines of her face, memorizing the way her lashes flutter against her cheeks, the way her lips are swollen from our kisses. She's beautiful, fierce and strong, everything that I've never allowed myself to want, everything that I now find myself needing more than the air that I breathe. I sit back on my heels, pulling her up with me, my hands working quickly to remove her clothing, revealing the soft, smooth skin beneath. Her body is a testament to her strength, to the life that she has lived. And now, she is mine, bound to me by the dark magic that flows within both of us. "You are incredible," I murmur, my hands exploring her body, learning every curve, every valley. My thumbs brush over her buds, eliciting a gasp from her as her back arches, pressing herself further into my touch. I lower my head, capturing one taut peak between my lips, swirling my tongue around it as I feel her hands tangle in my hair, holding me to her. "Xero, please," she begs, her voice a needy whimper that spurs me on. I know what she wants, what we both need, and I am more than willing to give it to her. I am someone who takes what he wants, what he needs, and I need Berna more than anything else in this world. I trail my tongue down her body until my face is poised between her parted thighs. She guides me with an assertive hand, her fingers threading through my dark, coarse hair, pulling me closer to the apex of her desire. The scent of her desire is intoxicating, a heady perfume that stirs the primal urge within me. Her breaths come in shallow, desperate gasps, each one urging me on, a siren's call I cannot resist. "Xero," she breathes, her voice a mixture of command and plea. My response is a low growl, vibrating through my chest and into her. I dip my head lower, my tongue tracing a path along her wetness, tasting her, savoring the way her body shudders beneath my touch. Her heat and the pulse of her life force against my tongue are a testament to the power we wield together. The dark magic within me responds to her, a symphony of shadows that thrums with anticipation. "You're mine, Berna," I rumble. "Every inch of you belongs to me." Her response is a moan, a surrender to the dominance I exert over her. It is a sound that spurs me on, my tongue delving deeper, my lips closing around the bundle of nerves that elicits the most delicious reaction from her. I am relentless, my ministrations designed to bring her to the brink of ecstasy and hold her there, teetering on the edge. "Please, Xero," she begs, her body writhing beneath me, her hands fisting the sheets. "I need you." Her words are a balm to the alpha male within me. I crave her need, her desire, as much as I crave the air that fills my lungs. I lift my head, my amber eyes meeting hers, glowing with the force of my burning desire. "Come for me, Berna," I command, my voice laced with gravel and need. And she does instantly. Her body arches off the bed, a cry of pleasure torn from her throat as her pinnacle washes over her in violent waves. It is a beautiful sight, one that fills me with a sense of satisfaction and possessiveness. She is mine, and I have marked her with my touch and my dominance. As her body relaxes, her breath slowly returning to normal, I move up to lie beside her, pulling her into the shelter of my embrace for a moment. My wings envelop us, a protective cocoon that shields us from the outside world. "You are a wonder," I murmur, my lips brushing against her temple. "My fierce, beautiful Berna." She turns her face toward me, her dark eyes shining with a mix of vulnerability and strength. "Xero, I silence her with a kiss, a tender claiming that speaks volumes more than words ever could. With a low growl, I lift her off the bed, shifting our position so that she straddles my lap. I can feel the heat of her through the thin fabric of my trousers, and it is a sensation that is both maddening and intoxicating. I want to feel her, all of her wrapped around me as I bury myself deep within her core. "Ride me, Berna," I command, my voice a low rumble that vibrates through both of us. She nods, her eyes dark with desire as she reaches between us, her fingers deftly undoing the ties of my trousers, freeing my hard length. I hiss in a breath as she wraps her hand around my throbbing member, her touch both soothing and arousing. And then she lowers herself onto me, her body stretching to accommodate my size. It is a tight fit, but she takes me in inch by inch until our bodies are fully joined. We both groan as I bottom out inside her, the sensation of being enveloped by her warmth almost too much to bear. "Move, Berna," I urge, my hands gripping her hips tightly, guiding her as she begins to rock against me. Each movement sends waves of pleasure coursing through my body, the friction between us building with each passing moment. I can feel the energy of our bond pulsing between us, amplifying every sensation, every emotion. Together, we move as one, our bodies finding a rhythm that is both wild and primal. It is a joining of two souls that have been brought together by fate, by destiny, by the dark magic that flows through our veins. The intoxicating rhythm of Berna's body moving against mine sends a surge of primal satisfaction through every moan that escapes her lips, is proof of the power I wield over her, a power that I intend to exert to its fullest extent. With a firm grip on her hips, I guide her movements, dictating the tempo of our union. The feeling of her tight, wet heat enveloping me is exquisite, a sensation that borders on the divine. But I am not content to merely be a passive participant in this dance of pleasure. I crave a deeper connection, a more intimate domination of her senses. "Turn around, Berna," I demand, my voice a low growl that resonates with authority. "Face the wall now." She obeys without hesitation, her body responding to my directive with a fluidity that speaks to the trust she places in me. It's a trust that I have no intention of betraying. As she turns, I take a moment to appreciate the sight of her soft, smooth skin flushed with the heat of her desire, her dark hair cascading down her back in a wild, untamed mane. I guide her once more, positioning her as she lowers herself again onto my hard member, her back to my chest. My hands roam freely over her body, exploring the contours of her form as I draw her closer against me. My hands find her chest, full and heavy in my palms. I cup them, my fingers teasing her buds into hard peaks as she grinds against me, her body seeking the release that only I can provide. I roll the taut buds between my fingers, eliciting a gasp of pleasure from her that spurs me on. "Yes, Xero," she breathes, her voice a mixture of surrender and desire. The admission sends a jolt of possessive triumph coursing through my body. My hand trails lower, my fingers tracing a path down her stomach until they reach the apex of her thighs. I find her clitoris, stroking the sensitive bundle of nerves in a rhythm that matches the movement of my hips. Her body responds instantly, her muscles clenching around me as she moans. "That's it, Berna," I encourage, my voice a low rumble in her ear. "Let go." Her pleasure builds rapidly, her body trembling with the force of her impending release. I can feel the energy of our shared magic pulsing between us, amplifying the sensation until it threatens to overwhelm us both. And then, with a final stroke of my fingers, she shatters in my arms, her body convulsing as wave after wave of pleasure washes over her. The feel of her coming around me is too much to bear. With a guttural growl, I allow myself to succumb to the maelstrom of sensation, my own release following quickly. I spill myself deep within her, marking her as mine in the most primal way possible. For a moment we remain joined, our bodies wet with sweat and pulsing with the aftershocks of our shared pleasure. I hold her close, my wings enveloping us in a protective embrace as I press a gentle kiss to her temple. We soon collapse onto the bed, our breathing ragged as we struggle to come down from the high of our shared pleasure. Berna's head rests on my chest, her ear pressed against my heart, listening to the steady thrum of my life force, a life force that is now inexorably linked with her own. We lay there in silence, neither of us willing to break the connection that we have forged. All that matters is that Berna is here with me, in my arms, safe and sound, and completely mine. As I hold her close, the warmth of her body seeping into mine, I realize that I have finally found a purpose beyond the protection of dark magic. I have found love, a love that is fierce, passionate, and eternal. It is a love that will endure for all time, a love that will light the darkness of my existence for centuries to come. This scene is about to get too steamy for YouTube's comfort, and as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprothika.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the Worlds of Prothika.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back.
Chapter 25. Xero. As the cool night air filters into my lair through the narrow stone windows, it carries with it the scent of the forest, a mixture of damp earth and the sweet perfume of nocturnal blooms. The world outside is a display of shadows and moonlight, a realm that I have watched over for countless centuries. But now, as I stand here beside Berna, the solitude that has been my constant companion is no longer my burden to bear. Berna's hand rests lightly on my arm, her touch a gentle anchor that tethers me to the present moment. We are united by a past that is riddled with darkness, and a present that is illuminated by the light of our connection. I glance down at her, her profile etched against the backdrop of the night sky, and I feel a swell of emotion that is as unfamiliar as it is powerful. Love, a word that for me has been as abstract as the concept of time to the mortal soul. Yet here it is, beating within my chest with a ferocity that matches the thrum of dark magic that courses through me. I turn to face her, my hands reaching out to envelop hers. "Berna," I say, my voice a rumble that echoes in the vastness of my lair. "I love you." The words hang between us, a confession that is both a revelation and a promise. Her eyes widen slightly, and then a smile, tender and genuine, spreads across her face. "Xero," she replies, her voice a soft melody that resonates with the truth of her own feelings. "I love you too." The admission sends a burst of electricity coursing through me. This woman, this extraordinary, infuriating, beautiful woman, loves me. Me, a creature born of darkness and magic, a being who was never meant to know the warmth of human emotion. And yet, here we are, bound by a love that transcends time and boundaries. I pull her closer, my wings unfurling slightly as they envelop us in a protective embrace. Our bodies fit together perfectly, a testament to the natural alignment of our spirits. I lower my head, capturing her lips in a kiss that is both a claiming and a vow. It is a kiss that speaks of the future, a future that we will face together as partners, as equals, as lovers. As we break apart, Berna's eyes search mine, seeking reassurance perhaps, or simply basking in the glow of our shared affection. I hold her gaze, allowing the depth of my feelings to be conveyed without the need for words. "We have both lived lives marked by solitude and struggle," I say, my voice steady and sure. "But those days are behind us now. We are stronger together, Berna. Together, we will forge a new path, one that is illuminated by our love and fortified by our combined strength." She nods, her eyes shining with unshed tears, tears of joy, of relief, of the profound realization that she is no longer alone in her fight. We are no longer alone. I release her hands and instead wrap my arms around her, drawing her into an embrace that is both a sanctuary and a testament to our unbreakable bond. As we stand there, united in our love and our purpose, I know that whatever may come, we will face it with the confidence that comes from knowing that we have each other. The world outside continues on, oblivious to the profound transformation that has taken place within the ancient walls of my lair. But for Berna and me, everything has changed. We are no longer two separate entities, moving through the shadows of our respective existences. We are one heart, one soul, one force to be reckoned with. And as the night deepens and the stars continue their silent vigil over the forest below, I am filled with a sense of peace and contentment that I never thought possible. For the first time in centuries, I am truly alive, and it is all because of the love of this remarkable woman. She gazes up at me with a mixture of adoration and curiosity and asks, "What happens now?" My wings shift, a whisper of movement that echoes the tumult of newfound emotions within me. The world beyond our sanctuary is still fraught with peril. There will always be those who seek to harness dark magic for their own nefarious purposes. But with Mortiz's demise, a semblance of right has settled over us, a calm in the eye of an eternal storm. "We start again," I tell her, my voice a low thrum that resonates with the certainty of my conviction. "Together as one." Her smile is a beacon in the darkness of the lair, evidence of the resilience of her spirit. As she leans into me, her head finding its natural resting place against my shoulder, I am struck by the warmth that radiates from her. It is a heat that I have come to crave, a sensation that defies the cold, stony essence of my being. In this moment I feel almost human, a notion that would have once filled me with revulsion, but now brings a sense of wonder. I am still a gargoyle, ancient and steeped in dark magic, but Birna has wrought a transformation within me that no spell or enchantment could ever achieve. My arms draw her closer, as my wings unfurl to their full, majestic span. They cover us in a protective canopy, a tangible expression of my unwavering commitment to her safety and happiness. I am her shield, her sword, her steadfast companion in a world that has shown her nothing but cruelty and betrayal. Her eyes stare into mine, and in their dark depths I see hope. With Birna by my side, the future no longer looms before me as an endless expanse of solitude and guardianship. Instead, it beckons with the promise of new adventures, of battles fought and won not just for the sake of dark magic, but for the love that has taken root in my ancient heart. We will redefine what it means to be a guardian of dark magic, I declare, my voice imbued with an alpha's command and a lover's tender fervor. No longer will we be shackled by the expectations of the past. We will protect this world, but we will also live in it, fully, openly, and without fear. Birna's response is a nod, her eyes alight with a fire that matches my own. Together, she affirms, her hand reaching up to caress my cheek. I turn my face into her touch, savoring the connection that binds us. Together, I echo, the word a solemn vow upon my lips. And so, as the moonlight filters through the high, narrow windows of my lair, casting a silver glow upon the stone walls that have been my refuge for centuries, I stand arm in arm with the woman who has claimed my heart. We are no longer solitary beings adrift in a sea of shadows and ancient prophecies. We are a united force ready to embrace the future, a future that holds the promise of love and a life lived to the fullest. I am ready for anything now. For she has shown me that even in a world dominated by dark magic, the endless struggle for power, love can and will flourish. It can transform the coldest heart, breathe life into the most ancient, powerful being, and illuminate the darkest corners of the soul. Together we will forge a new, uncharted path, one marked not by fear and isolation, but by the unbreakable bond of our shared love. I steal a glance at Birna, the woman who has single-handedly unearthed the dormant fragments of my long-lost humanity, and I find myself shedding the remnants of my ancient past. She suddenly catches me staring at her and meets my eyes. There, in her eyes, I see a reflection of my own transformation, a metamorphosis that extends beyond the physical form that has encased me for lifetimes. My stone-like exterior, once a symbol of my unyielding nature, now feels like an insufficient vessel for the burgeoning emotions that swell within me. Birna, I say, my voice a rumble that resonates with the depth of my being. I once believed that the cold embrace of isolation was my only destiny, but you have shown me that there is more. Her dark eyes search mine, a silent question lingering in their depths. I reach for her hand, enveloping it within mine. I am not what I once believed myself to be, I confess, my thumb tracing the delicate contours of her skin. You have sparked something within me that I thought was never there. Love, compassion, reason. These are the qualities that now define me, all because of you. A tender smile graces her lips, and she steps closer, the heat of her body a comforting presence. Xero, she murmurs, you've always been more to me. You just needed someone to show you. I soon lead Birna to the highest point of my lair. My wings flutter slightly as anticipation builds within me. For centuries I've been in solitude, but now I want something more. Something permanent. There's something I need to ask you, I say, my voice low and commanding. The dark energy between us pulses stronger, matching the intensity of my emotions. Berna looks up at me, her dark eyes questioning. The scars on her arms catch the moonlight, reminders of everything she survived, everything that's led her to me. "You're forever mine," I growl, pulling her against my chest. "But I want more than that. I want you as my mate, bound to me in every way possible." Her breath catches. I cup her face in my hands, my thumbs tracing her cheekbones. "Marry me, Berna. Be my wife, my partner in protecting this realm," I insist. The silence stretches between us, but I don't rush her. I've waited centuries. I can wait a few more moments for her answer. The dark magic within us both swirls and mingles, as if approving of this union. "Yes," she whispers. And for the first time in my long existence, I feel truly complete. My wings move reflexively behind me, their leathery expanse rustling softly in the stillness of the lair. I pull her into an embrace, her form fitting naturally against mine, as if she were crafted specifically for this purpose. I lower my head, capturing her lips in a kiss that is both a homecoming and a new beginning. As we break apart, I guide her back down to our bed and pull her down beside me. I wrap her in my arms and she lays her head gently against my shoulder. "I am yours, Berna," I whisper, my voice a reverent hush against the silence of the room. "Now and forever." "And I am yours, Xero," she affirms. "Now and forever." Her head soon rests against my chest, the steady rhythm of her heartbeat a soothing lullaby that lures us toward the realm of dreams. "Sleep now, my love," I murmur, pressing a gentle kiss to the top of her head. "For tomorrow we will rise together, ready to face the world." She sighs contentedly, her eyes fluttering closed as sleep claims her. I watch over her, a silent sentinel in the night as the world outside holds its breath. In this moment, I am no longer a solitary monster. I am more than that, thanks to the courageous woman who now slumbers peacefully in my arms. And as sleep finally overtakes me, I know that I will never again be the creature I once was. For I have been forever changed, and there is no going back. Tomorrow awaits us, and I am ready to face it with a newfound freedom and a heart that is whole.